Chapter 11:16. Lu Baixian, who had managed to escape with his life after much difficulty. After experiencing Li Zongjiu's humiliation of sparing his life, Lu Baixian only felt that the strength he had cultivated for 200 years had all been wasted on a dog. Most importantly, he naturally needed to find someone to vent his anger. Yang Antai and the others, who had escaped for some distance, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They felt that the fierce battle was still going on behind them, which made them feel a lingering fear. Fortunately, we escaped quickly. I didn't expect this evil lord to be so powerful. It's a pity that the deputy sect leader sacrificed himself heroically. We have to report this to the sect leader and let him avenge the deputy sect leader, Yang Antai said with righteous indignation. The two people in front of him had lower positions than him, so naturally they didn't dare to disobey Yang Antai. We'll follow Hall Leader Yang's lead. Haha, Yang Antai, you're really considerate. You even want to avenge me. Just as the three of them were colluding to completely blame Li Zongjiu for the death of the deputy sect leader, a cold voice rang out. Then a powerful aura instantly enveloped the three of them. When they heard this voice, Yang Antai and the others felt their hearts beating violently. Oh no, how is this possible? When Yang Antai and the others saw Lu Baixian in front of them, their expressions could be said to be stunned. Deputy sect leader, why am I still alive? Lu Baixian sneered. At this moment, he could finally vent his anger. The anger and resentment that had accumulated over such a long period of time could finally be recovered from these three people. You must be very sad that I'm still alive. Next, you have to hold on well, because I'll be very cruel. Then, Lu Baixian also showed his powerful strength. After torturing the three people in front of him until half of their bodies were paralyzed, no matter how they begged for mercy, it was useless. In the end, he directly chopped down with his palm and ended their lives. The strong regarded the weak as ants. Not to mention a top expert like Lu Baixian, who had cultivated for so many years. He no longer cared about the lives of others. He had no respect for life. Everyone in the world could die, but he couldn't. After killing the three people to vent his anger, Lu Baixian didn't directly return to the sect. Li Zongjiu, you've only been cultivating for a few years. Do you think that you can fight me just because you have a few divine weapons? I'll let you know that the foundation of an expert over hundreds of years isn't just his own cultivation. There's a cold light in his eyes, and top-level connections. Immediately, Lu Baixian also flew out and headed into the distance. In the land of the 9 cities, 2 black shadows appeared in the nothingness in the sky. They had been watching the scene from the beginning. However, they didn't dare to reveal their auras. There were 3 Supreme Being experts at the scene just now. If they leaked even a little bit of their auras, they would be discovered by the other party. Therefore, they were completely hidden. After Li Zongjiu finished the battle, the city of the 9 cities exploded. Moreover, a wave of energy had already erupted within the city. It was the movement within the demon-suppressing palace. After that, Li Zongjiu and the others activated the defensive array again, covering the entire 9 cities. They also covered up the aura of the 9 cities. This guy is really despicable. He wants to take all the benefits for himself. He's really capable. No wonder he can lead people to destroy the deployment of Black Canal Basilica. 2 black-clothed men appeared. The 2 newcomers were none other than the Great Protector of Haiku Sacred Hall and the Vice Hall Master of Haiku Sacred Hall, who were cultivating on Haiku Sacred Mountain. The Demon Suppression Palace has appeared. We need to inform the Palace Master as soon as possible. The Great Guardian of Black Canal Basilica, Zhu Sha, he said, "There's no need to report this matter to the Palace Master. Although Li Zongjiu's strength is not weak, he relies more on his array magic treasure. I have something in my hand that can make his array magic treasure lose its effect for an hour. An hour is enough for us to kill them. The Deputy Palace Master of Black Canal Basilica, Soul Destroyer Supreme, said. 2 Supreme being experts. Could it be that they couldn't even deal with the 2 children in front of them? Although the 2 children were extremely powerful, and one of them had the power of the fire ancestor, so they couldn't be underestimated, they didn't need to pay too much attention to them. Otherwise, they would hesitate for a long time when encountering a child. How could such courage be worthy of their lifetime's cultivation? They aren't children anymore. They know how to report everything to their superiors. You have to see what's going on in this matter. If they were to obtain any benefits in the Demon Suppression Palace, it would definitely go into their own pockets first. Could it go into someone else's pocket? The great guardian, Ju Sha, thought for a while and nodded firmly. Indeed, there are so many treasures in here that it seemed a little unbearable. But we still need to do some backup work. Then Ju Sha condensed a dark yuan bird with his yuan force. 3 days later, we'll return to the sacred mountain and report the situation here. 3 days was enough for them to obtain a lot of treasures in the Demon Suppression Palace and kill Li Zongjiu at the same time. They could seize the powerful formation treasure in his hands. They could even directly rob him of the fire ancestor's power. Let's go. Immediately, the 2 of them went into the 9 cities. However, they didn't break into the formation directly. If they did, Li Zongjiu and the others would notice them in advance. Only by quietly approaching and launching a sneak attack would they have a higher chance of winning. When the 2 landed, they could clearly see the 9 cities from a distance of less than 500 meters. However, if they were to go further than 500 meters, there would be a mountain range, and they wouldn't be able to see any cities or buildings. What a strange formation. It actually has such a concealing effect. The 2 of them could be considered to have roamed the continent for many years. However, this was the first time they saw a formation with such a miraculous effect. When people walked in, they could clearly see the existence of the city. However, if you were far away, you wouldn't be able to see it at all. At this moment, Li Yan, who was repairing the black water dry well, had a string of bells on her wrist shake by itself. Immediately, Li Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. However, Li Yan's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. Since that's the case, let this lady play with you first. If the 2 of them forced their way into the formation, with the strength of the maze formation, it naturally wouldn't be able to withstand a few attacks. However, if the 2 of them wanted to rely on their own wisdom to break through the formation, it would be difficult for them to walk out of the maze formation without any cultivation in formations. Immediately, Li Yan also urged the formation to buy some time for Li Zongjiu and the others. At this moment, Li Zongjiu and the others had arrived at the opening of the Demon Suppression Palace. The location was the former territory of the War City. The ground in front of them was constantly collapsing, and layers of stairs appeared. The dark entrance was like the entrance of a monster that swallowed everything. Even light couldn't enter. Before they even got close, they already felt a sense of danger. Have people seal off the surroundings. No one is allowed to come close. Huan Yulan ordered. The people in charge of these things were naturally handed over to Huang Weihu and the others. Yes, none of these people dared to be disobedient. After all, Li Zongjiu and the others had shown their strength and beaten the people of the Haotian sect to such a state. Wasn't their strength obvious? Would they only wake up when their fists hit them? Let's go, Li Zongjiu said. As for Li Yan, entering the Demon Suppression Palace was also a dangerous thing. Li Zongjiu had previously instructed Li Yan to wait outside. It would be best if she could hide. After all, the land of the 9 cities wasn't a safe place. Immediately, Li Zongjiu, the king of fire Huan Yulan, and Zhou Bachuan walked down the stairs in front of them. The stairs were at least 5 feet wide, enough for dozens of people to walk side by side. Zhou Bachuan also entered with 6 of his subordinates. The rest were all outside to seal off the entrance. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had never been to the Demon Suppression Palace, so he wasn't clear about the routes inside. However, he knew that there were many treasures in the demon suppression palace. Once these treasures were moved, the suppressed demons below would awaken. If you forcibly took away a treasure and didn't kill the demon, then when the demon revived, it would definitely release the seals on the other demons. In his previous life, some people were too greedy and took away the demon suppression ruler. As a result, countless demons were released, which eventually led to the outbreak of a great disaster. Chapter 1117. Li Zongjio and the others walked down the stairs. They didn't know how long they had been walking down, but it felt like they were continuously walking down. Finally, when they landed on the ground, there was an endless plain in front of them. Did we just pass through the barrier? Wan Yulan looked at the scene in front of her and immediately said in surprise. The magnificent scene in front of them was obviously very different from the 9 cities. The world in front of him was incomparably gloomy, and the ground under his feet was blood red. There was always some extremely dim, glowing fog lingering around him. If it wasn't for this glowing fog, the entire underground world would probably be pitch black. The stairs disappeared. Someone discovered that the stairs they had just walked down had disappeared. Li Zongjio didn't panic. No need to make a fuss. Let's continue forward. Zhou Bachuan glanced at the surrounding environment and took out a map in his hand. Lord, Evil Lord, we still have another mission to carry out. Please leave the team. Li Zongjio glanced at Zhou Bachuan. The latter actually dared to have the map of the demon suppression land. Of course, Li Zongjio naturally wouldn't ask Zhou Bachuan for it. That would be too low level of behavior. You guys be careful. Li Zongjio waved and said. Zhou Bachuan nodded and then led the others in another direction. Soon, their figures disappeared into the darkness. I can sense an energy fluctuation in front of us. It should be the main hall. Wan Yulan pointed ahead and said, Let's go. Li Zongjio led the way in front. They passed by some places and saw some tombs. There were tombstones on these tombs, but there were no words on the tombstones. What's under these tombstones? Wan Yulan couldn't help but ask. In fact, Wan Yulan didn't know much about the demon suppression palace. However, he could feel that there was something under these tombs. These tombstones are used to suppress ancient devils. Devils are difficult to kill, so they can only be suppressed. Each tombstone contains the life energy of an ancient cultivator, and even some magical treasures used to suppress them. Li Zongjio explained, If we take this treasure away, wouldn't the demon clan below be able to come back to life? Wan Yulan naturally knew how terrifying the demon clan was. Although most of the demon clan had disappeared, there were still quite a number of demonic beasts around. These demonic beasts fed on metabeasts. They were powerful, ferocious, and cunning. Usually, a single demonic beast could bring disaster to a large area of metabeasts. However, these demonic beasts didn't dare to be too arrogant. After all, this world still belonged to the metabeasts. Now, the demonic beasts were just some abandoned soldiers. It was fine if they ate ordinary metabeasts, but if they provoked metabeasts with the same bloodline, they could only wait for death. Naturally, there would be top-notch experts among the metabeasts. They would be able to cripple you in a matter of minutes. Therefore, given the current living environment, most of these demonic beasts had to tuck their tails between their legs. Moreover, demonic beasts didn't have the ability to reproduce. There would be one less demonic beast that died. So many demons. In the beginning, they only saw a dozen tombs. However, after walking for a while, the surrounding glowing mist rose into the air like thin, glowing clouds hanging in the sky. It immediately lit up the environment in front of them. As far as the eye could see, there were at least tens of thousands of tombs. They were arranged in a disorderly manner in front of them, stretching endlessly. 808,000 of them. The King of Fire suddenly said faintly. Li Zongjio glanced at the King of Fire. Even he didn't know how many ancient devils there were. The King of Fire didn't know, but he thought that the King of Fire's origin wasn't simple. He might even be related to the ancient demon gods. I can feel my origin energy. The center of the Fire Wraith King's eyebrows gradually lit up with a trace of light. Boom! The hundreds of tombs in front of them suddenly exploded with a loud boom. Countless dust flew, and the tombstones were easily crushed. Then a terrifying demonic beast seeped out of the tombs. Like hundreds of giant moths with their wings open, they rushed towards the three of them. It exploded by itself. You're quite capable. Seeing this, Li Zhongjie directly held the black dragon hammer and swung it forward. At the same time, the terrifying thunderbolt force immediately surged forward. Boom! The thunderbolt force burst out. Some of the demonic beasts crawling out of the tombs were blasted away. However, one of the shorter demonic beasts used a mirror to transfer the thunderbolt force released by Li Zhongjie to the tombstone next to it. Boom! 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 5 consecutive explosions sounded, and 5 more tombstones were directly smashed. Another 5 demonic beasts were completely released. They've already broken the seal a long time ago, and they've been ambushing us. Wan Yulan seemed to have noticed something. These demonic beasts were not much worse than the human race. In fact, they were even more cunning and treacherous. These demonic beasts had no way to break the seal, so they could only rely on Li Zhongjie's strength. Impressive. They even know how to use me. Li Zhongjie was also angered by these low-level demonic beasts. These low-level demonic beasts dared to play tricks in front of Li Zhongjie. These demonic beasts in front of them had no intention of staying idle. They directly rushed towards Li Zhongjie and the other 2. Boom! Tens of thousands of years of seal did not reduce the ferocity of these demonic beasts. Most of them rushed towards Li Zhongjie. Li Zhongjie also very straightforwardly used the hammer in his hand to send the demonic beasts that rushed towards him flying. Some of the demonic beasts struggled to get up, but they realized that Li Zhongjie had already broken all the bones in their bodies. With your standards, you are not enough to jump around in front of me. Wan Yulan and King of Fire also easily took down these demonic beasts in front of them. After seeing Li Zhongjie break the bones of these demonic beasts were naturally unable to move. The 2 of them followed suit. Boom! Boom! The 20 demonic beasts in front of them were only equivalent to the strength of a Yuan monarch. The only powerful one was the one that looked a little shifty-eyed. Its head was like a sharpened carrot, and its body was extremely thin and small. It exuded a dangerous aura. At this moment, it saw that the situation was not good and actually turned to flee deeper into the forest. Whoosh! Trying to run? Li Zhongjie smiled disdainfully, then threw the black dragon hammer in his hand forward. With a loud bang, this ancient demon was directly smashed to the ground. In an instant, it rolled a large circle. Uft! This mouthful of blood almost caused its internal organs to be spat out. The injury was really tragic. King of Fire's fingers flicked. A few wisps of flame flew out and instantly hit these demonic beasts. Immediately, the ancient demons began to cry out in pain and terror. After that, the flames started to burn on the bodies of these devils until they were burned into a pile of ashes, turning into wisps of black gas. These wisps of black gas condensed together and finally turned into a black bead. King of Fire reached out and sucked this black pearl over, directly grabbing it in his hand. Wan Yulan, who was watching from the side, was stunned. These demonic beasts' physiques were extremely special. They could not be killed by swords and could not be burned by fire. Even if they were killed on the spot, it would not take long for them to be resurrected. Their self-healing ability was extremely strong. But today, King of Fire's flames could easily burn these demonic beasts to ashes. This was enough to show the King of Fire's strength. The realm of his flames was very high. Your flames can actually directly burn the demonic beasts. Amazing. Li Zongjio wanted to kill these demonic beasts in his previous life, and the only way was to refine their power. In Li Zongjio's previous life, he had indeed absorbed a lot of people's power. However, most of the time, he had absorbed the power of the devil race. That was how he was able to progress so quickly. Moreover, he had extraordinary talent. That was why he had tenaciously survived and was not assimilated by the devil race. However, King of Fire's move just now could be said to have refined these ancient demons into extremely pure energy. This thing is called a demonic crystal. Its characteristic is that it has no attributes. It can be used to cultivate with any attribute of primordial stones. It is a good thing, but also a great supplement for the demonic beasts. Li Zongjiu said. King of Fire put it away with a flip of his hand. Chapter 11:18. The mat-headed demon was lying on the ground in front of them. It was pressed down by Li Zongjiu's hammer and couldn't move for a long time. When it saw Li Zongjiu and the others walking towards it, it hardened its heart and cut off its chest. After that, the mat-headed demon kept digging the ground with its 2 hands. Boom! The King of Fire directly set the mat-headed demon in front of them on fire. It didn't crawl far before it was burned to ashes. These demons that can crawl out by themselves must have been sealed with the blood essence of those ancient experts. Therefore, as time passed, the power of the seal weakened. Li Zongjiu said, "Let's keep going." Immediately, Li Zongjiu and the other 2 continued to move forward. Although Li Zongjiu didn't know the exact location of the unparalleled sword, judging from the power of the unparalleled sword, the strength of the demon suppressed under the unparalleled sword was definitely not simple, just as Li Zongjiu and the others were exploring. On the other side, Zhou Bachuan led his subordinates and followed the guidance of the map. They came to a tombstone that was nearly 2 meters high. The map in Zhou Bachuan's hand was made of a very special material. It looked like a piece of white paper from the outside, but once inside the demon suppression palace it would appear. It's here. The corpse of the old master is buried here. Zhou Bachuan's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. After waiting bitterly for several decades, he had finally found it. It's been nearly 10,000 years. When we woke up from the ice, the world has completely changed. Master, today Bachuan will take you home. Zhou Bachuan's astonishing words were enough to shock anyone. The owner of this tomb was at least a figure from 10,000 years ago. How could it have anything to do with Zhou Bachuan and the others? But now it seemed that Zhou Bachuan and the others were not people of this era. There were all kinds of situations in the battles between the ancient times and the demons, just like Zhou Bachuan and his group. In fact, these people were part of an army that followed a powerhouse to suppress the devil race in ancient times. However, the devil race that they fought that day was proficient in the power of ice. It directly froze Zhou Bachuan's troops. Under the ice, the master of Zhou Bachuan and the others had used his own blood essence to seal the ice demon. He had also used the last of his strength to inject Yuan Qi into the glacier, allowing Zhou Bachuan and the others to still be alive after being frozen for nearly 10,000 years. They could be reborn. At the same time, he also left behind his last wish. If there was a chance, he wanted to return to his hometown with glory and scatter his ashes on the Black River. In ancient times, the division of territories between the dynasties had yet to take shape. However, Master lived near the Black River Basin. The specific location was no longer easy to find, but even though the Black River had changed, it was still there. After Zhou Bachuan and the others woke up, it could be said that they had been searching for more than 10 years. In the end, they found the location of the Demon Immortal Palace, based on the things left behind by Master on this map. After Li Zongjiu came down, Zhou Bachuan was extremely excited. "General, should we start now?" "Open the tomb." Zhou Bachuan's voice was as firm as steel. "Welcome, Master." The battle axe in his hand gathered a terrifying power and fiercely chopped down in front of him. Boom! The tombstone shattered, and the tomb in front was also directly split into two halves. Just as it was split into two halves, an extremely cold chill permeated the air. Formation. Master used his last bit of blood essence to seal the ice demon and wanted to take away Master's corpse. They thought that they would have to face the ice demon's attack, so they were prepared. Even if it was an extremely tragic battle, they had to fulfill Master's last wish. A cold current suddenly rushed out of the tomb and directly sent the 5 soldiers beside Zhou Bachuan flying. They were sent flying for nearly 50 meters. Fortunately, the cold current was blocked by the shield in their hands. Their bodies rolled, and the sharp long knife at their waist shone in their hands. Kill! Zhou Bachuan swung the battle axe in his hand, cutting the cold current around him. At the same time, he slashed at the ice demon that had just escaped. The giant axe was swung wildly. The ice demon that had just recovered had not yet figured out the situation. It only sensed danger approaching and used the power of ice to protect its body. Vajra-axe! The axe in his hand suddenly emitted a terrifying golden light. Clang! The axe shattered the ice around the ice demon's body that was protecting it, and finally, the axe fell heavily on the ice demon's head. However, the axe was only half embedded. Squeak! A trace of blood seemed to be squeezed out of the blood vessels. Roar! The ice demon directly slammed its palm on Zhou Bachuan's body and sent Zhou Bachuan flying. Even the axe was sent flying, along with a large piece of bone. Bang! His body heavily smashed onto the ground. The ice demon casually waved its hand, and several ice arrows flew towards Zhou Bachuan. Immediately, 5 shields quickly superimposed in front of Zhou Bachuan. Bang! 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 The 5 people protected Zhou Bachuan with all their might. Just as the ice demon was about to kill the 6 people, a terrifying sword energy suddenly flew out from the broken tombstone. It instantly pierced through half of the ice demon's body. It directly shattered half of the ice demon's body. Damn it! The ice demon's eyes were filled with anger. It turned around and glanced at the tomb, then suddenly rushed forward. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the ice demon's figure disappeared before their eyes. Only Zhou Bachuan and the others were left behind, along with the broken tombstone. Master has made his move. When Zhou Bachuan and the others saw the scene just now, they felt proud of their master. Even if it had been 10,000 years, the residual power could still easily injure the ice demon. The ice demon's figure disappeared. Zhou Bachuan and the others would definitely not be able to chase after it. In the end, they could only find their master's corpse first. Let's take our master's corpse first. Zhou Bachuan and the others entered the tomb. Before this, there was an extremely terrifying power under the tomb, which was specially used to seal the demons. If no one opened it from the outside, these demons would not be able to escape. However, now that they had released the ice demon, Zhou Bachuan and the others did not regret it. After burying their master, they would definitely hunt down this ice demon with all their strength. In front of a coffin, Zhou Bachuan and the others directly knelt down with tears in their eyes. Master, Bachuan is late. Zhou Bachuan and the others cowed out a few times. If their master hadn't risked his life to save them, they wouldn't have been able to survive until now. Now that they had awakened in this era, they naturally had their own missions. They needed to complete these missions. They put the coffin in front of them into an empty storage ring. After you go out, gather everyone to guard our master's corpse. You must not let anyone come close. Also, you must not let anyone know. Zhou Bachuan said, General, I will go and inform Evil Lord and the others. This ice demon has been trapped for 10,000 years, but its strength is still so strong. We must not lower our guard. Lord Evil Dominator is our benefactor. We can't abandon them. Zhou Bachuan said, Let us follow you, General. Protecting our master is the most important thing. Go, this is an order. After a lot of twists and turns, he was able to find his master's corpse at the last moment. Now he had to go and complete other things. Then Zhou Bachuan got a few soldiers to return with the map. With the map in hand, it was as good as having a pass. Hence, he could come and go as he pleased. However, there was only one map. If Zhou Bachuan wanted to leave, he had to catch up with Li Zongjiu and the others, carrying the battle axe in his hand. Zhou Bachuan had fulfilled one of his greatest wishes on this trip. Since that was the case, there was nothing to be concerned about. Outside the 9 cities. No, we've been fooled. Soul Destroyer Supreme suddenly stopped. The city was clearly in front of them, but they had been wandering around here for at least 4 hours. How could such a thing happen? How could 2 Supreme experts be fooled? Soul Destroyer Supreme immediately came to his senses and was extremely angry. Zhu Sha also came to her senses. Soul Destroyer Supreme immediately blasted a palm forward. The direction of the attack was the land of the 9 cities. Bang! Bang! The land of the 9 cities was destroyed by the palm. It's fake. Not only were the 2 Supreme Being level powerhouses walking in circles, they were also walking in a fake direction. Chapter 1119. Both Supreme Soul Slayer and Zhu Sha felt a burning pain on their faces. If there was only one person here, it would have been fine. But now there was another person here, which gave them a lot of pressure. I didn't expect that damned Li Zongjiu to be so despicable and shameless. I don't know where he got this crooked method from. Let's kill that kid as soon as possible. The 2 of them began to curse Li Zongjiu, who had no backbone. He was using such a despicable method to stall for time. In the sky, beside Lu Baixian, there were 2 white-haired old men. Their strength was at the Supreme Being realm. I say, old Lu, who the hell are you? Why are you so angry that you actually came all the way here to invite us out? The 2 old men were a man and a woman. They were dressed like a couple, but they seemed to have retired for a long time. They didn't expect that their old friend would suddenly appear from the sky and say that he was going to kill someone. Moreover, he didn't allow them to ask, saying that he didn't have time to explain. It's a kid called Li Zongjiu. Today, no matter what, all of you must avenge me. Hearing Lu Baishuan's murderous tone, the 2 old men looked at each other. At this moment, a huge fluctuation came from below. The 3 of them couldn't help but look down. It's that kid. Speaking of which, this fluctuation is not weak at all. The 2 old men that Lu Baixian brought were called Dust-Dwelling and Qinmian. Dust-Dwelling stared down and descended without hesitation. A powerful aura immediately shrouded the area below. Both Supreme Soul Slayer and Zhu Sha, who had just broken through the mystifying array, were immediately attracted by Dust-Dwelling's aura. Damn it! Do they think that there's no one in Black Canal Basilica? How dare they provoke us again and again? Supreme Soul Slayer was so angry that his chest felt suffocated. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. He had been trapped in the maze formation for such a long time. In front of the enemy, he would have been like an idiot, walking in circles in the same place. And now, the other party had attacked again. The main thing was that the person who was attacking now was unknown which side he was on. Do you think that you can crush the entire continent just because you're at Jizuan Realm? I, Miahun, will teach you a lesson today. The person who came directly used his own aura to announce his position as the Overlord, making it clear that he was provoking them. Naturally, Sovereign Soul Slayer was extremely displeased. He rose into the air with a terrifying black airflow. He charged towards the dust dwelling in the sky. Boom! The huge black torrent immediately rushed in front of the dust dwelling like a 1,000-meter waterfall. Humph, you're courting death. The dust dwelling faced the attack with a palm strike, suppressing it with his own vigorous yuan force. He wanted to defeat the opponent's power, but at the same time he knew that the opponent's strength should not be underestimated. After reserving some of his strength for defense, the 2 ferocious forces instantly collided. Suddenly there was a loud explosion. Boom! The ground under Sovereign Soul Slayer's feet suddenly shattered, spreading for hundreds of meters. Deputy Palace Master! Ju Sha stepped forward, wanting to see how Sovereign Soul Slayer was doing. After all, the Deputy Palace Master did not seem to have gained much from the collision of forces. Kill this man! Supreme Soul Slayer only had these 4 short words. Originally, he had been cultivating on the sacred mountain, living a peaceful life. At the same time, he had been enjoying the supreme privileges. However, as soon as he left the mountain, he suffered a series of setbacks. Could it be that he, the Soul Destroyer Supreme, was no longer suitable for the rules of this world? Impossible. Rules? What are rules? Strength is the rule. Since you dare to provoke me, I'll kill you first. Then I'll kill that Li Zongjiu. Maybe the person in front of them was the one sent by Li Zongjiu to delay them. Without saying a word, the 2 supreme beings unleashed a terrifying power at the same time. Immediately, a vortex was formed on the ground. Under the vortex, the dust abode in the sky was immediately trapped by the power of the 2 supreme beings below. An invisible force imprisoned the latter. It was impossible for him to break free. However, Dust House, who was trapped, did not panic. In fact, he did not even struggle. Instead, he simply maintained his original state. This leisurely attitude of his surprised the 2 men below. Not good. Suddenly, Sovereign Soul Slayer exclaimed, 2 against 1. Are you competing in numbers? 2 more figures descended from the sky. What followed was a storm-like bombardment. Lu Baixian and Qin Mian kept releasing their origin energy, blasting it toward the 2 supremes on the ground. When one's cultivation reached this level, there were very few weapons that could withstand their power, because the terrifying origin energy in their bodies was an extremely terrifying force. Immediately, this explosive force was released. Boom! 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 The ground beneath Sovereign Soul Slayer and Qin Mian's feet was blown up. Almost the entire mountain range was shattered, and the old land of the 9 cities, which was not far away, also collapsed with a loud bang at this moment. The battle here directly affected the old land of 9 cities, which was 1,000 meters away. Li Yan saw that the old land of 9 cities had been destroyed beyond recognition. The mountain city seemed to be swallowed by the mountain and kept collapsing. Immediately, Li Yan quietly left from the other side of the mountain city. After all, Li Zongjiu had instructed her to do so. In such a dangerous environment, protecting one's own safety was the most important thing. Even now, Li Yan didn't know where the battle was going. Why did it suddenly start? Moreover, there were so many experts involved. Even Li Yan didn't know where so many experts came from. Originally, the mystifying array could only trap the 2 for a short while. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them started to wander around in the mystifying array as if they were taking a stroll. When the mystifying array was broken, Li Yan was already prepared to escape. Now, such a chaotic battle had occurred. Li Yan couldn't care less. Her life was more important. Whoosh! Li Yan descended freely from the top of a mountain. Her body was graceful, and she flew down the mountain at high speed. Her figure completely disappeared from the old land of 9 cities. As for what would become of the old land of 9 cities, Li Yan couldn't control it. Inside the secret realm of the Demon Suppression Palace, in front of Li Zongjiu's group of 3, a great hall so tall that it reached the sky appeared. In front of the hall, there were 4 tombstones that were more than 50 meters tall. In front of the tower in front of them, Li Zongjiu saw the top of the tower at a glance. It was filled with divine light. Demon Suppression Ruler. Chapter 1120. The Supreme Treasure of the Demon Suppressing Palace. The Demon Suppressing Ruler. In his previous life, someone had obtained the Demon Suppressing Ruler and killed many people. Later, the Demon Suppressing Ruler disappeared without a trace. Li Zongjiu did not know what happened. After all, he was not strong enough at that time. However, the Demon Suppressing Ruler was very famous. It was because of the disappearance of the demon-suppressing ruler that the demon race surged. Without the deterrence of a powerful weapon, the demon race was in chaos and the flames of war spread. Palace Guardian Gate. Li Zongjiu and the others did not get carried away by the appearance of the treasure. Although Wan Yulan knew that the treasure was in front of her, Wan Yulan was not moved. There must be a reason why these things were here. If they were taken away, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Wan Yulan also knew that if Li Zongjiu did not take it away, others would take it away. Rather than falling into the hands of others, it was better to give it to Li Zongjiu. In front of the main hall, there were 2 iron cavalry statues. With their eyesight, they could see that there was a formation under the iron cavalry statues. If they were too close, they would be attacked by the Palace Guardian Gate. In order to get the demon-suppressing ruler, they must first deal with the attacks of the 2 Palace Guardian Gate. I'll block the 2 Palace Guardians. You go get the treasure. King of Fire pinched a flame between his fingers. As the flame danced, it released a terrifying threat. Okay. Li Zongjiu nodded. Wait a minute. Look under your feet. Wan Yulan suddenly said. Only then did everyone lower their heads to take a look. Unknowingly, they had already stepped into an array. Oh no, everyone be careful! Li Zongjiu immediately shouted. Then, in front of each other, their figures disappeared in an instant. Buzz! There was only one person left. In Li Zongjiu's eyes, he could no longer see Wan Yulan and the Fire Wraith King's silhouettes. Although Li Zongjiu released his power in time and blasted it forward, he was still unable to see them. However, since the formation had been activated, it was impossible to find the Fire Wraith King and the others, unless they could break out of the formation. Rumble. Continuous vibrations came. Li Zongjiu immediately looked at the 4 tombstones around them, for huge phantoms gradually emerged. What a mysterious formation! It's actually using the power of the demon race to protect the formation. When Li Zongjiu saw this, he was slightly surprised by the wisdom of these ancient people. These people had indeed mastered all kinds of cultivation. In fact, the cultivation level of the continent as a whole was still quite low. It had to wait for at least 1,000 years. At that time, a large number of ancient tombs would appear one after another. Only then would some of the things from the past be brought out. Combined with the new world's rules, they would form an even more powerful combination. Only then would the overall level be restored. It was far from being as brilliant as it was in ancient times. However, since Li Zongjiu learned about the existence of the sacred martial realm, which was even more powerful than the Shengwu continent, he couldn't help but wonder if the experts from ancient times had all migrated to the sacred martial realm. Therefore, the Shengwu continent was a barren land. Or rather, the Shengwu continent was originally the Shengwu continent. It was a place used to seal the demon race. Basically, it was abandoned to such a state. The series of events made Li Zongjiu speculate. If that was the case, once he entered the sacred martial realm, it would be an even more dangerous and vast world. Before that, he needed to be even more powerful. The shadows that appeared behind the 4 tombstones. Astonishingly, they were 4 ancient demons. 1,000-legged blood fiend insect, hell bull demon, ghost-winged tiger, saber-toothed spider. These 4 ancient demons were definitely existences at the Demon Emperor level. Although they were just some power projections at the moment, it would not be easy for an ordinary primitive emperor to escape from the hands of these 4 ancient demons. However, for Li Zongjiu, the strength of these people was not enough to be feared at all. Without saying a word, the black dragon hammer smashed the 4 ancient demons into pieces. However, with the help of the formation, even after being smashed by Li Zongjiu, the black dragon hammer was still able to recover. Moreover, the strength of the black dragon hammer increased once again. Li Zongjiu also began to study this formation. Generally speaking, when you were trapped in a formation, you would not be able to find any trace of it. Only after you touched the formation would you be able to find out how the formation operated. From there, you would be able to find some clues. After finding the pattern, you would be able to destroy it. After observing for a while, Li Zongjiu's eyes lit up, and he had an answer in his heart. 4 palaces guarding immortal and indestructible. For palaces, Xian formation. In order to break such a 4 palaces Xian formation, one must first find the main position. The 1,000-legged blood fiend worm before Li Zongjiu was horrifying in appearance, but its strength was nothing to be scoffed at. Even if this ancient demon appeared before Li Zongjiu in its true form, it would not pose much of a threat. However, if the formation was not broken, they would be trapped in the formation forever. Found it, the saber-toothed spider is guarding the main palace. As long as I destroy the saber-toothed spider's life gate, the formation will be broken. The 3 ancient demons beside him pounced again. Li Zongjiu sent the 3 ancient demons flying and rushed directly to the tombstone guarded by the saber-toothed spider. The hammer fell, and suddenly the tombstone was smashed into pieces. Soon after, the silhouettes of the 4 demon clans began to dim and eventually disappeared. Li Zongjiu's figure returned to the original position. It was no different from before. However, he did not see the King of Fire and Wan Yulan. Instead, there were 2 rays of light on the signboard of the demon suppression tower in front of him. Li Zongjiu could sense that it should be the 2 people trapped in the formation. Looks like this is a test formation. If they could not pass, they would most likely be sent out. Li Zongjiu could imagine the wisdom of these ancient powerhouses, and the nature of the demon race, which was difficult to eliminate, made them stay. Otherwise, there was no need for the demon suppression palace to appear. They could have just destroyed it. Therefore, someone had to regain control of the demon suppression ruler. Just as Li Zongjiu was waiting, he suddenly felt that a tombstone in the distance seemed to be moving. At the same time, there was a chill in the air. Wait, why is there still a fluctuation? There was no telling what would happen in the surrounding environment. Just as Li Zongjiu was about to take a look, suddenly there was a loud boom. The ground in front of him suddenly caved in. At the same time, the aura of an ancient demon expert spread out. This time it was a real ancient demon expert. The aura released from his body was ancient and pure. Yunzhongzi, so what if you have trapped me for 35,000 years? Today I am still free. You, on the other hand, have long since turned into a pile of white bones and died. Ha ha ha. Chapter 11:21. Heat waves rolled over. Fire demon. When Li Zongjiu saw the figure of this demon, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This was too much of a coincidence. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had also killed a fire demon. From the looks of it, it was this one. One had to know that this fire demon was extremely powerful. After it escaped in his previous life, it was also extremely cunning. It fled everywhere, relying on its tyrannical strength, and wherever it went, it would kill. There were even many sects on this continent that joined forces to hunt down the fire demon. However, the fire demon was never caught. Instead, it became stronger and stronger. Later on, Li Zongjiu was eating in a small town and happened to encounter a fire demon that came to cause trouble. Thus, he conveniently killed the latter. At that time, Li Zongjiu was already in the Supreme Being realm. Of course, being able to kill this fire demon was also related to the latter state. After all, for such a long time, the fire demon was basically in a state of escape. It would more or less run into some experts. Its state had not recovered, and it continued to be in a state of critical health. Then, it encountered the young and vigorous evil lord. Of course, it didn't end well, and at this very moment, they actually met in such a dramatic place. However, they didn't know how this fire demon broke out of the ground. Lord, evil lord, be careful. In the distance, Zhou Bachuan also suddenly rushed over. It wasn't easy for him to find Li Zongjiu. However, It seemed that he was a step too late. "Why are you here?" Li Zongjio looked at Zhou Bachuan. After that, Zhou Bachuan also briefly explained his origin and the ice demon that had been released. However, it seemed that he was a step too late. Li Zongjio wasn't surprised at Zhou Bachuan's origin. After all, Zhou Bachuan was only frozen for 10,000 years and was only revived now. However, Li Zongjio didn't know how he was reborn. She still had her memories. Li Zongjio had also done some research on what was happening to him. He had long ruled out the possibility that this was some messy inner demon tribulation. It was even more impossible for it to be some sort of time reversal array. It was an actual and complete rebirth. Therefore, Li Zongjio only acknowledged Zhou Bachuan's background. "I knew that your axe was a little strange. If you were at your peak, you would have been able to control it." Li Zongjio flicked the axe in the latter's hand. Sure enough, the quality was pure, as expected of the craftsmanship of the ancient times. It would not be so easy to forge such a weapon now. What Zhou Bachuan didn't expect was that Li Zongjio wasn't surprised at all. It was as if he already knew, as expected of a young expert. Even in the ancient times, there were very few people who had the talent and vision of Milord. Zhou Bachuan said with sincere admiration. He naturally thought highly of Li Zongjio's breadth of mind and vision. He didn't even have the slightest hint of flattery in his words. "No matter what, you were the one who released this ice demon. I'll deal with it for you. After we leave, you can work in my white deer mansion." It wasn't easy to find such an ancient warrior. It had been tens of thousands of years, but he was still so loyal. Li Zongjio couldn't give him up. He was a treasure. "I'll do as you say, sir." Zhou Bachuan didn't hesitate at all. To be able to meet a monarch who didn't think of them as freaks made Zhou Bachuan feel much more at ease. Moreover, Zhou Bachuan also had to consider the safety of so many of his brothers. With so many brothers here, they would need to consume a large amount of resources every day. They couldn't possibly hide in the mountains and be bandits for the rest of their lives. Therefore, Zhou Bachuan urgently needed a wise monarch to be able to support his brothers. To Zhou Bachuan, this was a huge expense. Since Li Zongjio was willing to accept them, Zhou Bachuan could also see that Li Zongjio was a monarch with great potential. Their duty had always been to support him. Zhou Bachuan wasn't good at being a monarch or overlord. "It's been a long time since I ate a human." The fire demon in front gradually released its aura. It closed in on Li Zongjio and Li Zongjio. The flame demon was tall and big, and its entire body was crimson red. There was a ball of flame burning continuously on its forehead. The fire demon appeared in front of the two. Behind, it was something that looked like a giant butterfly. It was ice blue all over. That was the ice demon. It was the ice demon that had released the seal on the fire demon. "Be careful, the ice demon is extremely strong. My master used up all his energy to trap the ice demon. The strength of the fire demon in front of us is at least 3 times that of the ice demon," Zhou Bachuan said in a low voice. Zhou Bachuan's combat strength was rather special. He could challenge those of a higher level. The strength of Zhou Bachuan's own energy was at the level of the Yuan monarch realm. However, he was able to fight head-on with Lu Wan, who was at the peak of the Yuan emperor realm. In the end, he even decapitated the other party. This was enough to prove his strength. However, the strength of the ice demon hadn't reached the supremacy realm. It was still at the Yuan emperor realm. Previously, it had easily broken through the defensive formation of Zhou Bachuan and the others. If it hadn't been for the secret move left behind by their master, everyone present would have suffered. Therefore, the supremacy realm was only used as a reference. The true extent of one's strength could only be known after a fight. Interesting. This time, you won't have the chance to cause trouble. Li Zongjio looked at the fire demon in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. In his previous life, at least this guy had been free and unfettered for a long time. It had been at least 500 to 600 years. Hee, overestimating yourself, human. The fire demon stretched out his hand, and a flame immediately condensed in his hand. It became a fire wolf club that was nearly 3 meters long. Li Zongjio shook his head, grabbed the black dragon hammer, and rushed out. Boom! When Li Zongjio rushed in front of the fire demon, he directly smashed the fire demon's body with his hammer. In an instant, the flame demon was sent flying. Bang! The fire demon's body flew back a few hundred meters. Who knew how many times he had rolled on the ground? Finally, it came to a stop after hitting a grave. After seeing this scene, the ice demon on the side screamed and wanted to escape. It didn't dare to face Li Zongjio head-on. However, Li Zongjio directly grabbed one of the ice demon's wings. Then he pulled with force. Rip! With a crisp sound, the ice demon's wings were easily broken. Ah! The ice demon screamed and fell to the ground. Li Zongjio stepped on it and smashed the black dragon hammer in his hand on the ice demon's head. At the same time, the black dragon hammer poured a terrifying power into it and directly destroyed the demon's power in the ice demon's body. Oh! At this moment, Li Zongjio felt the power of the black dragon hammer in his hand, as if it was awakening. It seemed that only the blood of these high-level demons could awaken the power of the black dragon hammer. Chapter 11:22. Zhou Bachuan had previously led his team to fight this ice demon. The latter's strength was not something that Zhou Bachuan and the others could resist. However, this cunning and powerful ice demon was defeated by Li Zongjio in an instant. It was truly unbelievable. That's too fierce. Zhou Bachuan originally wanted to help Li Zongjio block the ice demon and do his best to delay the ice demon. He did not expect Li Zongjio to be so strong. Even his master did not have such strength 10,000 years ago. Of course, this was also related to the fact that these demon experts had yet to recover their strength, even though they had escaped. The Balrog had seen the ice demon's body being shattered with his own eyes. He had also personally experienced Li Zongjio's strength. He would definitely be at a disadvantage if he fought with the latter. My strength has yet to recover. How can I be trapped here? I'll let you go first. The Balrog had already made up his mind to leave this place first. Since he could not defeat Lin Fan, the Balrog believed that he had some strength when it came to escaping. Immediately, the Balrog's feet seemed to be stepping on a flaming wheel, and his body was like a raging fire. However, he did not run far before he saw a looming figure appear in front of him. What? The Balrog saw clearly that it was the young man from before. How can it be? You dare to block me? Die! The Balrog roared and waved the wolf flame cudgel in his hand. At this moment, it was like a blazing prairie fire that blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it attacked Li Zongjio, completely blocking his escape route. The flame in the Balrog's hand was the demon fire, which was different from the spiritual fire. The demon fire could not be used for alchemy, but for destruction. The destructive fire appeared in front of him. At this moment, Li Zongjio transformed into a golden dragon and charged directly into the sea of fire in front of him. The surrounding flames only brushed past him and did not cause any harm to Li Zongjio. As he charged out, Li Zongjio shook his body and transformed into a terrifying crimson dragon again. The blood-red dragon appeared. Immediately, its claws fell and stomped the Balrog to the ground. Roar! You dare to stomp on me! The Balrog roared angrily. Even in ancient times, it had never suffered such humiliation. After escaping with great difficulty, it was still stomped under someone's foot. Immediately, the energy within the Balrog's body was released wildly. At this moment, he was really angry. Although the demon race was greedy for life and afraid of death, they still cared about their reputation. The flame demon's body immediately became boiling hot, as if it was a large rock that had been scooped out of magma. It possessed an extremely terrifying heat attribute and could easily incinerate everything in the world. At this moment, even Li Zongjiu felt a burning sensation beneath his feet. Die for me! However, Li Zongjiu was not afraid of this power. Facing the Balrog's head, he transformed back into his original form and smashed the Balrog's head with his hammer. Boom! In an instant, the Balrog's body turned into countless fragments. Its body was directly smashed into pieces. The Balrog did not have time to say anything before it was smashed into pieces. At Li Zongjiu's feet, there was only a pile of ashes left. I let you escape. Li Zongjiu looked at the black dragon hammer in his hand. At this moment, the black dragon hammer was surrounded by a dark red light. It seemed to be accumulating energy. Obviously, it was the energy snatched from the Balrog's body. Although the Balrog had escaped, most of its energy was absorbed by the black dragon hammer. Fuck, what are you? Why are you so fierce? Li Zongjiu was really unable to figure out the origin of this hammer. Even the origin spirit of the Black Dragon Sovereign had rushed in impatiently upon seeing the hammer, taking it for himself. Now he was cultivating within the hammer every single day. It gave people the feeling that he was cultivating with this hammer. At this moment, Li Zongjiu could be considered to have developed a new effect and function of this hammer. It could actually absorb the energy of the demon race so easily to strengthen himself. There was definitely a mystery behind it. You're also overbearing enough. Li Zongjiu did not continue to study this hammer. The more strange and powerful it was, the better it was for Li Zongjiu. When the Balrog had escaped, it had not done so on its own initiative. Instead, it was an innate skill of the demon race, called demon protection. No one knew how it was triggered. In short, it could instantly disappear without a trace. As for where it would appear, they had no way of controlling it. This was also the reason why the demon race was so hard to kill. As long as it escaped to a place and recovered for a period of time, it would definitely be able to recover to its peak state. It was unlike human cultivators, who had to spend a lot of effort just to cultivate. It was said that the final battle between the ancient era and the demon race was because the experts of the continent had arranged a kind of array that allowed the demon race, who could resurrect infinitely, to resurrect within the range of the array and not be able to escape. Of course, this was what Li Zongjiu had learned in his previous life. As for what the situation was, no one knew. Even Zhou Bachuan did not know. After all, Zhou Bachuan had been frozen from the start. It was simply a formality, and he was frozen. Did the Balrog use the demon protection technique just now? Zhou Bachuan was extremely shocked when he sensed the disappearance of the Balrog. When Li Zongjiu returned, he could not help but ask. Yes, it escaped. Immediately, Zhou Bachuan's pupils shrank. He was extremely shocked. The Balrog was very powerful. In ancient times, there was a demon monster list. The Balrog was a terrifying existence that could at least rank in the top 50 on the demon monster list. As for the ice demon, its strength hovered around the top 100. Of course, to deal with these demons, one had to make sufficient preparations to be able to contend with them. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Such a demon in ancient times would be a very big disaster. Even if the Balrog was alone, it was enough to destroy a sect or even a sect city. In a city, there was a circle of forces formed by several allied sects, and it was called a sect city. However, Li Zongjiu had only made a few moves, and he was able to beat the flame demon to the point where it had to use such a method to escape. This was truly admirable. Li Zongjiu's strength was too terrifying. Soul-subduing flying dagger. Li Zongjiu came to the tombstone that the Balrog had exploded. He found a soul-subduing flying dagger on the ground. The soul-subduing flying dagger was the magic treasure of the Cloud Sky Sect's great elder, Yun Zhongzi. Back then, Elder Yun Zhongzi was famous for his soul-subduing flying dagger. When the flying dagger appeared, the demons collapsed like a mountain. Zhou Bachuan explained, indicating that the origin of the flying dagger was not simple. Well, it just so happens that it is a spiritual-type magic treasure. I will make do with it first." Li Zongjio put away the soul-subduing flying dagger. He would refine it later. Li Zongjio himself was a very quiet person. If he could avoid fighting, he would not. If he insisted on getting himself covered in blood, then he would be a barbarian. Therefore, this flying dagger could be used very well in killing enemies. The effect could not be better. The two returned to the demon-subduing tower. They found that one of the figures on the demon-subduing tower's plaque had disappeared. It seems that Wan Yulan failed. Li Zongjiu looked at the disappearing light. The aura was weak. It should be that Wan Yulan failed to break through the formation. After all, Wan Yulan's research on formations was not so thorough. You should also try. Otherwise, you won't be able to get in. Li Zongjiu said. Zhou Bachuan had just stepped forward when he was directly sucked away. Suddenly, there was an additional aura on the plaque. It turned out that they were all trapped in this formation just now. Unknowingly, they were trapped in the formation. The strength of these people was indeed very powerful. This formation was extremely profound. A light flashed. King of Fire was also released and landed not far from Li Zongjiu. When he saw Li Zongjiu, King of Fire was obviously relieved. After all, the formation was powerful. It was better that Li Zongjiu did not have any accident. Where is that girl? She should have been sent out. Li Zongjiu said. Let's enter the tower. The truly powerful devils were all suppressed under this tower. The tombstones outside were, in fact, just some miscellaneous soldiers. It was precisely because of the existence of the demon-suppressing tower that those demon clan experts who had the ability to penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth did not appear. Chapter 11:23. Zhou Bachuan was also trapped in the Four Palaces Xian formation. Even with Zhou Bachuan's strength, it would be difficult for him to escape in a short time. When Li Zongjiu and Jian Wushuang walked into the demon-suppressing tower, they also stared at the two guardian statues. If they couldn't pass through the Four Palaces Xian formation and wanted to force their way in, they would definitely activate the two guardian statues. If these two statues were revived, they would easily crush Supreme Being experts. Even if Li Zongjiu and Jian Wushuang wanted to force their way in, their chances of success wouldn't be too high. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any obstacles. When they walked into the demon-suppressing tower, immediately he felt the strong fighting spirit of the ancient ancestors. Their resolute will was guarding this place for the sake of saving the world from suffering. What a strong will! When the two walked into the demon-suppressing tower, they felt at least 10 terrifying wills. Even after tens of thousands of years, they still had such strong power. These people were at least Supreme Saint Realm when they were alive. Li Zongjiu had never been to the demon-suppressing tower before. When he felt these powerful wills, the demon-suppressing tower directly disappeared. He really didn't know who destroyed the demon-suppressing tower at that time. They should have been cut into pieces. The surroundings were empty. It was as if there was nothing, but it was filled with the wills of experts. This demon-suppressing tower is also the technique imparting hall. After Li Zongjiu sensed it, he opened his eyes and said. He turned to look at the King of Fire beside him. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the King of Fire's body seemed to be in great pain. What's wrong? When Li Zongjiu wanted to wake the King of Fire up, he found that the King of Fire's body suddenly released a terrifying flame energy. Even Li Zongjiu's palm was covered in the flame. Li Zongjiu felt the pain. He wanted to use his origin energy to disperse the flame. However, he found that the fire in the King of Fire's body couldn't be extinguished. He could only use the towering flame to force it out of his body. King of Fire! Li Zongjiu shouted angrily. Suddenly, the King of Fire covered his head with his hands. His eyes were burning with fire. He seemed to want to use his own strength to fight against the wills of the experts in the demon-suppressing hall. However, it was useless. The Fire Wraith King was in great pain. "Stop!" Li Zongjio shouted angrily. Obviously, the power of the demon-suppressing of Fire's body was refining the King of Fire's body. As for the Fire Ghost King's identity, Li Zongjio could already guess it. "I am the spirit of the ancestor of fire, one of the 5 sacred ancestors of the demon race." The Fire Wraith King's eyes also lit up. At this moment, she was still trying to maintain her consciousness because the pressure around her was too strong. At the same time, the King of Fire's own will was stimulated. The more he was suppressed, the stronger the King of Fire became, sacred ancestor of the demon race. Li Zongjio was shocked by the King of Fire's true identity. He actually had such an arrogant and domineering origin. However, the King of Fire in front of him didn't have the characteristics of the demon race. He seemed to be a demon race expert who had completely jumped out of his shell. The King of Fire's face was pale. He looked at Li Zongjio and smiled faintly. "From the moment I was trapped in Flying Moon City, you knew that my life wasn't long. If you want to obtain anything in the Demon Suppressing Hall and obtain the Demon Suppressing Ruler, you'll have to kill me first. Kill me, and you'll be rewarded with unparalleled good karma." The King of Fire looked at Li Zongjio and said seriously, "Kill the King of Fire? How could that be possible?" With Li Zongjio's personality, there was no way he would do such a thing. The supreme treasure of demon suppressing was right above his head. The demon suppressing ruler was bound to contain the will of a peak saint from the ancient times. The benefits he could obtain were innumerable. Moreover, Li Zongjio, do it. Even if you don't kill me, the demon suppressing hall won't let me go. Today is the day my life ends. You saved me once, so I'll fulfill your wish. The King of Fire's flames burned even more brilliantly. However, Li Zongjio didn't move from his spot. No one knew what he was thinking. The King of Fire naturally couldn't hold on any longer. What a joke! Li Zongjio, am not the kind of person who would betray my friends. Li Zongjio's eyes shone brightly. At this moment, the evil lord's confidence and dominance seemed to have returned. He was back at the peak of his strength all those years ago. "King of Fire, I don't care who you are. As long as you're a friend of mine. Li Zongjio, I'll protect you. I'll protect you." Li Zongjio didn't waste any more words. If he continued, the King of Fire wouldn't be able to hold on. Li Zongjio rushed to the King of Fire's side. He helped the King of Fire to his feet, then placed his hands on the King of Fire's back. "Use my inner energy as fuel to break through the suppression," Li Zongjio growled. Then, the surging inner energy in his body surged into the King of Fire's body. In an instant, Li Zongjio also felt the terrifying pressure coming from the Demon Suppression Hall. At this moment, Li Zongjio's aura and the King of Fire's aura seemed to be of the same origin. He would be regarded as a fallen human by the Demon Suppression Hall. The King of Fire's strength was very strong. Even in the 4-palace profound formation, there was nothing wrong with him. Only when he walked into the main hall of the Demon Suppression Hall did the King of Fire truly confirm his identity. Only then did such a scene occur. No devil race member could hide here. Since this was the case, the King of Fire also knew that if Li Zongjio wanted to obtain the Demon Suppression Ruler, he must have enough merit. And this merit was the King of Fire himself. Therefore, even if he had some guesses, the King of Fire had already thought it through. He was going to sacrifice himself to help Li Zongjio. "If you do this, you will also die. Hurry up and let go." The King of Fire felt Li Zongjio's energy converging into his body, and the pressure on his body immediately decreased by a lot. However, his own energy was still constantly attacking Li Zongjio. At this moment, the King of Fire's own flame energy was automatically mobilized to protect its master. Therefore, it was difficult for the King of Fire to control it. "It's fine. If I don't want to die, no one in this world can kill me. Li Zongjio smiled faintly. From within his body, the three great Yuan dragons' roars immediately emerged. A powerful, majestic aura constantly pervaded the Demon Suppression Hall. It wanted to contend with the majestic aura of the Demon Suppression Hall. In order to protect Li Zongjio, the two of them bitterly resisted in this manner. Li Zongjio's body was gradually collapsing due to the pressure from both sides. However, Li Zongjio's body did not move at all. The powerful willpower in his body also allowed Li Zongjio to persevere. He must resist the will of the Demon Suppression Hall to the end. The auras of the three great Yuan dragon powers had also changed from their peak state to an extremely dispirited state. Roar! The first to be defeated was the White Dragon's origin spirit. It directly drilled into Li Zongjio's body. Next was the Golden Dragon. It once again turned into a ray of golden light and returned to Li Zongjio's body. However, it did not provide any assistance to Li Zongjio, because this was the state after the energy was exhausted. The Blood Dragon's origin spirit was full of vigor. However, after struggling for nearly 5 minutes, the Blood Dragon's origin spirit finally had no choice. With a boom, it directly exploded into pieces. The remaining energy poured into Li Zongjio's body. The moment the Blood Dragon's origin spirit disappeared, the pressure that Li Zongjio and the King of Fire both felt was like the weight of 100,000 mountains. Under this force, Li Zongjio's body would soon be unable to withstand it. On top of that, the Fire Wraith King's protective flames kept burning. In Li Zongjio's eyes, this seemed to be the last bit of hidden power. When a force emerged from Li Zongjio's eyes, for a short moment, both of them felt relaxed. Li Zongjio had no other way. He was only holding on with his last breath. As long as Li Zongjio let go now, all the threats would disappear. However, the King of Fire would be obliterated. At this moment, Li Zongjio also intended to hold on with the King of Fire until the last moment. Clang! A crisp sound. Li Zongjio looked down. It turned out that the black dragon hammer at his waist had fallen to the ground. Chapter 11:24. The 9 cities were destroyed because of the battle between the 5 Supreme Being experts. The array set up by Li Yun was also destroyed because of this. In addition, the great changes caused by the battle between Supreme Soul Slayer and the others immediately stimulated the aura of the Demon Immortal Palace. The original intention of the Demon Immortal Palace was for the heroes of the world to compete for it. After all, the things from 10,000 years ago needed to be passed down. As for the selection, it was up to the will of the heavens. After all, the dead couldn't be chosen by the heavens. However, at the very beginning, Li Zongjio and the others had set up an array to cover up the aura of the Demon Immortal Palace. When the aura was released, it soared into the sky. Supreme Soul Slayer and the others were dumbfounded when they saw the entrance of the Demon Immortal Palace. They had been fighting here for so long, but they didn't expect that the entrance to the Demon Immortal Palace would be here. Damn Li Zongjio! Damn Li Zongjio! Lu Baixian and Supreme Soul Slayer said almost at the same time. They looked at each other. They didn't expect to have such a tacit understanding between them. The main source of this tacit understanding was Li Zongjio. You're also here for that kid? Lu Baixian stared at Supreme Soul Slayer in front of him. They had been fighting for a long time, but he still couldn't recognize the person in front of him. After all, both of them had been in a semi-retired state for a long time. In addition, both of them were very hot-tempered. Strange. Why do I find you familiar? Aren't you from Black Canal Basilica? Supreme Soul Slayer only recognized the person in front of him after fighting for a long time. Wasn't he Lu Baixian, who had been humiliated by Li Zongjio? It had only been a short while, but Lu Baixian had already summoned 2 unfamiliar powerhouses. Therefore, the strength of a Supreme Being expert couldn't be underestimated. They could find someone to kill you at any time. Even if you lost in a one-on-one battle, they could still gang up on you. Isn't this Vice Sect Leader Lu? So it was all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Just now, both sides were in a hurry to kill each other. Their tempers were very bad. Now that they knew each other, there was nothing to say. Naturally, they laughed it off. Both sides had gotten to know each other through a fight. The main reason was that they had discovered each other's strength in the process of exchanging blows. It wasn't easy to deal with them. Since they couldn't win, they would only be at a disadvantage if they continued to fight. In addition, both sides had a common enemy. Naturally, they wanted to cripple Li Zongjio. With a common enemy, they could at least be friends for the time being. The powerful aura of the demon-suppressing palace attracted many experts. Even some people who were loitering around the Black River region immediately sensed the presence of this aura. It's the demon-suppressing palace. It's the aura of the demon-suppression palace. What a dense demon aura! Some experts who had been invited by the Black Canal Basilica arrived as promised. However, when they arrived, they found that the Black Canal Basilica had been completely replaced. Therefore, they could only rely on their own methods to find the entrance to the demon suppression palace. There were many transcendental existences similar to the Supreme Sky sect in the surroundings of the three dynasties. Several top sects in the Tianyin dynasty also came to participate. One of them was the Heavenly Water sect. When Li Zongjio went to look for the mountain sea sparrow, he met the disciples of the Heavenly Water sect. The 3 elders of the Heavenly Water sect came this time. They brought 5 disciples with them to broaden their horizons. At this moment, these 8 people were also in Juhua City. When they sensed the direction of the demon suppression palace, they immediately gathered together. Behind them, many people had already leaped into the air and rushed in that direction. Boom! A group of people flew across the sky. Elder, it's the demon suppression palace. Let's follow them. The leader of the Heavenly Water sect was a woman in a long dress. She looked very young, but the fact that she was the leader of the elders was enough to prove her strength. There was a tricolored flower engraved between Elder Gong's eyebrows. It was a symbol of strength. 3 flowers gathering. The place where the top talents of the Heavenly Water sect gathered. It was called the 3 Flowers Gathering. Elder Gong was an elder of the 3 Flowers Gathering, so she was even more powerful. There are many experts on this trip. Don't cause trouble. Also, pay attention to the people of the 10 Sword sect. Elder Gong said. After the 2 elders and the 5 disciples heard this, they all nodded their heads seriously. One of the 5 disciples was a woman in white. If Li Zongjio was here, he might not be able to recognize her. She was the woman he had saved from the barbarians. In the direction of the 10 Sword sect, the disciples of the 10 Swords sect dressed up in a unique way. They were good at controlling swords. Basically, each of them was equipped with 3 swords. Some of them were even more exaggerated. They carried a sword box that could store up to 10 swords. Therefore, the people of the 10 Swords sect were easy to recognize. The reason why they had to be careful of the 10 Swords sect was because of their strength. They had been rivals with the Heavenly Water sect for many years, so they often fought with each other. Therefore, the Heavenly Water sect had to be careful of the 10 Sword sect. In the sky, 10 figures flew on their swords. They were the first to arrive at the Demon Suppression Palace, which was the sky above the land of the 9 cities. The leader was an elder with an eagle-like face. Looks like we're the first to arrive. The eagle-faced elder said in a low voice. His eyebrows twitched as he looked at the surrounding terrain. Elder, are we not going? Those who arrive first will definitely have more time and opportunity to find the treasures within. Yes, yes. The disciples under him couldn't wait to enter, but the eagle-faced elder only smiled faintly. Why go through so much trouble? In my opinion, since the entrance is here, the exit must be here as well. We can wait for them to get the treasures after they've worked so hard to get them. Isn't that enough? The eagle-faced elder said. Then he waved his hand. Let's lie in ambush here and act according to the situation. Stay alert and don't let others get ahead of us. Yes, Elder. When it came to robbing, it was obvious that the disciples below were all very excited. A few other elders were also very excited. After the others went to prepare, the eagle-faced elder called out to another white-haired elder. Remember to inform Su Jian and the others to meet us 10 miles away. They don't need to come close. I'll give them the signal. Yes, third elder. This time, the treasures in the Demon Suppression Palace are mine. The eagle-faced elder's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he disappeared into the sky. The other 2 experts who had arrived at this place could not wait to rush into the underground palace. In the distance, Wan Yulan concealed her aura. She was sent out early in the morning and sensed the arrival of these people. In addition, the Deputy Palace Master of the Black Canal Basilica, Soul Destroyer Supreme, also appeared in person. This made Wan Yulan surprised. Oh no, there are so many people. Li Zongjio and the others must be in danger. I don't know what's going on. Then Wan Yulan saw that the people from the Ten-Sword sect had no intention of entering the underground palace. Instead, they wanted to kill people outside. In that case, Li Zongjio was bound to be ambushed by these people. The strength of the Ten-Sword sect was one of the top in the Tianyan dynasty. If not for the lack of manpower, it would be equivalent to the Black Canal Basilica of the Haika dynasty. There were very few sects that could compete with the latter. At this time, Wan Yulan could only leave quietly and return to the Black Canal Royal City to find help. Now that the reputation of the Marquis of Wanyong had been restored, it was not so difficult to do some things. Under the call, there would be experts joining. It was better than staying in such a place. In the Demon Suppression Palace, at this moment, it could be said that it was a mess. Without any hesitation, the 5 Supreme Being experts, who were the first to rush into the Demon Suppressing Palace, took away the treasures on the tombstones that were used to seal the tombstones. They smashed the tombstones and took away the treasures. As for the resurrected demons, they just kicked them away. It would take a lot of effort to kill these things, even if it was a Yuan King level demon expert. In order to completely destroy it, a Supreme Being expert would need to use his own primordial fire to refine it for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then would he be able to completely purify it. Get out of my way. Don't block me from looking for treasures. Lu Baixian kicked an Yuan King level demon expert away. At this moment, there was madness in the eyes of these people. The treasures unearthed from these tombstones were all treasures from ancient times. They could no longer be refined now. For Supreme Being experts like them, it was the best. Chapter 11:25. Inside the Demon Suppression Hall, Li Zongjio and the King of Fire were protected by a black dragon. The state of the Fire Wraith King and Li Zongjio was also constantly recovering. The reason for that was because the destruction earlier had practically obliterated the 2 of them. Fortunately, at the last moment, the Black Dragon Hammer had shown its usefulness. First, the Black Dragon Primordial Spirit had taken the initiative to appear and protect Li Zongjio. Then, a powerful aura had erupted from the Black Dragon Hammer. This aura was something Li Zongjio had never felt before. It was impossible to determine its cultivation level. It was far beyond what Li Zongjio could bear. But Li Zongjio knew that it was in existence above the absolute Saint Realm. Because of the appearance of the Black Dragon Hammer, the commotion in the Soul Suppression Hall disappeared. It was as if they had reached an agreement to stop killing the King of Fire. Both of them were lucky enough to survive. The King of Fire was the first to wake up. The Black Dragon Original Spirit in front of him was something he had never seen before. When he saw Li Zongjio under the protection of the Black Dragon Original Spirit and his unharmed body, the King of Fire didn't know how to describe his feelings. I owe you my life again. The King of Fire looked at the recovering Li Zongjio and pondered for a moment. At this moment, the King of Fire saw a mural with the shape of a sword carved on it. This sword looked as simple and peaceful as the clouds in the sky. It also seemed to contain the power of the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, condensing all the power into this sword. This is the unparalleled sword. The King of Fire stood up and looked at the hidden sword. He looked back at Li Zongjio, who was still cultivating. Previously, in order to help her resist the pressure, Li Zongjio had touched her protective flames with his own body. Later, for some reason, Li Zongjio had refined a part of the King of Fire's power. It seemed that the surrounding pressure was too strong, so this power was directly pressed into Li Zongjio's body. Now, Li Zongjio's power source had the same origin as the King of Fire's. The unparalleled ancient sword is unparalleled in the world. With my power, I will refine it into a spirit. For many years, the King of Fire had been unable to find the meaning of his existence. Out of boredom, he had founded the Ghost King Palace in the Xingyan dynasty to maintain order. But in reality, the King of Fire wasn't interested in this at all. For many years, he had lived a very boring life. Later, he met Li Zongjio and felt that Li Zongjio was an interesting person. Because Li Zongjio's cultivation level was equal to hers, the Fire Wraith King was able to sense the existence of a comrade during this process. In other words, it felt like a comrade. In the Ghost King's secret realm, he had met Wu Tian. When the Fire Wraith King recognized the other half who shared the same origin as him, the meaning he sensed from the other half was that he would either be assimilated by the other half or be assimilated by the other half. It seemed that this was the meaning of the King of Fire's existence. But now, the King of Fire understood the meaning of his existence. To fight with his companion, with his own will, the King of Fire integrated his power into the unparalleled sword in front of him. From a distance, the King of Fire's body had become transparent, and he was constantly integrating his power into the unparalleled sword in front of him. The unparalleled sword was also activated at this moment. It bloomed with divine light, gently flying out of the wall. The King of Fire looked back at Li Zongjio, and the last trace of his power was completely integrated into the unparalleled sword. Then the unparalleled sword flew in front of Li Zongjio, slowly stopping, and finally lying flat on Li Zongjio's legs. It seemed to be connecting with Li Zongjio's own power. Li Zongjio, whose body was self-healing, suddenly felt a strong force rushing into Li Zongjio's body. Boom! It seemed that at this moment, there was a surge of power in his body. It helped Li Zongjio recover his strength faster. The power that rushed into Li Zongjio's body was somewhat familiar, but also somewhat strange. When Li Zongjio opened his eyes, he saw the unparalleled sword on his knees. He immediately woke up with a start. "King of Fire!" Li Zongjio shouted. At first, he thought that the King of Fire had disappeared, but when he saw the unparalleled sword on the ground and held it in his hand, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity and even a feeling of telepathy. This, Li Zongjio quickly found that there was a trace of the Fire ancestor's power in his body. And this power came from the King of Fire. Immediately, Li Zongjio understood. The King of Fire had integrated himself into the unparalleled sword, becoming the sword spirit. At the same time, Li Zongjio also had the right to use the power of the unparalleled sword. If this was the case in the world, only Li Zongjio and Wu Tian could use the power of the unparalleled sword. I didn't expect you to make such a choice. Even if you turn into the sword spirit, I will definitely reconstruct your soul. Li Zongjio secretly made up his mind. This matter was a foregone conclusion. Although Li Zongjio didn't want to see this result, since the King of Fire had made such a choice and had done it, there was no other way to reverse it. Li Zongjio also didn't have the ability to turn back time. But after the King of Fire turned into the sword spirit, Li Zongjio had the unparalleled sword. Similarly, he could communicate with the King of Fire. But at present, Li Zongjio's realm was not enough to summon the sword spirit, and he needed to continue to improve his strength. I knew that this thing of yours wasn't simple. Li Zongjio changed into a new set of clothes and put the black dragon hammer back on his waist. If the black dragon hammer hadn't appeared today, Li Zongjiu really wouldn't have been able to do anything. Even if he really died in such a place with the King of Fire today, Li Zongjiu absolutely wouldn't regret it. If he couldn't even save his friend in front of him in danger, what was the point of talking about the future? Li Zongjiu wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. My strength has improved a lot. With the addition of the power of the ancestor of fire from the King of Fire, coupled with the tempering of the ancient golden body technique, Li Zongjiu had at least absorbed the pressure of many experts. Both his physical body and Yuan power had broken through and entered the 6th grade primitive emperor realm. It was just that his mind power was slightly slower. It was only at the 3rd grade primitive emperor realm. But now that the 3 original spirits had been severely injured, it would take a lot of effort to refine some elixirs to make up for the loss of the original spirit's power. The blood dragon original spirit was the most miserable. Even the shape of its body was directly destroyed, leaving only a little bit of its origin in the origin bead. In short, it couldn't be more dead. To be able to fight to this extent, the blood dragon original spirit was definitely the most loyal one. Perhaps it was because of its nature that it wouldn't give up so easily. Then Li Zongjiu raised his head and looked at the demon-suppressing ruler hanging above his head. His figure leaped and grabbed the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand. The demon-suppressing ruler's body showed a kind of ancient color, as if it was a bronze ruler. When Li Zongjiu grabbed the demon-suppressing ruler in his hand, he felt a strong sense of will. Immediately, Li Zongjiu felt a strong will attack him. However, this power was nothing to him. After a short stalemate, the devil-suppressing ruler was completely defeated. Then, he directly took the demon-suppressing ruler down. The demon-suppressing ruler was only 1 foot long and 3 inches wide. Some patterns were engraved on it. He looked at it carefully. Li Zongjiu finally understood. So this demon-suppressing ruler is actually a history book. The demon-suppressing ruler wasn't a powerful magic treasure, but there was really an inheritance in it. However, its main function was to record history. In the demon-suppressing ruler, it recorded the earth-shattering battle, the 5 great demon ancestors, the 10 sages. Between them, the earth-shattering battle. For ordinary people who just want to get treasures, this demon-suppressing ruler is just a piece of trash. But for the real experts, it's a stepping stone on the road to the peak. Li Zongjiu's heart was excited. Although the demon-suppressing ruler couldn't be used for battle, the things recorded in it would raise one's realm and broaden one's vision. If one only had a mountain in his eyes, then what he could do was to climb the fixed point of this mountain. Many people were now standing at the peak of their own mountain. What the demon-suppressing ruler brought was an even higher mountain. Once you have this mountain, you will be able to smoothly reach a higher realm. He put the demon-suppressing ruler into his storage ring. Naturally, he would sit down and slowly study this thing when he had time. At this moment, the demon-suppressing tower was also trembling horribly. It should be that someone outside was forcibly breaking into the array, so they were fighting with the guardian of the tower. Rumble. Fluctuations spread everywhere. When Li Zongjiu walked out of the demon-suppressing tower, he was furious. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was furious. These idiots had almost shattered all the tombstones and taken out the treasures within. Therefore, at least tens of thousands of devils had been resurrected, forming a huge group. You people are simply vermin. Chapter 1126. The entire graveyard was already in a state of chaos. The ones at the forefront were Liu Baixian and the others. Although Liu Baixian and Soul Slayer Supreme had temporarily stopped fighting, these ancient treasures were all precious treasures. Who would be willing to let go of them? It would be fine if the treasures were of average quality. After all, a supreme expert's vision wasn't that bad. However, if it involved some precious treasures, then both sides would definitely not be polite and would definitely fight. This was not the time for modesty. They had to fight for every bit of resources. Even a little bit of modesty would result in a great loss for both sides. Just as both sides were racing against time, they arrived in front of the demon's suppressing tower. There was no doubt that there were precious treasures in the demon's suppressing tower. However, the 5 of them wanted to rush in directly. However, they were stopped by the 2 guardians in front of them. Originally, there were only 2 statues. However, they suddenly woke up and burst out with extremely strong combat power. The 5 people in front of them were almost caught off guard. The other party's body was like the hardest steel in the world. Any essence power that struck their body was like cotton, unable to create any ripples at all. However, the long spears in their hands could easily send people flying. Even though they had the supreme body, they still couldn't resist the long spears and were easily sent flying hundreds of meters away. Even when the 5 of them joined forces, they were still easily defeated by the 2 guardians in front of them. However, the more this was the case, the more they knew that there must be precious treasures in the demon suppressing hall. However, as long as they retreated to a certain distance, the 2 guardians wouldn't approach them. They wouldn't take the initiative to attack and would only block those who broke into the demon suppressing hall. Let's cooperate. One of us will delay them. The rest of us will enter the tower. Lu Baixian and Soul Slayer Supreme discussed. However, if this was the case, then the Soul Destroyer Supreme side would be at a disadvantage. This was because Lu Baixian had 3 people in total. If 2 of them were to enter this place, then wouldn't they be at a disadvantage if they encountered something that they wanted to snatch? The strength of these 2 palace guards is so strong that we need 3 people to work together to hold them back. In my opinion, the 2 of us should enter the pagoda. I will let Zhu Sha help them and hold back these 2 palace guards together. How about it? Supreme Soul Slayer said leisurely. He wasn't in a hurry. In any case, Lu Baixian and the others couldn't enter. If he wanted to enter, he would have to cooperate with him. After Lu Baixian and his 2 companions looked at each other, they nodded to each other. Being decisive was also a quality that an expert needed to possess. All right, it's settled then. Lu Baixian wasn't afraid of them in a one-on-one battle. He was confident in his own strength. Right at the moment when both parties were prepared to charge through again, suddenly the door of the demon's suppressing pagoda was opened. The 5 people who were ready to fight were stunned on the spot. However, when he saw the person who walked out, he felt a sense of relief. Li Zhongjie, who was standing at the door, saw the scene caused by these people. He also had a helpless look on his face. There was no way to avoid such a problem. Humans were greedy. Unless they could kill everyone in front of them, all the bad consequences were caused by themselves. It's you again, you old fart. When Li Zhongjie saw Lu Baixian, he knew that this kid didn't learn his lesson. He actually brought so many experts to cause trouble for him. The sword in his hand. Soul Slayer Supreme and the others' eyes lit up when they saw the sword in Li Zhongjie's hand. The weapon in Li Zhongjie's hand must be a top magic treasure. Li Zhongjie, hand over the sword in your hand. I can swear on the reputation of the Haotian sect that I won't make things difficult for you. When Lu Baixian and the other 2 saw the weapon in Li Zhongjie's hand, they had already made up their minds to get it. Now that there were 3 supreme experts here, there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if Soul Slayer Supreme and Zhu Sha Supreme wanted to attack, they would have to think twice. Therefore, Lu Baixian was very confident that he could get the weapon in Li Zhongjie's hand. Li Zhongjie, I am the Deputy Palace Master of Black Canal Basilica. We can let bygones be bygones for what you did to our Black Canal Basilica, as long as you hand over the sword in your hand to me. What do you think? Soul Slayer Supreme also laid his cards on the table. If the sword fell into the hands of the Haotian sect, they would have to pay a higher price to get it back. Therefore, they did not hesitate to cut off the cooperation now. You all want my sword? Okay, I'll give it to you. Li Zhongjie directly threw the unparalleled sword in his hand out. When he threw it out, the 5 of them were given a big fright. They all took a step back, obviously wary of something. After all, Li Zhongjie's strength was enough to make anyone vigilant. However, the expected counterattack did not happen. The unparalleled sword flew over and simply stabbed into the ground. Furthermore, it was still glowing. Even the 5 old foxes did not expect that Li Zongjio would really throw the sword out. The 5 of them directly started a fierce battle on the spot. Boom! Boom! Everyone wanted to get the sword. A chaotic battle broke out in an instant. Li Zongjio, on the other hand, sat to the side, quietly watching the 5 people fight, relying on their advantage in numbers. Lu Baixian took the lead to snatch the unparalleled sword that was stabbed into the ground. However, the power of the unparalleled sword was not as powerful as Lu Baixian imagined. It was just a relatively sharp sword. This sword is fake. Lu Baixian pointed at Li Zongjio and roared angrily. Li Zongjio also snapped his fingers very directly. The unparalleled sword immediately burst out with a terrifying power, instantly cutting off Lu Baixian's hand. After circling around, it returned to Li Zongjio's side. None of you want to kill me. Are you playing a game here? Come at me together. Li Zongjio held the unparalleled sword in his hand. Lu Baixian roared angrily, covering his broken arm. My arm. It was indeed a divine weapon. Soul Destroyer Supreme's eyes were shining. Obviously, Lu Baixian was an idiot just now. He was holding the treasure in his hand without knowing. Was there anyone more stupid than him in the world? Therefore, Soul Destroyer Supreme was very interested in the sword in Li Zongjio's hand. After exchanging a glance with Zhu Sha, the 2 of them took out their weapons at the same time. They had been hiding their strength. However, Li Zongjio, who held the unparalleled sword, did not care what weapons they used. Whoosh! Li Zongjio's speed suddenly burst out. He activated his footwork and rushed in front of Soul Destroyer Supreme. The unparalleled sword in his hand slashed at Soul Destroyer Supreme. Soul Destroyer Supreme threw 2 black beads at Li Zongjio. Boom! Boom! Li Zongjio slashed each bead with his sword. Then he swung his sword again, cutting Soul Slayer in half at the waist. Soul Destroyer Supreme's eyes widened. He did not die immediately when he was cut in half. Instead, he looked at his stomach in disbelief. No need to look. Li Zongjio slashed again, easily cutting Soul Destroyer Supreme in front of him. Soul Destroyer Supreme was cut into 4 pieces and fell to the ground. He couldn't be more dead. Chapter 11:27. Everyone watched as Supreme Soul Destroyer was killed. They were all drenched in cold sweat. If Li Zongjio's target was them, they wouldn't have been able to escape either. They wouldn't have ended up any better than Supreme Soul Destroyer. You actually killed the Deputy Palace Master. Zhu Sha looked at Li Zongjio, her eyes filled with anger and shock. She couldn't wait to wring Li Zongjio's head off. However, Zhu Sha knew that she wasn't Li Zongjio's opponent. She had to escape. Just you wait. Black Canal Basilica won't let you go. Zhu Sha immediately spat out some harsh words. Then, she dashed towards the outside world. From Zhu Sha's point of view, Lu Baixian and the others definitely wouldn't let Li Zongjio go. Therefore, Li Zongjio definitely wouldn't have the chance to leave this place. He had plenty of time to escape. However, Zhu Sha didn't understand Li Zongjio. With Li Zongjio's temperament, since you've said such harsh words, he would definitely make your dreams come true. After all, people have to be responsible for their words. Li Zongjio's figure turned into a shadow and dashed towards Zhu Sha. Lu Baixian and the other 2 wanted to stop Li Zongjio. However, after seeing Li Zongjio's strength, they hesitated. The 2 of them already had a hard time resisting Supreme Soul Destroyer. However, Supreme Soul Destroyer was directly in front of Li Zongjio and defeated him in a single move. How could they deal with such a situation? He had to use a more meticulous method and make thorough preparations before he came. The 2 of you have to think carefully. If you bring this sword out, it won't be something that you and I can get. Lu Baixian said in a deep voice. If they paid a small price to keep Li Zongjiu here and snatch the unparalleled sword from the latter's hands, they could discuss among themselves how to divide it after they got out. However, if the unparalleled sword fell into the hands of the enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even Dust-Dwelling and Qin Mian had their own enemies. They needed each other. It was necessary to build a good relationship with Lu Baixian. However, this guy is extremely strong. The sword in his hand is even more terrifying. Dust-Dwelling saw Supreme Soul Destroyer being cut into 4 pieces and felt his scalp tingling. If the sword was cut, they wouldn't be able to block it. With the 3 of us working together, we won't give him any chance to take advantage of us. Although his sword is powerful, he can't use it endlessly in his current state. Lu Baixian said. Obviously, the 3 of them were very tempted. However, they were in awe of Li Zongjiu's strength. If there weren't enough benefits, they wouldn't be willing to take the risk. Don't you want to comprehend the Haoqian sect's Haoqian magical fist? After this is done, I'll tell the sect leader to let you observe the true meaning of the fist. Lu Baixian said faintly. They were both 1,000-year-old foxes. If they didn't reap any benefits, it was impossible for them to let go. How could Lu Baixian not understand what the 2 of them were trying to do? Sure enough, Qin Ju and Chun Mian revealed satisfied expressions in their eyes when they heard this. Haha, well said. You and I are brothers. Today, no matter what, I'll help you destroy Li Zongjiu. Dust-Dwelling suddenly laughed, just as the 3 of them were discussing. On the other side, Li Zongjiu had already returned to their side. When he saw the head in Li Zongjiu's hand, he couldn't help but be surprised. Zhu Sha's head was directly chopped off. Li Zongjiu casually threw it aside. All right, the 3 of you come at me together. It saves me the trouble of chasing you one by one. Li Zongjiu said faintly. Previously, when he let Lu Baixian go, he knew that this kid wouldn't be convinced. However, since he let him go, he wasn't afraid that he would bring people to seek revenge. He didn't even need to use the soul-burning array. With the unparalleled sword in his hand, it was enough to kill everyone in front of him. Shameless boasting. Dust-Dwelling snorted coldly. Li Zongjiu was powerful, but their hundreds of years of cultivation weren't just for show. They had seen all kinds of ferocious people, but most of them had been trampled under their feet and turned into a pile of bones. Being able to live until now was already a symbol of strength. Immediately, Dust-Dwelling and Chen Mian took a step forward and released their original spirits. The power of the 2's original spirits gathered together. It turned out to be a rare combination of original spirits. The 2's original spirits were the same. The effect of this cultivation method was that the strength of the original spirits would be greatly enhanced. In the previous battle, they didn't summon their original spirits. A huge 9-tailed fox appeared in front of them. Its body was crawling, staring at Li Zongjiu in front of it. Its eyes were red. When it appeared, it had already begun to confuse Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu's unparalleled sword suddenly released a light red power, completely protecting Li Zongjiu. At the same time, it seemed to be warning the 9-tailed fox. Go! Dust-Dwelling shouted in a low voice. The 9-tailed fox immediately whipped its tail at Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu's unparalleled sword gently waved in his hand and easily cut off the tail that rushed in front of him. However, this was just a trick. The rest of the tails were also hidden. They quickly rushed in front of Li Zongjiu and directly entangled Li Zongjiu. A terrifying crushing force immediately crushed Li Zongjiu from all directions. Boom! Swoosh! The unparalleled sword was swept away by the opponent's tail. However, such an action was simply suicidal. The unparalleled sword turned easily and crushed the tail. Lu Baixian saw this and directly jumped. The purple, golden-striped tiger condensed behind him and clawed at the unparalleled sword. It seemed that the unparalleled sword had been refined by Li Zongjiu. Once caught, It was necessary to use a sealing formation to trap the unparalleled sword. However, Liu Baixian thought too highly of himself. With the sharpness of the unparalleled sword, it was not something he could touch. Swoosh! The unparalleled sword gently slashed and was ready to cut off Liu Baixian's outstretched hand. Originally, he only had one hand left. The other hand was cut off just now. This time, Liu Baixian was fully prepared. When the unparalleled sword slashed, Liu Baixian also crushed a jade pendant in his hand. Immediately, a binding force erupted from the jade pendant and completely trapped the unparalleled sword. Boom! The power of the unparalleled sword was only restrained for a short moment. In the next moment, it still easily cut off Liu Baixian's last arm. Ah! Liu Baixian did not dare to believe it. The power of the unparalleled sword was far beyond the limit of what he could bear. Only now did he understand that, in the face of the unparalleled sword, this group of people was only seeking their own deaths if they rushed forward. After cutting off Liu Baixian's hand, the unparalleled sword immediately flew out at an extremely fast speed. It cut off the heads of Dust-Dwelling and Qin. After the heads fell to the ground, the power of the nine-tailed fox naturally ceased to exist. It was not because the strength of these two people was too weak, but because the power of the unparalleled sword was too strong. At least a sixth-grade supreme being could barely resist the sharpness of the unparalleled sword. Among the 4 people who had been killed, none of them exceeded 3rd grade. This is impossible. Even Qin Ju and Qin Mian had been killed in an instant. Liu Baixian, who had witnessed this scene, felt like he had fallen to the lowest point of his life. What kind of monster was this Li Zongjiu? He killed 4 Supreme Being experts consecutively. It was as if these Supreme Being experts were like cabbages in front of Li Zongjiu, who could be killed at will. This caused Liu Baixian to completely collapse. You, who exactly are you? Li Zongjiu landed on the ground. The power of the unparalleled sword was beyond Li Zongjiu's imagination. However, the King of Fire used his own strength as the sword spirit. If such a weapon was not powerful, then what kind of weapon would be powerful? Opening his palm, the unparalleled sword gently fell into his hand. Li Zongjiu slowly walked towards Liu Baixian. Liu Baixian knew that he would not be able to escape death today. He could not help but look up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Haha, I didn't expect that Liu Baixian would die here. I can't accept this. Li Zongjiu cut off Liu Baixian's head with his sword. He did not continue to listen to Liu Baixian's nonsense. When you want to bully others with your power, you should first see if you really have that kind of strength. Otherwise, you will be killed instead. Chapter 11:28. He easily reaped the lives of the 5 demons. Most of the credit was due to the unparalleled sword. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had fought against the unparalleled sword and knew that it could be even more powerful. However, for Li Zongjiu to be able to exert such power, it was already very good. They plundered the storage rings of the 5 people. When these people rushed in, they directly destroyed many tombstones and obtained many ancient, supreme treasures. However, at the same time, they also directly let the devil race out of the trap. Some of the smarter ones took the opportunity to escape. They did not dare to stay here any longer. After all, this was like a cage for tens of thousands of years. They could not wait to leave. They did not want to stay here for even a second longer. However, some of the demons could not escape in time. When they saw so many delicious humans, they could not help but pounce on them and devour many of them. Li Zongjiu held the unparalleled sword in his hand. He killed the demons on sight. When these demons met Li Zongjiu, they did not have the strength to fight back. Under the power of the unparalleled sword, they did not have the chance to come back to life. They were easily killed by Li Zongjiu. 1 sword, 1 kill. Many of the people who were saved by Li Zongjiu saw Li Zongjiu, who was like a sword god, slaughtering everything in his path. Wherever he passed, they were all killed with extreme ease. When they looked at Li Zongjiu, they could not help but be in awe. The experts of the Heavenly Water sect were also targeted by dozens of demons. Moreover, the strength of these demons was also quite strong. Guard the sword formation. Gong Yu snorted and tapped the throats of the demons in front of her with her sword. If they were humans, their throats would have been pierced and they would have fallen to the ground. However, these demons only lost their fighting strength for a moment after their throats were pierced. They recovered quickly. The 2 elders and 5 disciples behind her were also bitterly holding on to the sword formation. Gong Yu did not expect it to be so dangerous below. The attacks of the demons were so fierce and difficult to kill. Another black shadow came from the sky. This was a demon expert who looked like a peacock. The claw reached for Gong Yu's head. If Gong Yu was caught by the claw, her head would definitely be crushed. Gong Yu's sword chi continuously shot out. The sword in his hand immediately transformed into thousands of afterimages. He pointed at the peacock demon. However, she only saw a series of flames appear. Gong Yu withdrew her sword and discovered that there were a few nicks on her sword. What? While Gong Yu was still in shock, the demon peacock emperor once again swung his tail. It instantly blasted Gong Yu's body and sent her flying. Boom! Gong Yu was sent flying. Elder. The people of the Heavenly Water sect saw this and quickly expanded their defensive sword formation to protect Gong Yu. However, in the next second, the demon peacock emperor led several dozen demons to attack the defensive sword array of the Heavenly Water sect. Everyone from the Heavenly Water sect widened their eyes. At this moment, they could only watch helplessly as they tried their best to maintain the sword formation. They had to withstand this wave of impact. Puff, puff, puff. However, before these demons reached the sword formation, their bodies suddenly twisted in a strange posture. Then, their bodies directly burst out with a strange sound. Then, their bodies directly exploded in midair. Even that powerful demonic peacock emperor from before was no exception. Boom, boom, boom. They were directly killed and easily turned into a pile of darkness origin. A gray-robed youth grasped it with one hand. The darkness origin condensed into a bead and fell into Li Zongjiu's hand. The people of the Heavenly Water sect saw all the demons in the sky in front of them killed with one sword strike. Such a terrifying result was the work of this youth in front of them. Gong Yu propped herself up and looked at Li Zongjiu, who was walking in front of her. Who is this person? Without a doubt, the one who just attacked was Li Zongjiu in front of her. This move could be said to have shocked everyone, bringing great shock to everyone. He killed so many demons with one sword strike, and it was a complete annihilation. However, Li Zongjiu did not walk towards the people of the Heavenly Water sect. Instead, he directly changed direction and rushed in another direction. Release the sword formation and go after him, Gong Yu said hurriedly. However, by the time everyone wanted to chase after him, Li Zongjiu had already disappeared without a trace. After a fruitless search, Gong Yu fell into deep thought. Although he had only appeared for a short time, his extremely domineering sword essence still lingered in the surroundings. This naturally caused Gong Yu and the others to fall into deep shock. This person's strength is unfathomable. Could he be a disciple of some hidden expert? Gong Yu was very talented. Otherwise, she would not have become an elder of the 3 flowers gathering at such a young age. However, the person just now looked a few years younger than her, but he had already cultivated such great strength. Therefore, Gong Yu was very interested to find out who this person was. I think I've seen that person before. Among the disciples of the Heavenly Water sect, a female disciple in white said. In Bai Xian's mind, she recalled the day when they were surrounded by barbarians. That person had directly rushed into the barbarian tribe and rescued Junior's sister Gua. Last time, it was this person who saved us and Junior's sister Gua, Bai Xian said. Bai Xian said, She had never had the opportunity to thank Li Zongjio. "Who is he?" Gong Yu immediately asked. "I don't know. I only know that his name is Evil Lord." Evil Lord! When everyone heard this name, a strange expression appeared on each other's faces. Could it be that this young man was actually a Supreme Being expert? However, judging from his skills just now, it was at least reasonable to say that he was a Supreme Being expert. Bai Xian and the others had always thought that Li Zongjie was bragging. However, they did not expect that this person called Evil Lord was actually a Supreme Being. The heavens were exaggerating. How old was he? Even Gong Yu did not dare to believe it. As long as there's a name, there must be traces. Gong Yu said in a deep voice. Moreover, a person like Li Zongjie would certainly not keep a low profile. He must have left some traces in the Haika dynasty. The Heavenly Water sect was a famous sect. How could he not show any gratitude after being saved by someone? If there was a grudge, he must repay it. If there was a favor, he must repay it. This was the attitude of the Heavenly Water sect. Of course, it was also because Gong Yu was extremely curious about Li Zongjie's identity. It was shocking that he could kill these demons so easily. We can't stay here for long. After taking away the treasure just now, let's leave quickly. Gong Yu turned around and said, "Just now, it was because of a precious treasure that such a powerful expert like the demon Peacock Emperor was released. It almost killed the entire sect. Therefore, it was better to leave this place as soon as possible. The most important thing was to gain experience. Moreover, the land of demon suppression had been turned into such a state. The demons would definitely wreak havoc in the human world. They had to return to the sect in advance. At least they had to take precautions. Li Zongjie killed some demon emperor-level demons along the way. He plundered a lot of energy. It was a very good choice to use the energy of these demons to refine elixirs. With the unparalleled sword in his hand as a guide, Li Zongjie also successfully rushed out of the Demon Suppression Palace's secret realm. When he appeared, he found that the 9 cities around him had been reduced to ruins. Sounds of fighting could be heard from almost everywhere. Some people had already collected the spoils of the battle after coming out of the Demon Suppression Palace. Some people who wanted to be the mantis stalking the cicada immediately took action, not giving the other party any chance to breathe. When Li Zongjie appeared, many people stared at Li Zongjie directly. Here comes another fat sheep that has been left alone. Immediately, some small-scale groups set their sights on Li Zongjie. However, in the current situation, they needed to have the ability to identify their prey. If they were to waste time chasing after one person, it would be extremely wasteful if other people, who possessed great treasures, were to escape. They looked at Li Zongjie in front of them. He was clean, so he must have a lot of treasures. Besides, most of his guards were dead. He was the easiest to deal with. Chapter 11:29. After Li Zongjie appeared, he looked around, looking for Wan Yulan, Zhou Bachuan, and the others. However, this scene was seen by the group that had their eyes on Li Zongjie just now. This guy was obviously nervous and afraid. Go. Suddenly, 5 figures moved towards Li Zongjie. Li Zongjie stood in the ruins and looked around for a while. At the same time, he used his mental strength. However, Wan Yulan did not notice him. Instead, he noticed 5 rats approaching him. They were obviously up to no good. Bang, bang, bang. The 5 figures rushed directly in front of Li Zongjie. Moreover, they did not seem to have any intention of talking. Everyone attacked Li Zongjie at the same time. The strength of these 5 people was quite good. They were all at the peak of the Yuan King realm. However, this kind of strength was nothing in front of Li Zongjie. The unparalleled sword was drawn and swept across. In an instant, the sword energy flattened everything in front of him. Boom! The sword energy swept out and flattened the surrounding rocks, and even the heads of the 5 people. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, the 5 of them fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Wan Yulan was not found. She should have left first. However, Zhou Bachuan was in trouble. At this moment, he was surrounded by 3 people. "Kid, put down the axe in your hand, and I can let you leave." An old man with white eyebrows said with a sinister smile. Put down the weapon in his hand? Wouldn't that be like letting a tiger pull out all its teeth? At that time, his life and death would no longer be up to him, but would be completely in the hands of others. Such a stupid thing. Such a request. There was no need to consider at all. "If I step on your head, I can consider it," Zhou Bachuan said coldly. He held the battle axe in both hands. There was also a masked woman on the other side who was proficient in using hidden weapons. At this moment, Zhou Bachuan's armor also had a few hidden wounds. He had been hit by the other party's hidden weapons, but he could still hold on for the time being. As for the last person, he was an assassin who specialized in sneak attacks. His movements were extremely erratic. The old man who was delaying Zhou Bachuan from the front looked thin and weak, but the 2-handed greatsword in his hand was extremely powerful. The combination of the 3 of them completely stalled Zhou Bachuan. Although they couldn't take down Zhou Bachuan for the time being, the other party had hidden weapons and an assassin who was constantly launching sneak attacks. It was Zhou Bachuan's strength that allowed him to hold on until now. "Stubborn fool, you can only go to hell." Immediately, the white-browed old man slashed down with his heavy sword. The terrifying shockwave immediately formed a terrifying explosion on the ground, rumbling towards Zhou Bachuan. Rumble. The ground in front of him was directly blasted apart. Zhou Bachuan's feet were also shaken by the sword energy. He immediately slashed down with the battle axe in his hand, using his own aura to block the attack. Boom! A strong vibration spread out. The 2 forces collided, almost tearing the air apart. Just as the 2 sides were in a deadlock, the masked woman suddenly released nearly 100 plum blossom darts from her hands. Zhou Bachuan opened his mouth and spat out a ray of light. The light turned into a shield, hovering in front of him. Ding, ding, ding! The plum blossom darts hit the shield and directly shattered it. Moreover, more than 10 darts circled behind Zhou Bachuan and stabbed into his armor. Fortunately, the armor was tough enough. Otherwise, it would have been easily penetrated. However, the moment the shield shattered, a black shadow had already rushed in front of Zhou Bachuan. The target of the dagger in the man's hand was very clear. He wanted to cut off Zhou Bachuan's head. Helpless, Zhou Bachuan could only lower his head, wanting to use his helmet to block the fatal blow. However, it was obviously futile. The dagger in the man's hand was enough to easily cut off Zhou Bachuan's helmet, just as the man with the dagger felt that he was about to succeed. Behind Zhou Bachuan, a figure gradually solidified from an illusory state. This was a manifestation of extreme speed. Otherwise, such a situation would not have happened. What? The assassin had already stretched out the dagger in his hand. Speaking of his speed, it was definitely very fast, even reaching the limit of this realm. However, the person opposite him who had just appeared was even faster, the sword in the opponent's hand. Just as the assassin watched helplessly, the sword pierced through his chest. Chi! He could even clearly hear the sound of the sword piercing through his heart. The dagger in his hand also knocked weakly on Zhou Bachuan's helmet with a clang. It's over, the male assassin thought to himself. In the next moment, the sharp sword that was stabbed into his chest suddenly exploded with power. A hidden force erupted and directly split the male assassin in half. Pa! The corpse scattered on the ground. Half of Zhou Bachuan's body was also splattered with the assassin's blood. My lord! Zhou Bachuan turned around and said in surprise, Whoosh! Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand, and suddenly a cold light flew out from his hand. The masked woman did not see the hidden weapon, but she could instinctively feel the approaching danger. Immediately, the hair on her body stood up and a cold light flashed past. Bang! By the time the masked woman saw it clearly, The flying dagger had already pierced through her body. Even if she was a woman, there was no such thing as showing mercy to the fairer sex. Killing was killing. As long as it was an enemy, there was no way he could let them live. What? Dead? The old man with white eyebrows withdrew his giant sword and saw the bodies of his two companions. Obviously, there was an expert coming to rescue them. This time it was a failure. Years of experience told the old man that if he did not escape now, there would be no chance for him to escape. Immediately, the old man with white eyebrows jumped and directly fled into the distance. However, the moment his feet left the ground, the flying dagger that Li Zongjio had just thrown out had already arrived. It entered the old man with white eyebrows from his left temple and came out from his right temple. It easily took the life of the old man with white eyebrows. The three of them were wiped out. Li Zongjio very skillfully stepped forward and took the storage rings of the three people. "Are you okay?" Li Zongjio looked at Zhou Bachuan. Zhou Bachuan also struggled to support his body with his axe. "Your subordinate is fine. Thank you, my lord, for your help." Zhou Bachuan was very ashamed. How could a lord save a subordinate? However, Zhou Bachuan could be said to have been saved twice by Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio did not waste time talking nonsense. He patted Zhou Bachuan's back with his palm. A wave of elemental energy pushed out all the poisonous needles and hidden weapons in the latter's body. He sealed a few of Zhou Bachuan's acupoints and sealed the poison that was running amok in his body. He threw an antidote pill to the latter. "This is a 6th grade jade net pill. You got a bargain. I don't have any low-grade antidote pills on me," Li Zongjio said. When he heard that the pill in his hand was a 6th grade pill, Zhou Bachuan was so excited that the blood in his body surged. "Cough, cough! This is too valuable." Just as Zhou Bachuan was hesitating, suddenly, dozens of sword lights whistled through the sky. Swoosh! Swoosh! The flying swords attacked. They formed a circle and landed beside Li Zongjio and Zhou Bachuan. "It is indeed too precious. Hand over the medicinal pellets and that sword. The 10-sword sect will take it." Chapter 1130. The 10-sword sect wanted it. His words revealed a domineering aura. Coupled with the domineering appearance of the other party riding a sword, it was quite imposing. If this matter fell on someone else, it might have succeeded. However, this group of people just so happened to meet Li Zongjio. Zhou Bachuan did not say much and directly swallowed the pill. The eagle-faced elder of the 10-sword sect was called Huang Ming. He had clearly given the order, but Zhou Bachuan still ate the pill. It was obvious that he was going against them. He was stubbornly resisting. Since he wanted to resist, he had to pay the price in blood. "What is the 10-sword sect?" Li Zongjio said faintly. 10 figures flew over on flying swords in front of him. Everyone stood on their flying swords and floated in the air. Some of them had even assumed an attacking posture. Several flying swords hovered behind them, ready to control the flying swords to stab Li Zongjio and take away Li Zongjio's life at any time. The sword formation formed was quite imposing. However, Li Zongjio had seen these methods in his previous life. The 10-sword sect. In his previous life, it was also an extremely arrogant sect. Because this imperial sword art was very exquisite, very few people could compete with the swords in their hands. In addition, this kind of move was very rare to begin with. Under dangerous circumstances, there would often be results. In his previous life, Li Zongjio had taught them a lesson and even took away their sect treasure, the sword technique. After observing it for a while, he found that it was just a sword technique. It was not very profound, and its power was only average for experts. However, for people with weak strength, it could be used to create such a flashy technique that dazzled people. If it was used as a performance at the sect's celebration, it was not bad. "How dare you insult the 10-sword sect? You're courting death." A young disciple wanted to step forward and show his status and strength. He pointed with his finger, and 2 swords were immediately unsheathed on his back. They turned into cold shadows and swept toward Li Zhongjiu. "Be careful, my lord!" Zhou Bachuan could clearly see the trajectory of the flying sword. He wanted to block it, but his body went limp. The energy in his body had yet to recover, so he didn't have enough strength. Whoosh! Ding! Li Zhongjiu raised his left hand and easily caught the flying sword that was flying towards him. As for the other flying sword, he flicked it lightly with his little finger, and it shattered with a crisp sound. Humph! The disciple who attacked also let out a muffled groan because his flying sword was shattered. It was clear that he had suffered serious internal injuries. "Kill! Flying swords!" Huang Ming ordered. With a wave of his sleeve, 10 flying swords whizzed out. The rest of the people also made their moves. The 10 or so swords that had been inserted into the ground earlier were also drawn towards Li Zhongjiu. "Be careful, my lord!" Zhou Bachuan subconsciously opened his arms, wanting to use his body to block these flying swords. "Get out of my way! You're in my way!" Li Zhongjiu kicked Zhou Bachuan to the ground. This guy liked to make a fuss when he had nothing to do. He didn't seem so fierce when he attacked. There were at least 50 flying swords gathered together. The momentum formed by this sword formation was enough to collapse a mountain. If there was water below, it would have formed a water tornado. The flying swords attacked from all directions. However, Li Zhongjiu still swung the unparalleled sword in his hand in the face of the opponent's sword formation attack. Buzz! The razor-sharp sword intent easily destroyed the swords in front of him as though they were made of tofu. They were all shattered. Bang! 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 When the flying swords were shattered, the people of the 10-sword sect in the sky spat out blood. The refining of these flying swords required a long time of spirit and hard work. Only then could one achieve the unity of man and sword. Their minds were connected, and they could use the flying swords better. In fact, this was just a shortcut. If one really wanted to reach the realm of one with the sword, it still depended on one's own comprehension. This was a mysterious realm. The imperial sword technique of these people was just some flashy moves. Now, all the flying swords were shattered. This was a situation that the people of the 10-sword sect had never encountered. How could they bear it? The blood in their bodies was boiling, and they wanted to vomit blood. They wanted to calm their injuries. "How dare you show off in front of me with this level of strength?" Li Zhongjiu said disdainfully. When Huang Ming saw that the opponent was strong, he released a signal without hesitation. They had to call for reinforcements. Otherwise, everyone would die here. High in the sky, several terrifying sword chi broke through the air. The domineering sword essence completely sealed off the surrounding space. There were 5 people in total. Li Zhongjiu waved the unparalleled sword in his hand. The sword chi slashed toward the 5 people. Even though the 5 people in front of him had a powerful aura, they could not resist the sharpness of Li Zhongjiu's unparalleled sword. Boom! The 5 people who came to help didn't even have time to show their faces before they were killed by Li Zhongjiu. 5 streaks of blood exploded in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Damn! Huang Ming and the others saw this. Although they were from the same sect, they could not help but cry out when they saw such a shocking scene. When they saw the 5 people who came to help were killed so easily, Huang Ming also knew that he had met his match this time. Huang Ming was embarrassed when he met someone he could not afford to offend. He quickly withdrew his aura and lowered his body. He came to Li Zhongjiu and knelt down. "I didn't know you were here. Please forgive me for offending you." When he knelt down, Huang Ming regretted his actions. How could he meet such a terrifying person? This guy is just one person. "You idiots, hurry up and kneel." Huang Ming glared at the disciples behind him. Immediately, the disciples fell to their knees as well. Just a moment ago, they had been shouting about killing Li Zhongjiu. In the blink of an eye, however, they had to kneel before their enemy. Not to mention Li Zhongjie had easily destroyed the flying swords that they had painstakingly refined. If this was not a life and death feud, then what was it? Please forgive us, Senior. Although he was displeased in his heart, he still begged for mercy on the surface. Li Zhongjie was able to make these arrogant people of the Ten Swords sect kneel down and beg for mercy. It was obvious how terrifying and huge the pressure that Li Zhongjie brought to them was. You know when to yield and when to stand tall. Li Zhongjie glanced at the people of the Ten Sword sect. These people were sensible. Remember my name, Evil Lord. Li Zhongjie left these words and directly grabbed the seriously injured Zhou Bachuan. His body rose into the air and exploded into the sky. Kneel here for 4 hours. Even though Li Zhongjie's figure was far away, however, the people of the Ten Swords sect did not dare to get up easily. At this moment, there were many people walking around the ruins. When they saw the people of the Ten Swords sect kneeling here, they were puzzled and could not believe their eyes. Aren't they the people of the Ten Swords sect? Why are they kneeling here and not daring to move? Huang Ming and the others were under great pressure. They were afraid that Li Zhongjie, who had just left, would come back. There were many ways for such an expert to find trouble with you. There were even many ways to find out if you were obedient. If he really came back and saw that they did not follow the rules, there would be no chance for regret. Even though the people around them were mocking and pointing at them, Huang Ming and the others kept their heads down and did not dare to get up. There were more and more people watching. Even Gong Yu and the others who had just walked out of the Demon Suppression Palace. They also saw the people of the Ten Swords sect kneeling in front of them. I heard that an expert called Evil Lord made them kneel, here to be punished. An insider said. After Gong Yu and the others heard this, their pupils contracted slightly. It's this Evil Lord again. Chapter 1131. The people of the Ten Swords sect knelt for 2 hours, and when the time was up, immediately the people of the Ten Swords sect disregarded everything and fled into the distance. Today they had lost all their face. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. After returning, they would have a good rest, and then come back to find trouble with this evil lord. The appearance of the demon-suppressing palace was naturally unavoidable, and many people wanted to explore and search for treasures. The 9 cities became the first stronghold of the demon race after their appearance. If the experts who came later wanted to enter, it was very easy for them to be sneak attacked by the demon race, unless they were an expert or confident in their own means. Later on, no one dared to approach this place easily. However, these demon race who were originally sealed were so easily released. Another disaster of the demon race would sweep across the entire Holy Martial Continent. Li Zhongjie naturally knew that with the appearance of the demon race, the entire continent would fall into a state of war. No matter how powerful one wouldn't be able to prevent such a thing from happening. Could it be that Li Zhongjie guarded the entrance with his sword and killed all the people who came in to destroy the tombstones? Or could it be said that the demon race had escaped? If Li Zhongjie saw the demon race wreaking havoc in the continent, he might take care of it. However, Li Zhongjie didn't have the leisure to take the initiative to eliminate the demon race. There were many things waiting for him to do, and he had never disdained to be a savior. If these demon race came to his door to die, Li Zhongjie wouldn't mind sending them on their way. However, the other forces of the continent would definitely organize to encircle and annihilate the devil race. This was because the energy of the devil race was extremely pure. If they were beaten back to their original form, the devil crystals they formed would also be very useful. However, it wasn't so easy to achieve this. It was not a simple task to kill the devil race. Li Zhongjie returned to He Chu Royal City. Li Yan was in Wanyong Marquis Mansion, and Wan Yulan seemed to be gathering people to prepare for a tough battle. However, they soon saw Li Zhongjie and Zhou Bachuan descending from the sky. This efficiency was truly indescribable. Zhongjie, you're back! Li Yan stepped forward and said in surprise. Seeing that Li Zongjiu had returned safely, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Li Yan told Wan Yulan about the arrival of Lu Baixian and Soul Slayer Supreme, Wan Yulan almost fainted from fright. 5 Supreme Being experts. This was no joke. Moreover, 3 of them were experts from the Haoqian sect. As for Soul Slayer Supreme, he was the Deputy Palace Master of Black Canal Basilica. Each of them was an extremely important figure. Even if they didn't join forces, they were still a great threat to Li Zongjiu. However, it was good that Li Zongjiu had returned. Where's Senior Supreme Flame? Wan Yulan breathed a sigh of relief, but when she looked around, she didn't see the King of Fire. Well, she went to travel and broke through, Li Zongjiu said in a deep voice. Although the King of Fire had become a weapon spirit and couldn't appear for the time being, it was as if he had fallen into a state of suspended animation. However, Li Zongjiu was confident that he could awaken the weapon spirit. When the time came, the King of Fire would be resurrected, but he wouldn't be able to condense a real body, and at the same time he wouldn't be able to leave the range of 10 steps from the unparalleled sword. The reason why he told them that he had gone to travel was to prevent Li Yan from worrying. Moreover, the existence of the unparalleled sword itself would become a secret. It couldn't be easily told to others. He went to travel again. He won't encounter any danger again, right? Hearing that he had gone to travel, Li Yan seemed very understanding. After all, with her master's cultivation, if he didn't travel often, he would be very bored and wouldn't know what to do. While traveling, he could find some deeper insights that would allow him to break through. Therefore, it was a common thing for the strong. However, after experiencing the incident with Wu Tian, Li Yan obviously had a lingering fear. After all, Wu Tian's strength was very strong and almost had the ability to reach the heavens, so it was better to be careful. If it was in the past, Li Yan's crow's beak would probably be right. But now he really wouldn't encounter any other danger. He just stayed in the unparalleled sword. Even if Li Zongjiu died, as long as the unparalleled sword was still there, it would appear one day. It seemed that he had obtained the power of immortality, but in fact he had lost his freedom forever. Although Li Zongjiu said it casually, Wan Yulan realized that something was wrong when she thought about it carefully. According to what they said before, the King of Fire should have just broken through to the Supreme Being realm. If he had just broken through, he should find a safe place to consolidate his realm. However, although she saw the clues, Wan Yulan didn't point out. It wasn't easy to say. Since Li Zongjiu didn't want to reveal it, she naturally wouldn't ask. This time, the appearance of the Demon Suppression Palace released a large number of demons. Now, the demons will definitely make a comeback. Wan Yulan's eyes revealed a heavy sense of melancholy. They had just dealt with the Black Canal Basilica, and now the demons were in chaos. Life was really difficult. This is an opportunity. Only by suppressing the demons and returning peace to the world can the royal family, which you assist, be considered to have contributed. If this doesn't work, then what's the point of having an emperor? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. After hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Wan Yulan also looked over. This reminder made Wan Yulan's heart quite shocked. It was as if layers of clouds had been lifted, and it was like a bright mirror pointing the way in front. Indeed, if the world was peaceful, the royal family wouldn't have any contributions. How could they have credibility? So this was a chance. Thank you, Lord Evil Lord, for your reminder, Wan Yulan hurriedly said. Obviously, this was also a joke. At the same time, it was also testing her relationship with Li Zongjiu. After understanding the gap between her and Li Zongjiu, Wan Yulan was also worried that she could no longer be friends with Li Zongjiu. After all, the gap between them was too big. You can just call me by my name, Li Zongjiu said. Wan Yulan was also delighted when she heard this. Fortunately, Lu Baixian and the others turned back and didn't meet you. However, there's no time to lose. You must leave the Haika dynasty immediately. If they come out of the Demon Suppression Palace, they will definitely find trouble with you. Wan Yulan said. Lu Baixian? He's already been killed by me. Could it be that he's just a clone? Li Zongjio said doubtfully. What? Dead. Wan Yulan and Li Yan were also shocked. There's 5 of them. Li Yan spread out her palm and said, indicating that her 5 fingers represented the number of enemies. Yes, there's 5 of them. I killed them all. Li Zongjio confirmed again. Chapter 1132. They were all killed. It sounded simple, but the content was enough to shake the entire Haika dynasty. There might even be a world of difference. Li Zongjio's words were never exaggerated. They were all serious statements, so much so that it sounded as simple as stepping on 5 ants. No one would have thought of how serious this matter was. Those were 5 Supreme Being experts. Wan Yulan immediately sent her subordinates to pay close attention to the information in order to find any useful information. At the very least, they had to know the situation of the deputy sect leader of the Haochin sect and the deputy palace master of the Black Canal Basilica. The fall of 5 Supreme Being experts was so quiet. It was estimated that even if Li Zongjio killed a chicken, it would be more sensational than this. The most sensational thing about Li Zongjio was that he made the people of the 10-sword sect kneel for 4 hours before they dared to leave. This matter could be said to be truly earth-shattering. One could feel the deep shock just by looking at it. This kind of thing was hard to explain. Only when one saw it at the scene would one know how shocking it was. Li Zongjio, Li Yan, and Zhou Bachuan temporarily stayed in the Marquis Wanyong's residence. Firstly, Li Zongjio had made a breakthrough and needed to stabilize his realm. Secondly, Zhou Bachuan also needed to recall all his subordinates so that they could follow Li Zongjio to the Xinyan dynasty. Li Yan was also very happy to know that Zhou Bachuan had actually joined Li Zongjio's team. This was an extremely strong team. If they could get the support of Zhou Bachuan and the others, it would be equivalent to their strength rising by several levels. It was like adding wings to a tiger. As for Wan Yulan and the others, they didn't have the time to entertain Li Zongjio and the others. The encirclement of the remnants of Black Canal Basilica, as well as the appearance of the demons and the chaos in the city, were enough to keep them busy. Since the Marquis of Wanyong's manor was carrying the banner this time, the Heichu dynasty had also entrusted it with a heavy responsibility. At the same time, the Heichu dynasty also had several supremes who had hidden themselves away from the world and had appeared due to the decline of the Heichu Holy Temple. Furthermore, under the invitation of the Marquis of Wanyong, he became the Grand Master Protector of the Haiku dynasty. Before he took up the post, he even paid a visit to Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio received them and chatted for a few minutes before sending them away. Only after meeting Li Zongjio, the evil lord from the Xinyan dynasty, would they be qualified to take up the post of Grand Master Protector of the state. These supreme stage powerhouses were willing to come out of seclusion because of many reasons. 2 days later, Li Zongjio's realm stabilized. Feeling the improvement of his realm, he looked at the unparalleled sword in his hand. With the unparalleled sword, Li Zongjio's cultivation became more outstanding. The blood dragon's soul is now useless. I have to refine pills to condense it again. The blood dragon's soul was really desperate. However, it was also because of the blood dragon's soul's persistence that Li Zongjio and the others survived. Li Zongjio called a maid Yu Dai. Yu Dai was specially left by Wan Yulan to follow Li Zongjio's orders. She also gave Yu Dai absolute authority. As long as it was Li Zongjio's request, she had to fulfill it no matter what, even if she used all the power of the Wan family. First, he wrote a list of herbs and handed it to Yu Dai. Yu Dai hurriedly sent someone to do it. However, there were many kinds of herbs, and it would take at least half a day. Li Zongjio simply walked out of Wanyong Marquis Mansion to take a breather. Zhou Bachuan originally wanted to bring his subordinates along, but Li Zongjio refused. I'm just going out for a stroll. I'm not going to rob people. You just need to protect my cousin. Most of Zhou Bachuan's subordinates had already gathered, and there was still a small number of them on their way. Although the main area was the old haunt of the 9 cities, there were still some troops left in other cities in case of emergency. Originally, there were a total of 400 people. Currently, there were more than 300 people gathered. Thinking about it, with Li Zongjiu's cultivation, what kind of danger could he encounter? He came to this bustling street. In fact, Li Zongjiu yearned for a simple and low-key life. After reaching the peak in his previous life, he had always been like this. However, in this life his parents were still alive and his family was still alive. How could he be at ease? If he wanted to protect his family and his people, he had to work hard to become stronger. Therefore, even after his rebirth, Li Zongjiu had never thought of relaxing at all. He was always tense. This time, with Li Zongjiu's current strength, he could truly heave a sigh of relief. He sat at a small stall on the street and ordered a bowl of Sanxian fried noodles. And while Li Zongjiu was waiting for the noodles to be served, he was also looking at the various expressions of the people. At this moment, a woman in white came over like a gust of spring wind. She floated over and sat opposite Li Zongjiu. "Can I sit here?" Gong Yu asked softly. However, she had already sat down and looked like she wasn't going to get up. "Up to you," Li Zongjiu said. He didn't look at Gong Yu in front of him, but continued to look at the busy traffic. There were a few children chasing kites, acrobatics, storytelling on the bridge. Candide Hawthorne, "You are Senior Evil Lord?" Gong Yu said softly. When she said this, she felt a little shy because Li Zongjiu was younger than her, but now she had to call Li Zongjiu Senior. Li Zongjiu seemed to have finally paid attention to Gong Yu. He looked at the young and beautiful girl in front of him. What's the matter? When Li Zongjiu found that he didn't know the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. To Li Zongjiu, it didn't make much difference whether she was good-looking or not. If she was a friend, he naturally wouldn't care about her looks. If she was an enemy, he would kill her with a sword. It didn't matter whether she was good-looking or not. When your head was cut open, everything that was good-looking would become ugly. "Senior, thank you for saving my life. I'm here to thank you. There's no need to thank me. Do you eat noodles?" Li Zongjiu waved his hand casually. He didn't care when he saved Gong Yu's life. Now was the time to eat. Fighting and killing were temporarily put aside. Gong Yu was stunned. She didn't understand what Li Zongjiu meant. "Boss, another bowl of Sanxian fried noodles, slightly spicy." "Yes, sir." The fire in the coal stove was suddenly lit. The big ladle and the iron pot clanged loudly. When the steaming hot fried noodles were placed in front of Gong Yu didn't even react. What was going on? Was he inviting her to lunch? "Eat, it's delicious." Li Zongjiu ate without hesitation. Chapter 1133. This might be the most inexplicable meal that Gong Yu had ever had in her life. To be precise, it was a bowl of noodles. She had intended to express her gratitude and, at the same time, wanted to know the background of this young genius who had such terrifying strength. However, after sitting down, she found that Li Zongjiu seemed to have no interest in talking. He didn't care about anything else and directly ordered a bowl of noodles for her. It was such a greasy thing. Although it looked delicious for a girl, it was a little too heavy. However, Gong Yu also ate happily. At first, she was wary of Li Zongjiu, but as she ate, she gradually calmed down. While Gong Yu was eating the noodles, she suddenly realized that it had been a long time since she had been able to sit quietly and eat noodles. She had always been running around for cultivation. Even if she wasn't cultivating, there would definitely be other things to disturb her. Even Gong Yu recalled her original intention of cultivating, which was to be able to travel around the world. However, even though she had the cultivation, she was entangled by various things and couldn't roam freely. During this time, Li Zongjiu added some vinegar for Gong Yu. "Thank you," Gong Yu said. At this moment, she seemed to understand why Li Zongjiu's cultivation was so high. It was because Li Zongjiu's state of mind was incomparably peaceful. It was enough to be able to maintain such a state of mind in this chaotic world. After eating the noodles, Li Zongjiu paid. He turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Gong Yu didn't chase after him. To be able to have such a meal with Li Zongjiu, for Gong Yu, was already a great guide. Sometimes, when we contact and visit some experts, it's not because we want them to impart some experience directly, but because we can feel a trace of a different realm through the interaction with them. Thus, we can be enlightened. Therefore, this was a kind of infectious power. Although Gong Yu only ate a bowl of noodles, her enlightenment was extremely deep, as expected of Senior Supreme. Gong Yu sighed in her heart. Then, she turned around and headed back to her sect. It was time to put down the affairs of the sect. Because of the shackles of the sect, her cultivation realm had stagnated for a long time. After returning this time, he must relax his mentality and properly seek a breakthrough. Next time, it's my turn to treat you. Fighting spirit was once again ignited in Gong Yu's eyes. It was as if the gloominess and impurities that had accumulated in her heart for many years had disappeared today. She once again felt as if she had been reborn. Li Zongjiu didn't know that eating a single bowl of noodles would bring such a huge change and enlightenment to Gong Yu. The girl sitting across from him just now was indeed not weak. If he knew about the changes in Gong Yu's heart, he would definitely know that this girl's talent was not simple. She was able to see through his mental state so quickly. If he gave her some pointers, her future achievements would definitely be limitless. When passing by some medicinal shops, he also bought some medicinal herbs. The wealth in Li Zongjiu's hands now was enough to allow him to achieve the freedom of medicinal herbs. When he had the strength, these things like money were just a joke. If he really couldn't do it, he could just snatch it, returning to the Marquis mansion. Yu Dai had already sent someone to send the medicinal herbs. Li Zongjiu went into seclusion to refine pills. After refining for 2 days, Li Zongjiu finally managed to refine the level 6 high-grade medicinal pill in his hands. This pill was specially designed by Li Zongjiu according to the nature of the blood dragon soul. For a 9th grade alchemist, it was a simple matter to design a set of pill recipes. Let's call it the blood dragon pill. He swallowed the freshly refined blood dragon pill. He didn't need to spend time to refine it. The blood dragon soul would absorb the power of the blood dragon pill by itself. After resting for a while, he came out of seclusion. Zhou Bachuan's 400 soldiers had already gathered, and their momentum was mighty. After calling Li Yan, he went to say goodbye to Wan Yulan. Recently, the internal affairs of the Haika dynasty were extremely hot. Various battles broke out, and at the same time, many talents and heroes appeared. Furthermore, it also made Wan Yulan and the others' fighting spirit soar. There was a feeling of 1,000 things waiting to be done. When the situation in the dynasty is stabilized, I will definitely go to the Shenyan dynasty and thank you personally. Wan Yulan said. Now, Wan Yulan was also an official. The imperial court appointed Wan Yulan with an important task. She was conferred the title of General Yuquan and led 50,000 elite soldiers under her, named the Yuquan Army. It's up to you. If you need anything, just send someone to tell me. Li Zongjiu said. One must know that Wan Yulan was also one of his aides in the White Deer Mansion. Speaking of the White Deer Mansion, there was nothing to say. All kinds of experts gathered there, and it was very powerful. Now, even a general of the Haika dynasty came from the White Deer Mansion. Wasn't it awesome? Of course. Wan Yulan didn't say much. Wan Yonggong also saw them off respectfully. Originally, they thought that it would be a long and bitter battle, but because of Li Zongjiu's arrival, it was easily resolved. The huge black canal basilica collapsed in an instant. It was all because of Li Zongjiu in front of them. Evil Lord Li Zongjiu. This time, the name of Evil Lord would be recorded in the annals of history by Wan Yulan and the others. Li Yan piloted the Qilin warship. Zhou Bachuan and the others boarded the warship one by one. After boarding, Zhou Bachuan began to arrange people to patrol the area. Li Zongjiu and Li Yan were also much more relaxed. At least there were people guarding the area. Even if some bandits saw them, they wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. With a glance, they knew that they weren't people to be trifled with. "Where are we going?" Li Yan asked. "Sunset City." Li Zongjiu said. Li Zongjiu hadn't gone back for a long time, so he also needed to go back and take a look. Moreover, he didn't know how his father's cultivation was going. Last time he gave him a heavenly dragon pill, and he didn't know how it was going. Zhou Bachuan and the others were so powerful. If they were deployed in Sunset City, they would naturally be able to sit back and relax. As long as no Supreme Being experts came to attack the city, there wouldn't be any problems. Hearing that they could go back, Li Yan's heart was also happy. She hadn't seen her family for a long time. After wandering outside for a long time, she would eventually miss home. The Qilin warship soared into the sky. The security of the airship was handed over to Zhou Bachuan and the others. Each of them stood firmly around the deck like wooden stakes. Food and water for more than 400 people was also a problem. However, Li Zongjiu directly gave Zhou Bachuan a large sum of money and asked Zhou Bachuan to take care of these people. Zhou Bachuan took the money without any hesitation. For many years, they had been living frugally. When they were really poor, they would clear out some bandits. However, that could only last for a while. Now, they had found a long-term meal ticket. Looking at Zhou Bachuan's attentive appearance, Li Zongjiu even thought that he had fallen into Zhou Bachuan's trick. With Li Yan's current driving skills, they would be able to reach Sunset City in about a day and a half. During this time, Li Zongjiu was also doing the same thing. He began to try to refine the soul-subduing flying knife. This soul-subduing flying knife was the magical treasure used to suppress the flame demon emperor. After Li Zongjiu removed the surface defense of the soul-subduing flying knife, he integrated his mental energy into it and began to refine it. At the same time, he felt the majestic power inside the knife. Demon subduing flying knife. Li Zongjiu sensed it and found that there was a demon subduing flying knife sealed in it. It could devour the origin energy of the demon race. In other words, every time the knife stabbed, it would absorb a bit of energy, weakening the opponent's strength by a bit. As for humans, the power of the soul-subduing flying knife was enough. With mental energy, it could burst out with 10 times the speed of ordinary weapons. Chapter 1134. Luoxia City. Recently, Luoxia City was really a scene of prosperity. If some of the top families in the dynasty didn't open a branch in Luoxia City, they would feel disgraced wherever they went. Although the scale of Luoxia City wasn't large, and there were some things that ordinary people couldn't afford. However, there had to be a shop on the surface. Because of Li Zongjiu's fame, there were more and more people coming to Luoxia City to visit. The city lord Yi Chao had made a lot of money just by collecting the entrance tax and the transaction tax. The so-called transaction tax was in some regular shops. Every transaction had to be recorded, and the tax would be paid according to your account book. Hence, Luoxia City became richer and more prosperous. This feeling of prosperity made the city lord, Yi Chao, very happy. However, just a few days ago, the Li family, who had always been invincible and no one dared to provoke them, had met a business rival. It was a sect called the Thunderbolt sect. These people came aggressively and had already smashed many of the Li family's reputation. When the Li family's people came, they were beaten up badly. However, these people knew their limits and did not kill them. It seemed like they had been keeping the Li family in suspense. They directly said that they wanted Li Zongjiu to come out and negotiate. Regarding the Thunderbolt sect's arrogant behavior, the Li family did not reply directly. The Li family did not respond directly either. Instead, they kept retreating, as though they did not care about the Thunderbolt sect at all. However, the more they did so, the more the Thunderbolt sect's people wanted a yard after taking an inch. By now, they had already beaten up some of the Li family shops until they closed down. They were getting more and more overboard. Finally, Li Tianqing did not want to keep the peace. He asked Elder Li Juyan to bring the heavenly hell python to ask for an explanation. This battle seemed to be effective. The few people in charge of the Thunderbolt sect who showed up were taught a lesson. They were severely injured. It was said that one of them died on the spot. The Li family's reputation returned once again. Recently, everyone in the city had been paying close attention to this matter. When they heard that the Li family had attacked, they all sighed. After today, the Thunderbolt sect would no longer exist. They were just too lazy to be calculative with you. If they were serious, a single slap from him would be enough to turn him into ashes. Did he really think that the Grand Master of the state, Li Zongjiu's family, was a pushover? This was simply unreasonable. He was seeking his own death. He had never thought that someone would seek death in such a way. But no one knew. Li Juyan was saved by the Skyblaze Lion. Moreover, in the battle that day, the Heavenly Inferno Python had been directly killed. The other party seemed to have come prepared. If not for the fact that they did not expect the Skyblaze Lion to dare to walk out of the Li family's courtyard, they probably would not have let Li Juyan return alive. The Li family's clinic. Li Juyan was lying on the bed with serious injuries. He said to Li Tianqing and the others who came to visit, "Don't fall for their tricks. They are here for the Meta Beast." A primitive Emperor-level Meta Beast was captured alive. What level was this? This was a dozen times more difficult than killing a primitive Emperor-level Meta Beast. Li Tianqing's expression was solemn. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. His Li family could be said to be at its most glorious moment. The wind that could blow at this moment would definitely be a destructive storm, so the Li family had to deal with it carefully. The other party was aggressive, but they did not kill. Their purpose was to provoke the Meta Beast to come out. Knowing what the other party wanted, they naturally had a plan to deal with it. "You should rest first. I will be careful," Li Tianqing said in a deep voice. He left 2 maids to take care of Li Juyan. Then, Li Tianqing also anxiously discussed this matter with the others. Recently, some of the Li family's rookies had performed well. There were also some elders who were promoted. Li Muyuan, a disciple of a side family who had been wandering outside for many years and had seen the world. Now he could be considered to have learned and returned. It was said that at his peak he controlled 3,000 horse bandits and was ready to become an outlaw in the mountains. However, he felt that these people's ambition was not enough, so he just waved his hand and left. He heard that the Li family had the intention to rise recently, so he came back at this time to find a helper and see the trend of the Li family. Now, Li Muyuan was also among the elders. Although many of the elders had objections, they were powerless to refute Li Tianqing's decision. Li Tianqing thought that the Li family's elders were too conceited and had forgotten themselves for a period of time. Therefore, they needed to be properly reorganized. Using the appearance of this young man, they could cleanse the Li family's management. At the meeting, when I was training in the West, I heard of this Thunderbolt sect. Li Muyuan said, "Since you have heard of it, why didn't you say so earlier?" An elder questioned Li Muyuan and attacked fiercely. "Silence, Muyuan, please continue." The great elder, Li Shuolan, said, "The position of the great elder naturally needed to be inherited by a person of virtue and prestige. Ever since the previous great elder was purged because he wanted to take over the patriarch's position, the position had been empty. Later, after the reorganization, Li Tianqing invited Li Shuolan to be the great elder and preside over the elder council. As Li Zongjiu's aunt, Li Shuolan was also Li Tianqing's elder sister. In terms of seniority and experience, she naturally had the right to hold the position. Li Zongjiu had left behind many cultivation techniques in the family. The one that Li Shuolan was currently cultivating was also a top-notch cultivation technique called the Fire Phoenix technique. Due to the distance, I was only guessing that these people might have the same name as the group I know. However, Yesterday's incident allowed me to confirm that it is the Thunderbolt sect that I have heard of. The reason why the Thunderbolt sect has been pressuring us is to force us to take action, because what they want is the meta beast in our family. Li Muyuan said. Oh, what do they want the meta beast for? Li Tianqing asked. Because the Thunderbolt sect is a sect that focuses on beast taming cultivation. Li Muyuan said. The Thunderbolt sect specializes in beast taming, and most of their members are beast taming masters. Now that we have 2 meta-emperor level meta beasts in the Li family, they're naturally curious as to how we can control these meta beasts so well. Hearing Li Muyuan's words, the crowd came to a realization. No wonder these people had been pressuring them to force the Li family's meta beasts to take action. I see. It's actually for the beast taming method. Many of the elders were puzzled. If they wanted to study the beast taming method, why would they come to their place? Shouldn't they go deep into the mountains and forests to look for meta beasts to study? What kind of logic was this? Moreover, everyone knew that these meta beasts were sent by Li Zongjiu and should have been tamed by the young master. Then why were these people showing off here? The other party must have set up a trap. Therefore, when the 5th elder brought the heavenly hell python over, he fell into the other party's trap. However, they did not expect the heavenly lion to take action, or perhaps they underestimated the power of the heavenly lion. If that's the case, as long as we don't fall into their trap, they have no other way. Another elder, Li Gui, said. He was also an elder who had returned to the family. Previously, he had always been in hot climates, so his skin was very tanned. He had also changed his name to Li Gui. It was more intimidating. His cultivation level was not weak. He had already reached the Yuan King realm. Chapter 1135. Li Gui was talking about Jianzi Mountain. However, the other party did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the Skyblaze lion had already appeared once. After it attacked, it would definitely leak some information. If they were caught by the other party, they might already be preparing for a countermeasure. That's true. However, the other party might have other tricks up their sleeves. Li Muyuan nodded. In comparison, Li Muyuan was more in favor of more conservative actions. If they were to rush out recklessly, no one knew what would happen. However, Elder Li Gui was different. He believed in cutting the Gordian knot. If these people were really capable, they would not have waited until now to act. They would have already flattened the Li family. Family head, this matter should be dealt with sooner rather than later. If the other party finds out the trick, we won't stand a chance. I'll volunteer. Tonight, I'll lead a team and flatten the old mansion of the Thunderbolt sect. Li Gui said boldly and decisively. He was ready to go all out. Li Tianqing pondered for a moment before making the decision. All right, Elder Li Gui will be in charge of leading the team. Pick 20 experts from the family to investigate the mansion of the Thunderbolt sect. The most important thing is to find the location of the heavenly hell python. Li Muyuan, bring some men, and the Skyblaze lion to provide support. Once the location of the heavenly hell python is confirmed, take action immediately. There's no need to report. When the heavenly hell python is brought back, I want to see the heads of the people from the Thunderbolt sect on my table. Li Tianqing said. Everyone from the Li family was in high spirits. Finally, they were going to fight a decent battle. The strength of the young family head had also brought them a lot of trouble. No opposing forces had appeared around them. No family had ever dared to challenge the Li family. The more this was the case, the more the Li family members were at a loss. They even started to doubt their own strength. Otherwise, if these people were to go easy on the Li family every day without any threat, how could a family continue to develop? Sooner or later, they would fall into a state of self-destruction. Therefore, Li Tianqing was optimistic about this opportunity. He was prepared to send out all the people from the Li family who could no longer hold back. The rest of you attack together. Burn down all the shops belonging to the Thunderbolt sect. The people of the Li family had been sullen for a long time. Since they were going to come, then they would directly go all out without any room for negotiation. Although the Li family had always been developing in the Luoxia city, but didn't mean that they were weak and backward. Although the Li family had always been developing in the Luoxia city, it didn't mean that they were weak and backward. The Li family was not a frog at the bottom of a well. However, just as everyone from the Li family was about to set off, suddenly, a loud and clear roar came from the back of the mountain. Roar! The sky blaze lion roared at the sky. Then a terrifying wave of energy struck, destroying many courtyards of the Li family. In an instant, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Not good. Li Tianqing and the others' expressions changed. Tian Fei was cultivating in the backyard. Tian Fei could be considered one of the hidden guards of the Li family. Very few people knew of Tian Fei's existence after his death. Tian Fei immediately stood up, and the sword in his hand emitted a terrifying cold light. At this moment, a few huge shadows appeared in the night sky above the Li family. The defensive array set up by Li Yan was activated automatically at this moment. However, it was destroyed in an instant by the other party. Although it didn't play a defensive role, it served as a warning to a certain extent. Li family can forget about sneaking up on us. Today, all the people from the Thunderbolt sect will be here. How about it? In the future, Li family can be removed from Luoxia City. A young voice came from the sky. The aura in the voice was extremely arrogant, and the warning was even more infuriating. Who are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in the Li family? Everyone was enraged. However, when the elders of the Li family rushed out and saw the 5 shadows that suddenly appeared in the sky, their eyes widened. Meta beasts. 5 Meta Emperor level meta beasts. Just as everyone from the Li family was exclaiming, Tian Fei, who was in the courtyard, rushed into the sky with the heavenly Exian sword. He turned into a shocking sword aura and attacked one of the meta beasts in the sky. The sky blaze lion followed behind Tian Fei. Roar! As an overlord among the meta emperor level meta beasts, how could it tolerate these meta beasts provoking it in its territory? Tian Fei's sword aura shocked everyone who was watching the battle from afar. Tian Fei was fighting against a sky-piercing bull with a sky-piercing horn on its head. Meta Emperor level. The Sky Blaze Lion was also besieged by 3 Meta Emperor level meta beasts. The remaining Meta Emperor level meta beast was attacking the Li family's courtyard below. Qilin Fleet. Fire! Li Xuelan ordered. Suddenly, the cannons were fired and 10 Qilin Fleet rose into the sky from the Li family's courtyard. The meta beast of the opponent looked like a fire fox, but it had a long and thin tail, just like an enlarged rat's tail. Thousand-faced rat-tail fox. It was said that the thousand-faced rat-tail fox was extremely intelligent and could make many different expressions just like a human. Hence, it was called the thousand-faced rat-tail fox. However, one couldn't ignore the latter's combat power and ferocity. Roar! The rat-tail fox was unscathed under this round of cannons. It turned into a ray of light in the sky and rushed towards the Qilin fleet. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the Qilin fleet of the Li family was completely destroyed. All of them exploded and fell from the sky. This fleet posed no threat to the primitive emperor level meta beasts. It was only when they were attacking some families that they seemed to be slightly more imposing. Li Muyuan, go and save them. Li Tianqing ordered. Yes. Li Muyuan immediately led people to rescue the survivors in the Li family's fleet. The rest follow me and kill. Li Tianqing finally took action personally. Li Tianqing, who had cultivated the Sky Blaze Lion King technique, raised his hand and unleashed his aura and spirit. The terrifying metaforce formed a huge lion's head behind him. Li Tianqing transformed into the Lion King and led many experts of the Li family to kill the rat-tail fox in front. Boom! Suddenly, there was a terrifying battle fluctuation in the sky above the Li family. The terrifying fluctuation shook the entire Luoxia city. Not far from the Li family's courtyard, there was a high-end restaurant belonging to the Li family. At this moment, there were more than 10 figures standing above the restaurant. Only one person was sitting on a mahogany chair. He was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. He looked at the battle in front of him with great interest. I have to say that this Sky Blaze Lion King is really attractive. I didn't come all the way here in vain. How can this group of trash from the Li family have such pure royal bloodline? This is simply a stain on the royal bloodline. Chapter 1136. The young man rubbed a thumb ring on his right thumb. He gazed at the battle in front of him. Under the moonlight and the gentle breeze, he seemed extremely content. The commotion that had erupted in the Li family had alarmed the people in the city. Gu Xuanwu of the Gu family immediately led his men and charged towards the Li family. After all, the two families were allies. How could Gu Xuanwu watch as the Li family was attacked? If anything happened to the Li family, the Gu family would not have a good ending either. Yi Chao and the others stood on the roof of their house and watched the battle. Quick, inform General Feng. Yi Chao knew that he would be crushed to pieces if he approached the powerful aura of the other party. The only thing he could do was to ask for help. It was not that Yi Chao did not want to help. Horses immediately rushed out of the city. However, it would take an hour for them to leave. Would the Li family be able to hold on until then? Li Tianqing fought bravely. The Sky Blaze Lion King mantra was a 6th grade primordial art. Furthermore, he observed the Sky Blaze Lion before him every day. Coupled with the Sky Dragon elixir that Li Zongjiu had given him previously, Li Tianqing's Sky Blaze Lion King mantra was extremely pure. This caused Li Tianqing's elemental formula to be extremely pure and powerful. Under the support and assistance of the Li clan, he was actually evenly matched with the mouse fox in front of him. However, the Li family's house would probably need to be rebuilt. Most of the buildings would be destroyed. Although Tian Fei was only at the Yuan monarch realm, he wielded the Tianqin sword. Even the sky-piercing bull before him had to avoid it temporarily. Furthermore, he had learned the top sword technique from the mystic Yuan sect. Tian Fei also managed to cut off one of the sky-piercing bull's horns. However, he was also sent flying by the impact. When the young man from the Thunderbolt sect saw the state of the sky-piercing bull, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Release the Sky Blaze Python and destroy the Li family as soon as possible. Gather the power of the 6 Yuan beasts and take the Sky Blaze Lion away. But young sect master, the Sky Blaze Python has just been captured. If it is released now and receives too much damage, all our previous efforts will be wasted. You are the young sect master? The man glanced at the person who had just spoken. Immediately, that person trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. He lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything else. Instead, he quickly ordered the people behind him to summon the heavenly hell python. Immediately, there were 3 people dressed in blue and brown clothing behind him. Their figures were arranged in a triangular formation, and their palms were connected. Elemental energy condensed in the middle of the 3 people, turning into a ray of light that shot into the sky. Then, the sky seemed to be cut open. A spatial crack appeared, and the aura of the wilderness was immediately released from the spatial crack. The Thunderbolt sect wasn't just a beast tamer. To be more precise, they were all summoners. The captured meta-beast would undergo a transformation, and the Thunderbolt sect's symbol would appear between its eyebrows. This meant that the meta-beast had been tamed by the Thunderbolt sect. The people of the Li family were naturally very familiar with the origin beast that had appeared from the huge spatial crack. Wasn't this the heavenly hell python that had been guarding the Li family previously? It was extremely puzzling that it had actually joined the enemy's camp. A meta-beast with an orthodox royal bloodline. This is an extremely rare thing. After the heavenly hell python had been refined by them, The royal bloodline in its body had been activated. The aura that it released now was more than 10 times stronger than before. If he could take down this even stronger heavenly hell lion, he would have an extremely powerful meta beast, a royal meta beast. Just thinking about it made him excited. After the heavenly hell python appeared, it actually attacked the heavenly hell lion directly. After all, the heavenly hell lion was the only one who could match up to it. The heavenly hell lion was already extremely annoyed that it was being pestered by these 3 meta beasts. Now it realized that its previous underlings actually dared to turn around and attack it. It was simply rebelling. Immediately, the heavenly hell lion let out a ferocious glint. It seemed to have activated the hidden bloodline power in its body. In the face of the battle between the 2 royal bloodline metabeasts, the 3 metabeasts that had surrounded the heavenly hell lion just now gradually retreated. They didn't dare to be in between the 2 metabeasts because they had suffered serious injuries when blocking the heavenly hell lion just now. They were only able to keep their lives because they had more people. Oh, it actually awakened a trace of power under such pressure. Interesting. I will definitely take down this heavenly hell lion. The Thunderbolt Sect's junior sect master's eyes shone brightly. He liked this heavenly hell lion very much. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a high-quality meta-beast. It would be a waste if such a meta-beast didn't follow him. Boom! The battle formation that Li Tianqing and the others had formed was directly destroyed by the sat-tailed fox. Suddenly, the sat-tailed fox's tail curled around Li Tianqing and flung him a few hundred meters away, crashing into countless walls. Even though he had been paying attention to the tempering of his body recently, he couldn't withstand such a strong force and spat out a mouthful of blood. The rest of the people were also knocked down in one move and were sent flying. Tian Fei was also sent flying. The other party's horn had opened up a huge hole in Tian Fei's chest. However, the heavenly hell lion's body had also been slashed open. Moreover, the sword chi had already penetrated the heavenly hell lion's internal organs. The heavenly hell lion had sent Tian Fei flying. At this moment, Tian Fei was sitting on the ground, hugging the Tianqin sword. He was waiting for the heavenly hell lion to attack again, so that he could use his last bit of strength to kill it and perish together with it. The heavenly hell lion didn't disappoint Tian Fei. It was determined to trample the person who had injured it to death. Just as the heavenly hell lion was about to charge over, Tian Fei suddenly felt his body turn cold. It was as if there was a gust of cold air surging up from the ground. This gust of cold air sealed Tian Fei's wound first, stopping the blood from flowing out and suppressing the injury. At the same time, icicles suddenly shot out from under the heavenly hell lion's body. Bang! 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 The icicles hit the heavenly hell lion's body and shattered. Only one icicle pierced into the heavenly hell lion's body through the wound. Immediately, the heavenly hell lion roared at the sky. Then, a snow-white figure descended from the sky. Her sharp claws grabbed the heavenly hell lion's head. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in front of the heavenly hell lion. Her hand carried a trace of green and blue light and instantly cut the heavenly hell lion's throat. Bang! Fresh blood splattered out. The heavenly hell lion's body fell to the ground with a boom. Chapter 1137. The sudden appearance of this person immediately shocked the people of the Li family. The people from the Thunderbolt sect were also shocked because a primitive emperor-level meta-beast had died so suddenly. This wasn't a simple matter. Even the Thunderbolt sect's junior sect leader sat up straight and looked ahead. Interesting. Feng Qingyu arrived in time. The deep freeze snow eagle flipped its body and carried Feng Qingyu towards the Thunderbolt sect's group. Ask for the leader first. Currently, the meta-beasts were being held back by the Skyblaze Lion. However, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Before that happened, they had to capture the leader of the enemy. It's General Feng! The people of Li family exclaimed. Everyone had heard of the relationship between the young sect master and General Feng. However, they knew that General Feng was the one who stopped the enemies of Li family. It was because of Feng Qingyu's protection that Luo Xia City was able to survive when they were at their weakest. Now that Li family was in trouble, Feng Qingyu came without hesitation. This touched the hearts of the people of Li family. No. Tianfei saw Feng Qingyu rushing towards the people of Thunderbolt sect. He didn't know how strong she was, but she definitely had more tricks up her sleeves. How could she be so reckless? He immediately shouted and wanted to stop Feng Qingyu. However, it was too late. Feng Qingyu's figure immediately rushed out. The deep freeze snow eagle turned into a beam of spiritual light and protected Feng Qingyu's figure. Then, her figure suddenly accelerated. She rushed forward. Boom! The young man didn't make a move. Two people beside him stepped forward and pushed their palms forward. The yuan force in their body instantly turned into a huge mountain. It pressed down on Feng Qingyu. Feng Qingyu didn't reduce her speed. Instead, she increased her speed and rushed forward. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Feng Qingyu arrived in front of the young man. She left an afterimage on the spot and attracted the opponent's attack. The two people who attacked were shocked as they didn't expect someone to be able to escape from their attack. Young sect master. Hee, interesting. Miss, are you willing to be my woman? The young sect master of Thunderbolt sect laughed confidently. Feng Qingyu's reply to the Thunderbolt sect's young sect master was the green mountain spike in her hand. Whoosh! At a distance of less than 30 feet, the green mountain spike in his hand had already exploded with a green light as it charged towards the young man. However, the young man simply did not care about the force that was released. There was a powerful force in his body that easily shattered Feng Qingyu's yuan power. At the same time, a huge tentacle stretched out from the bottom of the chair and swept towards Feng Qingyu. Bang! Feng Qingyu's figure vanished once again. Another afterimage. In terms of battle tactics, Feng Qingyu's battle tactics were most definitely top-notch. She had used so many techniques to lure the enemy that it was simply impossible to tell what the situation was. Rumble. A few black balls suddenly rolled on the roof. When they saw the round ball, they were shocked. Be careful! Boom! Intense flames suddenly soared into the sky. The explosion directly caused the roof to collapse. The few people who were previously standing on the roof and strategizing fell from the roof in a wretched manner. Feng Qingyu's figure appeared 100 feet away, and below her was the deep freeze snow eagle's body. Although the deep freeze snow eagle was only a rank 5 yuan beast, after forming a soul contract with Feng Qingyu, their minds were connected and the effect that they could unleash was even more shocking. However, when the flames dissipated, the chair that the young man was originally sitting on had turned into an extremely strange creature. It looked like an octopus from the deep freeze. Although there was a huge hole in the roof, the young sect master was protected by the octopus. Hence, it did not cause any harm to him. Take her down! Obviously, the young sect master was furious. Feng Qingyu's purpose in coming here was not to kill them directly, but to infuriate them and humiliate them. The young sect master was enraged. No one had ever dared to toy with him like this. He must pay the price for this. The octopus that he was sitting on immediately stretched out its tentacles. It stretched out rapidly and covered the sky as it swung towards Feng Qingyu. Retreat! The deep freeze snow eagle flapped its wings. Its figure retreated rapidly. However, the octopus spat out a mouthful of venom from the hidden hole in its tentacles. Bang! The deep freeze snow eagle was shot down. Feng Qingyu's figure fell in the direction of the Li family. Roar! The sky blaze lion in the sky had crippled the 3 yuan beasts. However, under the entanglement of the sky blaze python's venom, it gradually lost its combat strength. Bang! The sky blaze lion was defeated and fell from the sky. With a loud bang, it landed on the streets of the city. Li Tianqing and the others stood up. seeing such a tragic situation. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Fortunately, Li Tianqing had arranged for the younger generation of the Li family to evacuate quickly. At least they were able to hide in a safe place and did not have to die in the Li family. Naturally, the bloodline was preserved. However, it would be difficult to resolve today. The Li family is like an annoying mouse. You are already in my palm, and you still want to turn the tables? The young sect master of Thunderbolt sect stood on one of the octopus tentacles, and his figure was rising continuously, like a god looking down on the world. He stared down at the mortals below. Cough, cough. Feng Qingyu took a look at her wrist. The venom had entered her body. It was eroding her meridians continuously. She did not have long to live. However, Feng Qingyu did not regret it. She clutched her green peak thorn tightly and stared the person above. Isn't there someone called Li Zongjiu in the Li family who is very powerful? Why, are you afraid after seeing your young sect master? The young sect master of Thunderbolt sect said and laughed loudly. It was as though he was the only one in this world. The other Yuan beasts roared into the sky, except for the sky piercer bull that was killed by Feng Qingyu. Just as the young sect master was laughing loudly, all of a sudden, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Following that, a voice filled with disdain and extreme anger was heard. Oh, you want me to come and see you? The voice seemed to have come from the sky. At first, it was clear and distinct. However, in the blink of an eye, the voice turned into rolling thunder. Everyone in the Li family had hope in their eyes again. Young Sect Master. Chapter 1138. As the roar got closer, a powerful light spread across the sky. The Qilin battleship was equipped with night lights. If the lights were turned on at full power, they could light up the surroundings within a radius of 500 meters. At this moment, the cannon of the battleship was pointed at the people in front. The young master of Thunderbolt sect, Sangyu, had a cold and arrogant smile on his face. However, Sangyu's body did not move at all. He simply allowed the cannon to aim at him. It was not that Sangyu did not want to move, but there was a powerful will on him that made him unable to move at all. Then, a person walked out from the deck. It was Li Zongjiu. When Li Zongjiu appeared, Li Tianqing and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. This brat still knows to come back. Quick, go and save Miss Feng. She is poisoned. This is the antidote. Let her take it. Li Muyuan immediately rushed towards Feng Qingyu. Feng Qingyu also raised her head and looked at Li Zongjiu. Could it be that this guy is a genius? He always appears at the most crucial moment without any suspense. Boom! Boom! Loud bangs could be heard. Zhou Bachuan led his men and immediately formed a protective array to protect the members of the Li family. Just looking at Zhou Bachuan's body made them feel safe. Are you Zongjiu's friends? Li Tianqing looked at Zhou Bachuan in front of him and wondered about the latter's identity. The latter's aura was not weak. Zhou Bachuan greets the family head. Li Zongjiu is our lord. Zhou Bachuan said to Li Tianqing, if Zhou Bachuan did not even have such a keen eye, he would not be able to stay in the Li family. I see. Thank you for your trouble. Zhou Bachuan nodded. Pull back the formation and defend to the death. Team 2, assist in rescuing the wounded. In Zhou Bachuan's team, there were also people who had specialized in first aid. The team of 400 people moved in an orderly manner. Even in such a chaotic situation, they were still able to demonstrate their high quality. Feng Qingyu glanced at the military formation of Zhou Bachuan and the others. With just one glance, she was stunned by this high-quality troop. This was clearly a troop that only an army god could lead. The aura of the entire troop was condensed into one. Even the slightest movement of the leader was enough. He could understand it immediately. Therefore, when it came to deployment, there was no need for any superfluous words. Where did Li Zongjiu find such a powerful troop? The experts from the Thunderbolt sect seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with Sangyu. In the face of Li Zongjiu's aggressive pressure, the usually arrogant young sect master was actually indifferent. It was hard to believe. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Li Zongjiu looked at Song Yu and said indifferently. At this moment, Song Yu was already sweating profusely. This was because he realized that he was as weak as an ant in front of Li Zongjiu. In front of him, Li Zongjiu was 100 feet tall giant. In the face of such absolute strength, he did not dare to have any thoughts of resistance. This was an absolute suppression. Save the young sect master! The people from the Thunderbolt sect finally realized that something was wrong. Subsequently, they joined forces and opened the gate of summoning. Suddenly, dozens of primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts filled the sky. When they saw the appearance of these meta-beasts, the people from the Li family below also widened their eyes. These people possessed such terrifying strength. They were just toying with them just now. Otherwise, these dozens of primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts could instantly destroy the entire Li family. If they wanted to, destroying the entire Luoxia city would be a piece of cake. It was unbelievable. Damn, it seems like those guys are completely terrified. What level is the young sect master's strength at? Li Gui looked up at the scene in the sky. His eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, he looked at his young sect master with interest. This was also his first time seeing the legendary young sect master. Isn't the young sect master at a disadvantage? A disciple of the Li family couldn't help but ask. The dozens of primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts could feel the destructive aura that was close to them, but they had no way to avoid it. If it wasn't for the young sect master's strength that made them afraid, they wouldn't have released their trump card. Look, the young sect master's appearance has forced them to prepare for an attack. Isn't that enough proof? Hearing Elder Li Gui's words, the surrounding Li family disciples also immediately understood that this was indeed the case. Release our young sect master immediately, or I will bury your entire Li family. An expert from the Thunderbolt sect said. He was also the one with the highest status and strongest strength in this group. His summoning technique had been cultivated to the 6th level, and he could even mobilize 6th grade primitive Emperor level meta-beasts. The Heavenly Yama Emperor Python was under his control. However, just as he finished speaking, he saw Li Zongjiu's figure vanish from the spot. In the blink of an eye, Li Zongjiu's figure appeared in front of him. The latter was so frightened that he immediately retreated, but Li Zongjiu had already grabbed his throat first. "You want my Li family to be buried with you?" Li Zongjiu's cold eyes pierced into the depths of the latter's soul. At this moment, his perception was infinitely magnified. He could even clearly hear and see Li Zongjiu's hand exerting force, crushing every inch of his muscles. When his throat was broken, ordinary people only heard it for a second, a blink of an eye. However, to him, the process was 100 times longer. Kill him! The rest of the Thunderbolt sect immediately summoned all the meta-beasts to attack. Facing the dozens of primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts, Li Zongjiu also raised his hand. A flame burst out from his palm and covered all the meta-beasts in the sky. The flame entered their bodies and covered the dozens of huge meta-beasts. None of them were spared. The terrifying flame burned on their bodies. Moreover, the burning speed was extremely fast. Even the primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts couldn't resist Li Zongjiu's flame power. They were easily destroyed. What? My meta-beasts? There were a total of 16 primitive Emperor-level meta-beasts. Among them was the Heavenly Yama Emperor Python that Li Zongjiu owned previously. For a meta-beast that had betrayed the Li family and injured the Li family, it was useless to keep such a meta-beast. Therefore, Li Zongjiu killed it directly. No matter how strong it was, no matter how precious its bloodline was. After blocking the Heavenly Yama Emperor Python and being captured, what it should do was to sacrifice itself. It should be controlled by others to deal with the Li family. The meta-beasts in the sky were burned to ashes. 16 sparkling essence cores of meta-beasts floated in the sky like 16 stars. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this. It was simply a miracle. They had never seen anyone with such ability. With a raise of his hand, 16 terrifying and ferocious primitive emperor-level meta-beasts were burned to ashes. Unheard of. You guys won't have it easy either. Li Zongjiu looked at the 11 people from the Thunderbolt sect. Including the one he had killed, there were 12 people in total. Now, there were only 11 left. With just a glance, the people from the Thunderbolt sect were injured. At the same time, he coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky as if he had been severely injured. My origin pearl is destroyed. My leg. Among them, 10 of their origin pearls were destroyed. When they fell, some of them even broke their legs. Zhou Bachuan's subordinates immediately went forward to control them. Only one person was left standing on the spot, shivering. He had witnessed this terrifying scene with his own eyes. At the same time, he was left alone by Li Zongjiu. He didn't know what would happen to him. You can go. Go back and tell your sect master to bring more people when he comes. Chapter 1139. Apart from him, everyone else had their elemental pearls destroyed by Li Zongjiu. Since this group of people wanted to touch the Li family, he had to keep them alive and let them feel the warmth of the Li family. The only person who was let go was Wei Guanghua. Wei Guanghua glanced at his heavily injured brothers below. Among these people, there were some whose seniority was even higher than his. Moreover, the young sect master was also below. If he were to leave at this moment, wouldn't he become a deserter? However, Li Zongjiu had killed more than a dozen primitive emperor-level elemental beasts with a raise of his hand. Now he had destroyed everyone's elemental pearls. As a result, there was no way for them to use their summoning skills anymore. Wasn't it obvious that they had lost? Even if he were to join in, he would only be courting death. Hold on, I'll get the sect master immediately. After saying that, Wei Guanghua actually turned around and fled without hesitation, his figure disappearing into the night. The Thunderbolt sect's battle array came quickly and left quickly as well. After Li Zongjiu and the rest appeared, they defeated the Thunderbolt sect's people easily. They destroyed the Thunderbolt sect's formation. Previously, there were still people who doubted Li Zongjiu's strength and wondered if he was as powerful as the legend said. Today, they finally saw Li Zongjiu make a move. Even the entire Luoxia city saw it clearly. The Thunderbolt sect's young sect master, Sanyu, finally let go of his body. When Sanyu turned around and saw that his sect's experts had been defeated by Li Zongjiu. Moreover, the scene of Li Zongjiu killing the elemental beasts with a wave of his hand was still vivid in his mind. Roar! The Sky Blaze Lion suddenly roared and charged towards Sanyu, who was about to escape. You lowly race, how dare you? Sanyu turned around and slapped the Sky Blaze Lion. The Sky Blaze Lion opened its bloody mouth and bit Sanyu's hand, swinging him around. Sanyu howled in pain in midair. Ah, let go of me, you beast! Sanyu's life was naturally not in danger. Now was the time for the Sky Blaze Lion to vent its anger. I'll leave it to you. Don't let him die. Keep him alive for me, Li Zongjiu said indifferently. After receiving the order, the Sky Blaze Lion let out a roar and landed on the ground with Sanyu. It used various methods to ruthlessly trample on this arrogant guy. Li Yan and Li Zongjiu landed at the same time. Dad, I'm late. Are you all right? Li Zongjiu glanced at Li Tianqing's physical condition. Although he was injured, it wasn't a big problem. We're fine. Quickly go and see Miss Feng. Feng Qingyu. Li Zongjiu naturally saw Feng Qingyu, who had come to help. There was even a group of people rushing over from outside the city. Although this lineup was not as elite as Zhou Bachuan and the others, it was enough to make Zhou Bachuan and the others vigilant. Don't be nervous. We're on the same side. Li Tianqing saw that Zhou Bachuan had entered a state of alert. It seemed that as long as he detected a threat, he would extinguish it with lightning speed. He was amazed at the fighting quality of Zhou Bachuan and the others. Feng Qingyu's small group of people had also arrived, but they had missed the battle. However, it was estimated that they would only die if they came. Fortunately, they were late. Although they might not be able to help much, the Li family would definitely remember their kindness. If anything happened to Thousand Horse City in the future, the Li family would definitely not sit idly by. Only at times like this could one see who was willing to go through thick and thin with you. The Li family rested for a while Li Yun guarded Songyu, who was being tortured by the Sky Blaze Lion. At this moment, the people of Thunderbolt's sect, who were being controlled, were looking at them with fierce eyes. "You bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well, you better let us go quickly. Otherwise, when the sect master comes, not to mention your small Luoxia city, your entire Dingquan province will be buried with us," the deacon of Thunderbolt's sect, who was being controlled, said fiercely. Obviously, in his heart, Thunderbolt's sect was incomparably powerful. Judging from his tone, Thunderbolt's sect did not seem to be a sect from the Xinyan dynasty. No wonder he had not heard of it before. There was actually such a powerful summoner sect. Zhou Bachuan merely raised his hand, and a warrior next to him stepped forward and hit him in the face with the shield in his hand. Bang! The shield hit 3 of his teeth, and blood spurted out onto the ground. After this one hit, they immediately became obedient. The rest of the people didn't dare to move, and they obediently knelt in front of the Li family. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would become such a lowly prisoner? "How did you get hurt so badly?" Li Zongjiu came to Feng Qingyu. At this moment, Feng Qingyu's face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She was half lying on the ground and could not move. Her hand was still holding onto her green peak thorn. Li Muyuan, who was sent to help Feng Qingyu, was standing respectfully at the side. Li Muyuan greets the young master. Ask them to step back, Li Zongjiu said. After that, Li Zongjiu knelt on one knee in front of Feng Qingyu. He raised his hand and placed it in front of Feng Qingyu's body. A gentle wave of Yuan power flowed into Feng Qingyu's body. Throughout the process, there was no contact at all. Feng Qingyu's body was in a terrible condition. That damned poison had caused the Yuan energy in her body to dissipate rapidly. If it was any later, Feng Qingyu would have turned into a pool of blood. Li Zongjiu's overbearing Yuan energy forced the poison out of Feng Qingyu's body. He then fed Feng Qingyu an elixir. He helped Feng Qingyu refine the power of the elixir and at the same time reformed the deep freeze snow eagle's body. Li Muyuan and the rest stood at the side, staring at Li Zongjiu with their mouths agape. It was as if Li Zongjiu had miraculously pulled a dying man back from the gates of hell. Although she looked extremely miserable, Feng Qingyu's fatal injuries had been completely healed and she was no longer in any danger. Her shattered Yuan spirit was also restored at this moment. This was the most amazing part. Generally speaking, if one's Yuan spirit was injured, it would take a long time to recover. However, Feng Qingyu's Yuan spirit had collapsed just now. The last trace of origin energy was hidden in Feng Qingyu's origin bead. It would take at least a dozen years to refine it again. Moreover, during this process, she would need to constantly feed it with elixirs and various nourishing items. Li Zongjiu restored the deep freeze snow eagle's Yuan spirit in the blink of an eye. Li Muyuan and the rest were amazed. Feng Qingyu finally woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Li Zongjiu squatting in front of her. Her body trembled slightly and she wanted to get up. "You should rest well. Bring her to the medical hall and recuperate. You're not allowed to leave until you're fully healed." Chapter 1140. Feng Qingyu naturally wanted to refuse, but under Li Zongjiu's tyrannical request, she obediently lay on the stretcher and was carried to the medical hall. Today's battle was indeed an extremely tough challenge for Feng Qingyu. If it wasn't for Li Zhongjiu's timely return, Feng Qingyu would probably be dead by now. Li Tianqing arranged for people to start cleaning up the mess. As for the people from Thunderbolt sect who were kneeling, Li Zhongjiu ordered them to be tied to the wooden stakes on the drill ground and smeared honey all over their bodies. This group of people who were always clamoring to exterminate someone were all scared witless when the honey was smeared on their bodies. Some of them even begged for mercy. However, no one from the Li family showed mercy. It was useless, even if they called for their father. It was cool at night, but many mosquitoes, rats, and ants loved the sweetness of the honey, so there was no need for them to run away. The Sky Blaze royal lion came back with a crippled Sangyu in its mouth. In tonight's battle, the Sky Blaze royal lion's imposing figure was displayed in front of everyone. It was extremely shocking. Was this the majesty of a lion king? It was really shocking. It could fight a group of people alone. This was the overbearing charm of the Sky Blaze royal lion. As for the Sky Blaze royal python, it was also extremely despised by everyone. Although the Sky Blaze royal python was controlled by someone else and was not of its own accord, it couldn't live if the young master wanted it dead. At the same time, it also taught the Li family a lesson. Anyone who betrayed the family would never be easily forgiven. Even the primitive emperor-level meta beast had no intention of letting it go. It was enough to see how determined Li Zhongjiu was. Bang! The Sky Blaze royal lion threw Sangyu to the ground. Then it walked to Li Zhongjiu's side and lay down to sleep. This battle had consumed most of the Sky Blaze royal lion's energy, so it needed to recover. Li Zhongjiu threw an elixir pill to the Sky Blaze royal lion. It seemed like he had to refine the elixir pill for the Sky Blaze royal lion. The loyalty of this guy today had exceeded Li Zhongjiu's imagination. How do we deal with this guy? I need to retrieve his memory first. Li Zhongjiu said. These people who claimed to be summoners obviously had some ability. Otherwise, how could they change the will of the Heavenly Yama Python? Logically speaking, if the Heavenly Yama Python went against Li Zhongjiu's will, it would die immediately. It would die on the spot. Li Zhongjiu had already set the red line that these meta beasts could touch. If they touched it, they could only wait for death. It was useless, no matter who gave them the chance. They would be killed by the mental strength contract directly. However, the Blaze Royal Python was blocked. If Li Zhongjiu hadn't noticed that the situation in Luoxia City wasn't right when he approached it, the Blaze Royal Python seemed to have disappeared. Therefore, he quickly rushed back. Fortunately, he came back in time. Otherwise, Li Zhongjiu wouldn't be able to explain himself. He couldn't face it. Although Li Zhongjiu looked calm on the surface, he was actually afraid. Therefore, when Li Zhongjiu arrived at Luoxia City, the Thunderbolt sect no longer needed to exist. Even if they escaped to the ends of the earth, Li Zhongjiu would definitely kill, destroy, and kill them all without hesitation. Li Zhongjiu directly pressed his hand on the latter's head. Although Sangyu was dying, he still had a breath left. At this moment, Sangyu's body was curled up. When he sensed Li Zhongjiu's approach, he immediately trembled and felt a bone-chilling coldness. You! Suddenly, Sangyu's body tensed up. Li Zhongjiu's power directly poured into Sangyu's body. His mental strength also crazily plundered the latter's power. At the same time, he brutally pulled out the information into Sangyu's mind and forcibly browsed through it. When Li Zhongjiu's power withdrew, Sangyu's body fell to the ground. Sangyu's body also fell to the ground with a plop. During the absorption process, just now, Sangyu's body involuntarily rose into the air. When Li Zhongjiu digested the memories into Sangyu's mind, he couldn't help but sneer. A mere unorthodox sect dares to challenge my Li family. Li Zhongjiu had a rough idea of why these people were here. It turned out that they had their eyes on the two meta beasts, the Sky Blaze lion and the Sky Hell python. These two meta beasts had the royal bloodline, and Sangyu, from the Thunderbolt sect, just happened to be in need of a breakthrough. Meta beasts with the royal bloodline were very precious to these so-called summoners. Once the royal bloodline was activated, they might even be able to obtain some ancient inheritance. However, it was extremely difficult to capture a primitive emperor-level meta beast alive, especially one that was as powerful as the Skyblaze lion, and subdue it. Therefore, Sangyu and the others had observed for a few days and formulated a trap and plan. They were prepared to capture them one by one. The so-called summoners were, in fact, just some kind of cultivation method that these people used to superimpose each other's mental strength. Through this method, they gathered their power and opened up a spiritual space. This way, they could contract multiple metabeasts, and those with talent could summon them individually. Basically, a person could only contract 3 metabeasts at most. The dozen people just now could only summon a dozen metabeasts in total. They were really useless. As for Sangyu, other than the 8-clawed monster, he did not have any other metabeasts. Therefore, he could not wait to capture the Skyblaze lion. Therefore, he attacked directly without any regard for the lives of the Leaf family members. At the beginning, Sangyu was indeed like a high and mighty god. But now he had become a retard with mental retardation. Bring him to the drill ground as well. Li Zongjiu said, even if he was a retard, I can't let him off easily. Yes, young master. In tonight's battle, Li Zongjiu of the Li family had once again displayed his terrifying strength. Immediately, the entire dynasty would be drowned by Li Zongjiu's reputation. Li Zongjiu, who had not appeared for a long time, had actually made his move again. Many people were unfamiliar with the name Thunderbolt Sect. However, those who had been in the underworld for a long time had vaguely heard of the Thunderbolt Sect. When they found out that the Thunderbolt Sect had been beaten so badly, they were all shocked and in disbelief. Although the houses were destroyed, it was not difficult to rebuild them. Everyone from the Li family also went to the temporary settlement. This temporary accommodation was called the Zongjiu Residence. Li Tianqing had specially built it for Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu had grown up and was going to have children in the future. It would not be appropriate for him to squeeze in the same courtyard as the rest of the Li family. Those who had made some contributions were also given their own courtyard. The Li family did not dare to say anything else, but this was still something that the Li family could do. This name is too direct. Li Zongjiu looked at the plaque and felt embarrassed. However, Li Tianqing did not feel the slightest bit. Chapter 1141. In tonight's battle, although many people from the Li family were injured, fortunately, none of them were sacrificed. Therefore, it could be considered as a great fortune amidst the misfortune. Almost the entire night, the Li family was in a state of excitement. All the injured people were rewarded. This made these people even more determined to die in the Li family in the future, even if they had to die. With such a powerful young master, what else was there to be afraid of? However, the destruction of the Qilin battleship made Li Zongjiu a little angry. That night, he sent a message to the White Deer Mansion and rushed to build 2 Eagle battleships. After all, the piloting requirements of the Eagle battleship were higher. It was useless to build more. Hence, he needed Li Yan to take in a disciple or something. After escaping, Wei Guanghua looked like he was possessed. He first found a place to rest. After all, what happened just now was really hard to accept. It was only now that he reacted. He felt a lingering fear and a chill ran down his spine. Luckily, he had escaped quickly. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the other party. Where did that guy come from? Is he Li Zongjiu? How can there be such a perverted person? He's so powerful. Wei Guanghua, who was still in shock, recalled carefully that Li Zongjiu didn't even use his full strength. He just casually waved his hand and killed all the meta beasts in the sky. How was he going to settle this matter? He had never seen such a situation before. His legs felt like jelly for half a day. No, I have to return to the sect immediately. Wei Guanghua leaped up and headed in the direction of the Thunderbolt sect. He just hoped that nothing would happen to the young master. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive. After dealing with Li Zongjiu, the next person to deal with was him. The Thunderbolt sect was located in an extremely secluded place. It was even located at the borders of the Shengyan dynasty. Wei Guanghua returned to the Thunderbolt sect. In order to prove that he had escaped, Wei Guanghua also broke one of his arms. When he came, he had already thought of all the excuses. He would say that the young sect master was detained by these people. He did not know the specific situation, but these people were obviously here for the sect. This way, it would be much easier to explain. When Wei Guanghua arrived at the main hall of the Thunderbolt sect, he immediately knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. "Sect master, bad news, bad news. Young sect master has been captured. The head of the Thunderbolt sect, Song Ju." "What? Who is so bold?" Song Ju was furious. Although the Thunderbolt sect had always kept a low profile, they had already announced their existence a long time ago. This had given some people on the continent a certain amount of deterrence, letting these people know that the Thunderbolt sect was not to be trifled with. However, they would not take the initiative to stir up trouble. After all, the Thunderbolt sect only liked to stay in small corners and catch meta beasts to nurture them. However, he had never seen a situation similar to today's. Not only did they capture the young sect master, they even said some harsh words. What did they say? They said that we should bring as many people as we have. They are afraid that they won't be able to kill enough. They are also afraid that they won't be able to eat as many meta beasts as we have. Wei Guanghua's words caused the head of the Thunderbolt sect to explode. "Li Zongjiu, I would like to see how many people from the Thunderbolt sect you can kill and how many meta beasts you can eat." Song Ju shouted angrily. Then the entire Thunderbolt sect seemed to be roaring in unison. The entire sky trembled because of it. Luoxia City, Jiuzhong Prefecture. Li Zongjiu was refining elixirs in front of the Azura cauldron. Li Yan was using her improved cultivation to set up a defensive array for the Jiuzhong Prefecture. If she wanted to set up an array for the entire Luoxia City, Li Yan still did not have the ability to do so. She needed someone to set up the base of the array first. Then, she could supplement it later. That way, it would be easier for her to set it up properly. Back in the 9 cities, it was because of Li Zongjiu's help that she was able to set up such a huge maze array. If the array only covered the flowers in the Jiuzhong Prefecture, it wouldn't be a problem. It was a busy night for the Luoxia City. Coincidentally, the Li family's courtyard was a little old and had to be renovated. The heavily injured Li Jian had also recovered with the help of Li Zongjiu. He could get out of bed and walk now. If he could rest for a few more days, the effects would be better. Gu Xuanwu and the rest of the guards were no longer enough to protect the Li family. With Shou Bachuan and the rest, the guards of the Gu family gradually retreated. However, the relationship between the Gu family and the Li family was still very good. After all, the Gu family did not pose much of a threat to the Li family. With the strength of the Li family, if they wanted to destroy the Gu family, it would only take a snap of their fingers. With General Zhou here, I feel much more at ease. "Master, you're exaggerating." Zhou Bachuan and the rest did not tell Li Tianqing that they were people from the ancient times. After all, there was no benefit in revealing this. As long as they could protect the Li family, it did not matter where they came from. As a result, the security of the Li family became even tighter. The members of the Thunderbolt sect on the drill ground had long been bitten by the ants and bugs. The passers-by also shook their heads. With regards to such a situation, these people were the ones who brought it upon themselves, and no one pitied them. Instead, they deeply experienced the power of the Li family. They experienced the power of Li Zongjiu of the Li family. They were impressed by him. At the banquet, Li Zongjiu and Li Tianqing were chatting. During this period of time, Li Tianqing's mother had returned to visit her parents. With the Li family strength, they could directly protect Guanxi town. There would not be any trouble. Fortunately, Li Tianqing's mother was not around. If she knew that the Li family's courtyard had been destroyed, she would be furious. If she had been hurt in the process, it would be even more worrying. What is the background of the Thunderbolt sect? Li Tianqing could not help but ask. If you want to talk about their background, they don't have much of a background. They are just a group of people who accidentally obtained a secret manual and quietly developed it for a few hundred years. They forgot themselves and did not put others in their eyes. Tomorrow these people will come. When that time comes, the Thunderbolt sect will become history. Li Zongjio said indifferently. No matter who the other party was or what they had done, as long as they provoked the Li family, there was only one outcome: death. Chapter 1142. Another day had passed, just as Li Zongjio had expected. The people from Thunderbolt sect came from afar with a mighty aura. As far as the eye could see, there were at least 100 people. Moreover, each of them had at least one meta beast protecting them. Some even had 2 meta beasts. Just the number of meta beasts alone was close to 200. Thunderbolt sect's flag was among them. When outside, one had to wear a flag. You have to wear the banner on your body. Otherwise, who would know where you came from? If they could see your flag from afar, they would definitely give you face when they knew that they couldn't compete with you. Songjia stood on the back of a netherworld dragon hawk. He had been using such a posture all the way here. Now, everyone in Dingquan province knew about it. An extremely secretive sect, Thunderbolt sect, was fighting with Luo Xia City's Li family. An earth-shattering drama had officially begun at this moment. Thunderbolt sect's formation had deterred the world. Everyone had to make way for Thunderbolt sect. Hundreds of meta beasts. Half of them were meta emperors. With so many meta beasts attacking at the same time, it was enough to destroy Luo Xia City hundreds of times. Everyone could feel the terror within. Meta beasts were here to massacre the city. Originally, the people in the city were very confident in Li Zongjio from Li family. However, after seeing Thunderbolt sect's formation, not only did they have confidence, they even had the thought of dying. Roar! Outside Luo Xia City, those terrifying and restless meta beasts approached. They had also angered the Sky Blaze lion. It roared furiously at the sky. Such natural majesty had frightened the hundreds of meta beasts in front of it temporarily. Songju was also stunned when he heard the angry roar of a king. There are actually meta beasts with such pure bloodline. At this moment, Songju's heart was filled with excitement. He led many meta beasts and formed a formation in the air outside Luo Xia City. They didn't get close to the city. After all, Luo Xia City was the other party's territory. It would be troublesome if there were any traps. The most important thing was to force the other party out. However, Songju quickly saw that there were more than 10 people tied up below. Moreover, their appearance was extremely terrifying. The skin on their faces and the like had been gnawed until it was full of holes. There was even one person whose eyeball was half-eaten. The most painful thing was that they were still alive. From where they were, they could see the people from the Thunderbolt sect. The sect had not given up on them. He really came to save them. Everyone was excited, but they didn't have the energy to cheer. People of the Li family, listen up. Hand over the people from the Thunderbolt sect. Also, call that Li Zongjio over. Songju's voice transmitted into Luo Xia City. So, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Zongjio stepped on the Sky Blaze lion's body and soared into the air. A ball of flame rose from the Sky Blaze lion's limbs. Can this young master of the Li family do it? He's just one person. How can he not be enough to kill these people? He's clearly a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Some of the commoners in the city didn't have high hopes for Li Zongjio. After all, Li Zongjio's body looked so thin and weak. Even when compared to the Sky Blaze lion, he looked so small. After all, there were too many of them and there were too many types of them. Some of them were even extremely huge, and each of them had a threatening aura. However, they also hoped that Li Zongjio could win. If Li Zongjio was defeated, then their Sunset City would also suffer a calamity. By then, no one in the city would be left alive. "You are Li Zongjio?" Songju looked at the young man in front of him. At first glance, Li Zongjio was indeed extraordinary. However, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was so extraordinary about him. At least, he didn't panic at all when facing the army of meta beasts behind him. "I am. You must be the sect leader of the Thunderbolt sect. It seems that everyone from the Thunderbolt sect is here." Li Zongjio didn't even look at the army of meta beasts behind Songju. It was as though he didn't care about them at all. "That's right. Release my men from the Thunderbolt sect first," Songju said indifferently. He didn't care about the rest. He only cared about his son. He didn't even care about his son. What he wanted was to save face. At the very least, he had to kill Li Zongjio in front of him. Only in this way could he, Songju, regain face for the Thunderbolt sect. Li Zongjio raised his hand gently, and a suction force summoned a dozen figures from the drill ground into the sky. Songyu opened his eyes with great difficulty. When he saw Songju in front of him, he opened his mouth to ask for help. However, there was a loud bang. His head was about to explode. Bang, bang, bang. The rest of the people had their heads blown up by Li Zongjio's power. When Li Tianqing and the rest saw this scene, their eyes widened and they didn't know what to say. "Isn't this a little too arrogant? You should at least give them a word and give them some hope. This isn't playing by the rules. This is completely..." Songyu was also dumbfounded. He didn't even react. He thought that Li Zongjio had done some magic tricks until all the headless corpses fell from the sky and smashed into a pile of mud on the ground. You're digging your own grave." Songju stared at Li Zongjio angrily. However, Li Zongjio smiled faintly when he saw this. With a flick of his wrist, the unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. Today it's a good day for the Li family in Luoxia City. As soon as Li Zongjio finished speaking, the sword in his hand was already swung. The speed of the sword wasn't fast. However, Songju couldn't dodge it. Not only could Songju not dodge it, but the hundreds of terrifying meta beasts behind him couldn't dodge it either. Boom! The sword aura surged. The dull, yet sharp sword aura swept forward. Bang, bang, bang. Hence, those who were touched by the sword aura were instantly split into two. Immediately after, the aura that the sharp sword aura carried, it also caused the airflow around them to split their bodies into countless pieces. They were destroyed by the aura. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the meta beasts were swept away by the sword aura. The sky was filled with a bloody mist. It was as if a bloody sandstorm had gathered in the sky. It lingered for a long time. Songju's body was also destroyed by the sword aura. All the people from Thunderbolt sect became a part of the bloody mist and contributed to the huge bloody mist. Everyone was killed by the sword aura. Boom! Above the bloody mist, a flame surged. When the flame appeared, it instantly burned the bloody mist clean. There wasn't even a trace of the smell of blood. Moreover, there were hundreds of meta beasts' essence cores. Li Zongjio waved his hand and caught all the meta crystals in his hand. The sky blaze lion brought Li Zongjio's body back into Luoxia City. I strongly recommend my master's new book, Glory of the Fist King, conquering the world with iron fists, spreading blood over the mountains and rivers, adoring beauties, conquering heroes. Don't hesitate, read it quickly. Chapter 1143. The mighty Thunderbolt sect was wiped out by Li Zongjio with a single sword. No one dared to believe it. Could it be that everything that happened just now was just an illusion created by Li Zongjio? It was to let the people of Luoxia City know how powerful Li Zongjio was. Creating such an illusion was, in fact, deceiving people. What's going on? They didn't even fight, and it ended just like that? That's right. It's completely different from the final battle I imagined. Some people were already imagining Li Zongjiu using his last bit of strength to counterattack in order to protect Luoxia City. After all, wasn't this usually the case when a hero wanted to succeed and become famous? Li Zongjiu seemed to be a little casual. With a casual swing of his sword, he killed all the people in front of him, not to mention the others. Even Li Tianqing, who saw it with his own eyes, couldn't believe his eyes. The people of the Li family couldn't believe it either. How did Li Zongjiu do it? What was his cultivation base now? However, if it was magic, it was naturally impossible. The aura just now wasn't something that a magician could create. Li Zongjiu must have killed his opponent with his bare hands. Li Tianqing and the others were naturally shocked. However, Li Yan, who was familiar with Li Zongjiu, didn't even pay attention to this battle. One had to know how many people Li Zongjiu had killed in the Haika dynasty. No matter how many experts Li Zongjiu killed, these people still wanted to cause trouble in front of Li Zongjiu. It was already considered lazy that Li Zongjiu didn't go to the Thunderbolt sect. Yet, they still wanted to come over and fight with Li Zongjiu. Now they had ended up like this. Serve them right. Li Zongjiu returned to the city. Why are you all gathered here? Didn't I say it would be done soon? Li Zongjiu had previously instructed everyone not to gather together and to do their own things. However, these people still directly surrounded him. This was not a waste of time. You brat, what did you do just now? Li Tianqing asked excitedly. It's just a small matter. If something like this happens again, just remember to call me. Li Zongjiu said with a smile. In the next 2 days, Li Zongjiu also arranged array formations around Luoxia City. Li Yan also stayed behind to teach some family members how to control array formations. She remembered that she hadn't seen Qi Yanran for a long time. Li Zongjiu also wanted to make a trip to the Sacred Flame Royal City first. It had been almost a month since they had left and come back. Early morning, Li Zongjiu was preparing to set off. He had also refined some medicinal pills. As for Zhou Bachuan's command, he directly handed it over to Li Tianqing. After that, he would stay in the Li family. He couldn't afford to lose his position as a guard. Li Zongjiu even specially went to the street to buy some gifts for girls. Li Zongjiu knew how to refine medicinal pills, but some of the little things that he carved were really exquisite. Although many craftsmen couldn't cultivate, they could hone one thing to the extreme. This required a lot of perseverance and patience. These people didn't know how to cultivate. If they knew how to cultivate, they would basically have nothing to do with it. At this moment, a green-robed old man shuttled through the crowd and soon found Li Zongjiu. Elderly, something bad has happened. The person who came was none other than Elder Qi Feiyu of the Qi family. Elder Qi had actually come in person. He didn't care about the dust from the journey. Even Li Muyuan said that Elder Qi should rest in the family first. In the end, Elder Qi insisted on coming in person, which led to the scene just now. Elder Qi Feiyu? Li Zongjiu still had some impression of Qi Feiyu. It's me, elderly. Something bad has happened to the young miss. Qi Feiyu gasped for a long breath before he finished speaking. What? Li Zongjiu was startled when he heard this, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Tell me slowly, what exactly happened? Qi Feiyu hurriedly recounted what happened in the Xianhuang mountain forest that day. Li Zongjiu listened to Qi Feiyu's description. His eyebrows furrowed deeper and deeper. I know who did it. Li Zongjiu's eyes were filled with killing intent. The murderous intent in his eyes made the people around him feel as if they were trapped in a cage with great pressure. They even felt that someone was crushing their bones and internal organs. You just said that it disappeared. What do you mean? What Elder Qi Feiyu described was undoubtedly Wu Tian's subordinates. As for the storm that Qi Feiyu mentioned, Li Zongjiu was a little puzzled. Where did the storm come from? However, according to Qi Feiyu, these people didn't achieve their goal of kidnapping Qi Yanran, and Qi Yanran disappeared in the storm. This was also a point of confusion for Li Zongjiu. Yes, those people didn't succeed and disappeared. According to the guards at the scene, the storm was caused by the flapping of the bird's wings. There was a very powerful bird by the young Miss side. The guards of the Qi family also only learned about it at that time. Who would have thought that this little bird was so powerful that it directly killed a black-clothed expert on the spot? It even helped the young Miss kill her way out of the encirclement. Could it be take me to the scene? Li Zongjiu seemed to have thought of something. Then he said, Wu Tian definitely wouldn't send people to capture Qi Yanran as a hostage. Otherwise, he would have done it himself. With Li Zongjiu's understanding of Wu Tian, the latter disdained to do such a thing. Therefore, there must be something on Qi Yanran that attracted Wu Tian. Therefore, he sent people. If Li Zongjiu had to guess, it could be the mountain auk, or the desolate heaven essence. It couldn't be that he was interested in the longevity tree, primordial spirit. As for Qi Yanran's situation, if it was really as Li Zongjiu guessed, it might not be a bad thing. Qi Feiyu didn't say anything else and set off with Li Zongjiu. Before leaving, she asked elder Li Muyuan to explain to her father that they wouldn't be going back. The Qi family was also worried sick about this matter. When they went to the White Deer Mansion to look for Li Zongjiu, they found that Li Zongjiu was not in the country. Now Xiao Zhao was using all of his intelligence network to look for clues related to this matter, but he found nothing. When the Qi family learned that Li Zongjiu had appeared in Luoxia City, they immediately sent Qi Feiyu to investigate. Now, in the whole world, only Li Zongjiu had the ability to bring the young miss back. All of their hopes were placed on Li Zongjiu. Fortunately, they found Li Zongjiu. The Qi family was worried about the young miss' safety and had no choice. Chapter 1144. Xianhuang Mountain Range. There were no longer any traces of the place where the great battle took place. Qi Shaohan even specially sent a small team to guard here, trying to prevent the environment here from being destroyed. When Li Zongjiu and Qi Feiyu arrived, the Qi family's team was also shocked. Elder, retreat, Qi Feiyu said, and everyone retreated. It's here. Qi Feiyu pointed at a hole in front of them that had not yet recovered. Li Zongjiu stepped forward and looked at it. He slowly closed his eyes, and a vast mental power was immediately released. It was as if the spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles had exploded in an instant. At the same time, the spiritual energy was condensed in his hand. Buzz! A terrifying, vibrating force swept over. Li Zongjiu slowly opened his eyes. There was a powerful current surging in front of him, and it gathered in front of him, forming a light screen. The remaining image in the light screen was extremely blurry and shaking. At the same time, what could be seen in the light screen was the scene of the last battle that day. There were more than 10 people on the other side who came to capture Qi Yanran. Half of them were killed by Qi Yanran, but there were more experts lying in ambush. In the end, Qi Yanran was swept away by a storm and disappeared without a trace. Qi Feiyu looked at the scene in front of her with a dumbfounded expression. Was this a joke? How was this possible? Li Zongjiu's magical power could actually condense the image again. What kind of magical power was this? She had never heard of anyone with such an ability. However, the image became blurry towards the end. Yanran is fine. Li Zongjiu breathed a sigh of relief. Qi Feiyu was also baffled when he saw the scene. He had already been swept away, yet he still said that he was fine. He didn't even know what was going on. What exactly was going on? But in comparison, Li Zongjiu was obviously very concerned about Qi Yanran. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed over in such a hurry. Therefore, Qi Feiyu was very touched. This son-in-law was not bad. Young miss, what happened to her? Qi Feiyu didn't know what had happened to her young miss, so she was also extremely nervous. It seemed that Li Zongjiu knew something. Not only am I fine, I even have a great opportunity. However, it will take some time for me to return. If I'm lucky, I should be able to return within half a year, Li Zongjiu said. However, he did not expect that Yan Ran would have such a great encounter. The mountain seagull had used its own secret method to bring Qi Yanran to an inheritance place called the Divine Sparrow Realm. No one knew where this place was. He didn't know how to get in either. The only thing he knew was the mountain seagull. Only those recognized by the mountain seagull can lead you to the Divine Sparrow Realm. Obtain the inheritance of the legendary peacock god. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had never seen anyone with such an opportunity. But this time, he had seen it with his own eyes. Really? It's good that my young miss is fine. Did she encounter any trouble in half a year? Go back and tell Patriarch Qi that Yanran is receiving an unprecedented inheritance. Tell him not to worry and that she is absolutely safe, Li Zongjiu said. Even he was looking forward to seeing just how powerful this girl could be. However, before that, Li Zongjiu stretched out his hand and suddenly grabbed the unparalleled sword. What's wrong? Qi Feiyu couldn't help but look at Li Zongjiu. Why did he suddenly pull out the sword? Li Zongjiu directly slashed at the mountain peak in the distance. Boom! The mountain peak shattered. At the same time, two black figures directly fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. Don't worry, none of these people can escape. Li Zongjiu coldly snorted and instantly chased after them. Boom! The two people who fled in front were undoubtedly the ones who stayed here to collect information and wait for Qi Yanran to appear again. Who knew that this wait would take more than half a month? Before Qi Yanran appeared, Li Zongjiu's domineering sword was welcomed. The two of them hurriedly fled back. Intuition told them that Li Zongjiu's strength was not that simple, and he was not someone to be trifled with. If they confronted Li Zongjiu directly, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. Therefore, they had to leave first. After all, they had already obtained the information. The Divine Sparrow Realm. This was a very important piece of information. This kind of young, supreme-level meta-beast was very precious. Therefore, Wu Tian did not give up and still arranged for people to wait here. The figures of these two people were like two bats, rapidly vibrating their bodies. They directly shuttled through the clouds and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ordinary people couldn't catch up with their speed. Unfortunately, although they were vigilant to see if there was anyone following behind them, they couldn't discover Li Zongjiu's existence. Boom! They had almost crossed half the distance of the continent. Only then did they get close to the Wu Mountain. Since they were here, they might as well get rid of Wu Tian's forces. Whoosh! The two figures entered the Wu Mountain and immediately landed, ready to walk up from the ground. However, just as they landed, a figure directly landed in front of them. Taking a closer look, wasn't this Li Zongjiu whom he had just seen in the forest? Li Zongjiu directly swung his sword and killed the two of them. Bang! 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 They died instantly. The sharpness of the unparalleled sword was not something these small fries could compare with. Even Liu Baixian and the others who were at the supreme level could not resist the sharpness of the sword. Wu Tian, you are courting death in this life. Li Zongjiu immediately rushed to the top of the Wu Mountain with his sword. At this moment, he found a valley on the Wu Mountain with a bloody aura soaring to the sky. Boom! Feeling the appearance of this terrifying aura, Li Zongjiu's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Immediately, Li Zongjiu's figure also rushed to the mountain. From a distance of 100 meters, he directly cut the mountain in front of him with his sword. Boom! The rumbling sound of the mountain collapsing could be heard. Wu Tian, who was in the Blood Valley below, was undergoing an extremely crucial transformation of his strength. Unexpectedly, someone attacked him at this moment. The black-clothed protectors who were guarding the myriad beast blood pool also stood up one after another. He directly used his Yuan power to shatter the mountain peak that was about to collapse. rumble. Violent tremors continued to strike. Finally, before the mountain collapsed, it was smashed into pieces by everyone's concerted efforts. Dust and gravel filled the air. A figure slowly appeared. "Protect the master with our lives. Kill!" The leading black-clothed expert shouted in a low voice. Immediately, nearly 1,000 black-clothed experts rushed out from behind him. Chapter 1145. Close to 1,000 black-robed men appeared before him. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Every single one of them had an extremely tyrannical aura brewing on their bodies. If they had such power, they would be able to establish a new dynasty and stand against the other 3 dynasties. This was the power of a dynasty. Ordinary people would not dare to believe that such a power existed. Even the 3 dynasties would not dare to believe that there was such an existence. In the blood pool below, there was a person who was absorbing the power of the blood pool. Outside the blood pool, there was a mountain of corpses. All of them were huge corpses of meta-beasts. Piling up here, it was even more shocking. One could easily tell that these meta-beasts were of the primitive emperor level. 1,000 beasts' blood pool. When Li Zongjio saw the 1,000 beasts' blood pool, he was slightly stunned. In his previous life, he had heard of the existence of the 1,000 beasts' blood pool. However, the records of this method were only in a secret scroll from ancient times. It mentioned the 1,000 beasts' blood pool. It was a blood pool formed by the accumulation of the blood of the demon race. If the gathered power was integrated into one's body, it would help one break through. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to break through the cultivation of the sovereign realm. In his previous life, Li Zongjio had also consumed a large amount of herbs to refine elixirs. In the short span of 3,000 years, he had completed a breakthrough. It was an unbelievable thing for the entire continent. No one had ever reached such a level. Li Zongjio was also the first person to do so. Now that the power of the blood pool had entered the stage of boiling, it must be that this guy was cultivating to break through. Sky Wu was cultivating in the blood pool. That was why so many demon race clones were here to stop him. Since the King of Fire and Sky Wu had the same source of power, Sky Wu's identity was also the demon race's divine ancestor. Furthermore, Sky Wu's power recovered faster. He had also mastered a very efficient method, which was to use the 1,000 beasts' blood pool to break through. Fortunately, I came in time. If I let you guys wreak havoc in the human world, it would be terrible. In this life, Sky Shaman's strength had grown much faster than expected. If they didn't stop him in time, Wu Tian would definitely become the peak existence of the Holy Martial Continent. At that time, he would definitely lead the army of the demon clan to devour the territory of the human clan. Just like in the ancient times, a war would break out again and kill all the humans. At that time, even Luoxia City would not be spared. Now that Li Zongjio was here, if that was the case, there was no need to carry out this plan at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The thousands of devil avatars in front of him were all infused with Sky Shaman's power, which was why they possessed such cultivation. However, they were just temporary bodies. Therefore, there wasn't much life to speak of. The reason for that was because their true bodies had already died. As they rushed over, Li Zongjio's peerless sword gently swung, and the sword light immediately shuttled back and forth across the bodies of the black-clothed men. Shwa! 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 There were broken limbs everywhere. However, although these people's bodies were scrapped, their power did not disappear. Instead, it was absorbed by a few stronger black-clothed men. Hundreds of people rushed towards Li Zongjio at the same time. Beside Li Zongjio, the golden dragon appeared. He managed to block all of the power coming at him. When you were in a group fight, you would know the benefits of having a strong body, especially when you were being beaten up by a group of people. Even if your reaction was fast, you would still be hit a few times by so many people. It was normal to be beaten up. If you couldn't block the power of the opponent, even if you were strong in other aspects, you would still fall to the ground. Therefore, with Li Zongjiu's physical fitness, there was no need to worry about the opponent's attack at all. Rampaging all the way, he could kill dozens of people with a single sword. These dozens of people were all experts comparable to the primitive emperor realm. Moreover, most of them were at the late stage of the primitive emperor realm. Sword chi vibrated. The battle lasted for half an hour. There were no more mountains above 100 meters in the surroundings. All of them had collapsed in the battle just now. Nearly 1,000 black-clothed men. Only 3 of them were left now. The 3 people in front of him had swallowed most of the people's power and condensed it into themselves. At the same time, they each had a treasure in their hands. Obviously, Skywoo also focused on training these 3 people. In the future, they would definitely be powerful doppelgangers. Just like the doppelgangers he met in the Heike dynasty that day, these 3 people were also the last trump card left by Skywoo. Moreover, the 3 of them were more focused on defense. The treasures in their hands were also treasures of the demon race. A white bone trident, a ghost tooth necklace, and a skeleton staff. When the power of the 3 treasures clashed together, immediately a white bone barrier was formed and directly enveloped Li Zongjiu. Countless white bones immediately entrenched themselves under Li Zongjiu's feet. They struggled as if they wanted to merge with Li Zongjiu and become white bones. Immediately, Li Zongjiu released the dragon soul power without hesitation. The white bones in the surroundings were easily shattered. Boom! On the unparalleled sword, the power of the fire ancestor spread out and burned the white bones in front of him. With the appearance of the power of the fire ancestor, the 3 black-clothed men seemed to have suffered heavy injuries. Originally, they had been maintaining the white bone barrier. When the power of the fire ancestor burned the white bone barrier immediately collapsed and broke. They had been entangled with these doppelgangers for too long. Li Zongjiu was also a little irritated. He put away the unparalleled sword. Immediately, Li Zongjiu raised his hand and a vast amount of elemental energy erupted from his palm. Buddha's palm! The Buddha's palm was like 10,000 tons of seawater pouring down, directly swallowing the 3 people in front of him. It had disappeared completely. And at this moment, the power of these people actually returned to Sky Wu's body. With such a small amount of power, he had to recycle it again and again. Don't you think this is troublesome? Li Zongjiu killed the 3 people with 1 palm, and his figure fell into the blood pool below. Just as Li Zongjiu's figure approached the blood pool, suddenly a terrifying power erupted. A blood dragon condensed from the blood pool and swept towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! Li Zongjiu slashed down with his sword. Under the sword energy of the unparalleled sword, the blood dragon automatically split into 2 figures and then turned into 2 blood dragons that swept towards Li Zongjiu again. Boom! One of the blood dragons was shattered by Li Zongjiu's fist, and the other blood dragon sent Li Zongjiu flying. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure flew out for hundreds of meters and fell to the ground, exploding with a huge commotion. Behind him, huge boulders were smashed apart. Interesting. Li Zongjiu was extremely satisfied with this battle. After many battles with Sky Wu, they all had breakthroughs and became stronger and stronger. But today, only one of them could survive. Chapter 1146. Another force from the blood pool directly sealed Li Zongjiu on the spot, as if a blood net had been opened. Immediately, Li Zongjiu exerted all his strength and broke through the blood net in front of him. His right hand held the sword. His left hand held the black dragon hammer. As the hammer landed on the ground, the thunderbolts surged. Like a surging cold light, the thunderbolts rushed forward directly. In the blood pool, Sky Wu was still fusing his power. However, Li Zongjiu had disrupted him many times, which made Sky Wu extremely unhappy. Li Zongjio was always causing trouble here, which would affect his state. Kid, do you really think I can't kill you? Sky Wu's angry voice came from the blood pool. Kill me? You think you can? Li Zongjio waved his hand. The 8 burning soul pillars fell on the 4 sides of the blood pool with a boom. The burning soul pillars were personally refined by Sky Wu. He didn't expect that they would be used by Li Zongjio. Sky Wu couldn't bear it anymore. Then he slammed his palm into the pool of blood. Suddenly, the blood pool was filled with the smell of blood, and a blood shadow doppelganger condensed above the blood pool. When the blood shadow doppelganger appeared, the first thing it dealt with was the 8 burning soul pillars. 8 blood vines came out from the blood pool, wrapping around the burning soul pillars. These burning soul pillars were refined with my heart's blood. Do you think you can control them just because you want to? Sky Wu said coldly. The blood vines released their power, pulling the 8 burning soul pillars out. They pulled the pillars out from the ground. Li Zongjio held the unparalleled sword in his hand, and the fire ancestor's fire condensed on the sword. The sword energy fell immediately. With a loud boom, Sky Wu's blood shadow doppelganger used his blood palm to resist, but it was directly cut by the sword. This is the unparalleled sword. The sword energy surged, instantly shattering Sky Wu's blood shadow doppelganger. Blood dragon soul. Li Zongjio turned around and transformed into the blood dragon soul. Suddenly, he plunged into the blood pool. Immediately, he began to plunder the power of the myriad beast blood pool. The blood dragon soul was born from blood. The stronger the blood chi, the stronger the power of the blood dragon soul, and the more ferocious the battle. As the blood dragon soul surged over, it devoured most of the power in the blood pool. This made Sky Shaman, who was slowly absorbing the power of the blood pool, fly into a rage. Bastard! How dare you steal the power of my blood pool? Wu Tian was extremely furious. This blood pool didn't only contain the blood of metabeasts, it also contained the spiritual herbs that he had collected over the years. Using all sorts of methods, he spent a great deal of effort to create the blood pool. Who would have thought that Li Zongjio would step in at such a time? Originally, he wanted to obtain the matchless treasured sword. He would be able to complete the task with one of his clones. His original body was using the myriad beast blood pool to achieve a breakthrough. Once he obtained the matchless treasured sword, his strength would increase exponentially. No one in the entire Xingu continent would be a match for him. Who would have thought that the King of Fire would be robbed halfway and his clone would be killed? Now, his number one enemy had brought his matchless treasured sword to fight with him for the power of the blood pool. It was equivalent to his hard work. They had all been robbed by Li Zongjio on the way. This made Sky Shaman extremely unhappy. Where did this damn brat come from? How dare he go against me at every turn? How could Sky Shaman be a match for the blood dragon soul in the blood pool? In the blood pool, the blood dragon soul seemed to have returned to its home. Facing Sky Shaman's attack, the blood dragon soul didn't bother with him at all. Its body swayed and dodged Sky Shaman's attack. Then it began to absorb the power of the blood pool. It greedily absorbed. The power of the blood dragon soul continued to increase. This naturally meant that Li Zongjio's strength was gradually becoming more terrifying. The two of them fought for the power of the blood pool at the bottom of the blood pool. For hours later, Wu Tian's figure jumped out of the blood pool. At the same time, Li Zongjio also rushed out. The blood dragon soul slowly disappeared. There wasn't the slightest trace of the tainted blood on his body. The feeling of my previous life is back. Li Zongjio clenched his fists. He looked at his hands in disbelief. Sky Shaman, I really don't know how to thank you. As a token of my gratitude, I won't let you die too painfully. Originally, Sky Shaman was arrogant. Li Zongjio was prepared to torture him. But who would have thought that Sky Shaman would send him gifts one after another? This made Li Zongjiu feel very embarrassed. He had to give him something in return. Li Zongjiu, I, Sky Shaman, swear by my strength that if I can't kill you today, I will destroy myself. Sky Shaman said coldly. He glared at Li Zongjiu. However, Sky Shaman wasn't too flustered and exasperated. He had already calmed down. Li Zongjiu had ruined too many of his plans. He shouldn't have allowed this scourge to continue living, but he actually let him live until now. This was a mistake that Sky Shaman shouldn't have made. He should have killed Li Zongjiu as soon as possible. There's no need to destroy yourself. You won't live past today. I said it. Li Zongjiu's voice faded. He actually put away the unparalleled sword and charged at Sky Shaman with only his fists. Boom! His fist shook. The space seemed to be torn apart by Li Zongjiu's fists. A black light flashed around Sky Shaman's body, and a black cloak appeared on his body. There seemed to be thousands of ghosts wailing on the cloak. The screams of the ghosts filled the air. Ghost cloak. Endless ghosts. The cloak suddenly swept up, bringing the two of them into a world of endless darkness. Li Zongjiu's body shone with a golden light. He threw a punch into the void. Immediately a hole was torn open in the space, revealing the outside world. But soon Sky Shaman's power attacked. Countless ghosts occupied Li Zongjiu's body, biting and gnawing at Li Zongjiu's body. There were even ghosts that wanted to enter Li Zongjiu's spiritual world. They wanted to devour Li Zongjiu's spiritual energy. Unfortunately, the malevolent power was incapable of harming Li Zongjiu in the slightest. A palm shot out. Sky Shaman, who was hiding in the darkness, was hit by Li Zongjiu's palm. His whole body rushed out of the dark ghost array and flew out. How is this possible? Sky Shaman, who was hit, stared angrily. Half a month ago, when he fought with Li Zongjiu in Feiwa City, this guy's strength wasn't enough. If it wasn't for the King of Fire, Li Zongjiu would have been torn apart by Sky Shaman. At this moment, Li Zongjiu was able to force him back with a palm. Chapter 1147. Powerful blood, qi, swirled around Sky Wu. Being pushed back by Li Zongjiu with a single palm strike was something that shouldn't have happened. From the very beginning, Sky Wu had never looked Li Zongjiu in the eye. In Sky Wu's eyes, Li Zongjiu was nothing more than a grasshopper jumping up and down. How could Li Zongjiu, a supreme being in the sky, fight him? Sky Wu's previous life was the sacred ancestor of the demons. Even in the human race, he was equivalent to an absolute saint. With such cultivation and a glorious history, he was just like Li Zongjiu when he'd just been reborn. He didn't take anyone seriously. However, Sky Shaman's nature was different from Li Zongjiu's rebirth. Li Zongjiu had retained his wisdom and will from his previous life, while Sky Shaman had only awakened his memories from his previous life. His memories of his previous life had already been split into two. Not only had he turned into Sky Wu, but he'd also turned into King of Fire. If the two of them worked together and one day reached the absolute saint realm, then even Li Zongjiu might not be his match. But now, Sky Wu was just a dabbler. It's been a long time since I've fought for real. It seems that the world has long forgotten how terrifying the demons are. Sky Wu roared to the sky, and the blood qi around his body started to swirl around. A vortex appeared in front of him, and within the vortex, a giant blood-red sword appeared. Wu Tian stretched out his hand and grasped the giant blood-red sword in his hand. Tens of thousands of feet of blood qi surged out of Sky Wu's body. This sword is called the Thousand Slaughter Sword. It was refined with the blood of 100,000 humans. I haven't used it in a long time. Today, I'll use your head to refine my sword. Wu Tian said, his tone filled with pride. It was refined with the blood of 100,000 humans. An invisible, murderous aura pressed down on him. Haha, do you see this fingernail of mine? I once used this fingernail to kill millions of devils. Do you believe me? Li Zongjio raised his pinky finger and showed it to Sky Shaman. Was killing 100,000 people that impressive? He even dared to show off in front of Li Zongjio. He had to teach Sky Wu a lesson. Wait till I chop off your head. Let's see if you can still jump around. Sky Wu said coldly. He grabbed the Thousand Slaughter sword with both hands and slashed it forward. Boom! The overbearing power of chi and blood. It formed a terrifying blood storm. Under the storm-like sword momentum, the aura it carried seemed to have become a bloody will that could tear the sky apart. Swish! Swish! The blood chi kept hitting Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio raised an invisible force field in front of him, blocking the countless blood arrows. The unparalleled sword also slashed forward. Boom! Unparalleled sword chi immediately shot forward. Their sword chi collided. Immediately, they turned into 4 auras and flew in 4 different directions. The explosion shattered the boulders and trees along the way. At the same time, the aftermath of the battle. It stretched for tens of thousands of miles. After the collision of sword chi, the 2 figures suddenly approached each other. When they got closer, their sword momentum clashed with each other. The terrifying power fought against each other. One had to admit that Sky Wu's combat power was quite strong. The power of the Thousand Slaughter sword in his hand was also above that of the unparalleled sword. Sky Wu slashed down. Although Li Zongjio blocked the sword, the power under his feet was instantly annihilated. Thousand Slaughter of the demonic way. The power of the Thousand Slaughter sword in Sky Wu's hand burst out and swept toward Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio turned into a golden dragon, but he was still sent flying tens of thousands of meters by the sword. The boulders and trees along the way were all shattered, and a long path was cleared out. The golden light on Li Zongjio's body dimmed at this moment. Sky Wu stopped what he was doing and looked at Li Zongjio, who changed in front of him. Although Li Zongjio suffered a heavy blow, he was actually not injured. The reason why the golden light dimmed was because Li Zongjio had merged the power into his body. Original spirit possession. At this moment, Li Zongjio's body was not only glowing with golden light, but all the light was also completely restrained. The power merged into his body. His body, however, turned golden. The only thing that didn't change was the color of Li Zongjio's eyes. There seemed to be an even more powerful force in Li Zongjio's eyes, protecting Li Zongjio's eyes from being occupied by other forces. Useless effort. Sky Wu burst out with 10 times the power from before and rushed toward Li Zongjio. When he pointed the Thousand Slaughter sword in his hand, the surrounding space seemed to be cut open. There was no way to block Sky Wu's power, so it shattered. Facing Sky Wu's attack, Li Zongjio only raised his hand. When he raised his hand, his right hand seemed to faintly reveal the power of the blood dragon, soul hidden under his arm. Even the blood dragon soul directly merged into Li Zongjio's body. Clang! Li Zongjio stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the Thousand Slaughter sword in Sky Wu's hand. At this moment, the shattered space around him also gradually recovered. This was a battle of strength. No matter how tyrannical the opponent's power was, even if the space was shattered, Li Zongjio could repair the shattered space with a light move. "Is that all you have?" Li Zongjio said disdainfully. Li Zongjio never liked to waste too much time on battles. After grabbing the Thousand Slaughter sword, his palm struck toward Sky Wu's head. Sky Wu had no time to pay attention to the Thousand Slaughter sword. He immediately gave up on the sword and rushed back. However, Li Zongjio's palm was faster than expected. It directly hit Sky Wu's body and accelerated him backward. Bang! He flew tens of thousands of meters away. He even crashed into a mountain 10,000 meters away, creating a human-shaped tunnel. Sky Wu was extremely angry after being hit by the palm. He immediately grabbed the mountain that was more than 100 feet in front of him and lifted it up. He immediately lifted the mountain and smashed it toward Li Zongjiu, moving mountains at the slightest move. Only Supreme Being experts could reach this level. If the two of them were to fight in a city, any city would be destroyed. It would be reduced to a pile of ruins. After approaching, Sky Wu also smashed the mountain in his hand toward Li Zongjiu. Boom! The friction between the mountain and the air could be seen at the top of the mountain, causing intense sparks to erupt. Li Zongjiu casually tossed the thousand slaughter sword to the side, and his figure flashed away. Burning desolation fist. Li Zongjiu rushed to the mountain and suddenly smashed down with his fist. The mountain in front of him immediately shattered. It exploded one after another. The power spread out in all directions. Boom! The mountain shattered into countless pieces of stone. At this moment, Sky Wu had already approached Li Zongjiu and was about to launch a sneak attack on Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu grabbed him by the throat. "You're too slow." Li Zongjiu locked Sky Wu's throat, staring at Li Zongjiu's eyes at close range. Sky Wu seemed to feel that his strength was constantly overdrawing and leaking out. It was as if his body had become a very large ball with a hole in it. It was continuously dispersing its own power in all directions. "You. Who are you?" Sky Wu could clearly feel that Li Zongjiu was currently devouring his strength. How could an ordinary human have such strength? What was Li Zongjiu's background? He was the energy incarnation of an ancient demon. The sacred ancestor of the devil race had used this method to escape being sealed. Because his body had split into two, he was no longer a true devil. In fact, the current Sky Shaman had already refined the power of the human race. He had perfectly merged the two forces into one. One had to admit that the demon race was a very tenacious race. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, this big pervert, they had no chance of turning the tables. Remember this sovereign's name, Evil Lord. Li Zongjiu completely refined Sky Wu's strength. When he came out of the blood pool, Li Zongjiu's strength had already entered the Supreme Being realm. But now, Sky Wu's absorption of the blood pool's energy had yet to truly merge. Of course, he couldn't resist Li Zongjiu's devouring power. The demon race is indestructible. As soon as Sky Wu's voice fell, Li Zongjiu absorbed all of his strength. Sky Wu's corpse didn't immediately disappear. Instead, it tried to use the last bit of the demon's origin energy to escape. However, something flew out from Li Zongjiu's chest and instantly collected the last bit of origin energy. The demon suppressing ruler. The object that flew out was precisely the demon suppressing ruler. After collecting Sky Wu's corpse, the demon suppressing ruler automatically returned to Li Zongjiu's chest. This demon suppressing ruler is a little interesting. Li Zongjiu was a little uncertain about the demon suppressing ruler and black dragon hammer. These two things seemed to have their own spirituality. Now, Li Zongjiu's strength wasn't enough to completely control them. This made Li Zongjiu extremely unconvinced. However, one day, he would definitely let the demon-suppressing ruler and black dragon hammer display their true power in his hands. At this point, Sky Wu's bloodline was completely destroyed. No one watched this unprecedented battle. This battle was even brought forward several thousand years. Originally, Sky Wu should have become a true supreme being, even dominating the entire Xingwu continent for a period of time. Now he was reduced to a pile of ashes. Even his corpse wasn't left. It was suppressed by the demon-suppressing ruler. Otherwise, Sky Wu's body would have been left outside. If the demon race contributed their strength, Sky Wu would have been resurrected again. Ding! A storage ring fell to the ground. Li Zongjiu stepped forward and held it in his hand, carefully observing it. A demon's storage ring? Chapter 1148. Li Zongjiu looked at the demon clan's storage ring in his hand. It exuded a sharp aura. When Li Zongjiu opened the contents of the storage ring and admired it, he was shocked by Wu Tian's collection. How many resources did this bastard take? Even with Li Zongjia's experience, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Grade 6 herbs were the lowest grade, but there was a dazzling array of them, piled up like a mountain. Grade 7 herbs exceeded 30,000. Even the 8th grade medicinal herbs had reached 8,000 in value. As for the grade 9 herbs that Li Zongjia dreamed of, there were close to 1,000 of them, some of which were even 100,000 years old. This collection was comparable to Li Zongjia's collection in his previous life when he was at his peak. Of course, in the process of collecting them, many of them were refined into elixirs. This was an immeasurable value. Damn it, how many resources did he waste? Li Zongjia wished he could grab Wu Tian and stab him a few times. This was simply a waste of resources. Fortunately, Li Zongjia held these things in his hands. Fortunately, I came to save you. At least I have something to do now. Li Zongjia was extremely gratified. Immediately, his figure rose into the air. With a flick of his finger, a flame energy landed on the ground. The surrounding area was set ablaze. After all, he didn't know if there were any remnants of the demon clan hiding here. It was better to burn the place first. Otherwise, the demon clan would be very difficult to deal with. They would revive at the drop of a hat. No one knew where these demons got such a strong and vigorous life force from. With the 1,000 slaughter sword, Li Zongjia directly flew towards the sacred flame, Royal City. Boom! Once Xiao Chen's figure disappeared, the flames below would automatically extinguish after burning for 3 days and 3 nights. Sacred Flame, Royal City. Li Zongjia's return made everyone in the White Deer Mansion excited. However, Xiao Zhao had already instructed that the young master's whereabouts couldn't be easily revealed. Everyone had to keep it a secret. Li Zongjia's hasty return didn't affect the White Deer Mansion too much. For example, Li Zongjia didn't need to personally worry about the 14th prince. The White Deer Mansion had already made their stance clear. They would support the 14th prince. Many of the family heads in the city also took their positions. First was the Qi clan of the 4 great clans. Originally, the Qi family wouldn't be involved in the imperial court. However, after some consideration, Qi Shaohan made the announcement without hesitation. This was because the Qi family was now tied to Li Zongjia's White Deer Mansion. With the Qi family's current state, they needed to continue making breakthroughs. Otherwise, they would only be stuck in their old ways. Sooner or later, he would be eliminated. After that, the Zhao clan, one of the 4 great clans, also had a strong inclination. The Shi clan was relatively low-key. They tried their best not to get involved in the imperial court. However, if they really needed to show their stance, they would still follow the Qi clan. Among the 4 great clans, the Zhao clan was closely behind the White Deer Mansion. In the end, the White Deer Mansion had many collaborations. As for the last clan, the Jiang clan, they were gradually unable to keep up with the pace. However, they were all business families after all. They valued harmony and harmony. It was extremely unwise to cause a massacre in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Next was Wang Ding. He had successfully become the commander of the City Guard Legion. Although he couldn't be considered to be able to cover the sky with a single hand, the White Deer Mansion was still a force to be reckoned with in the entire Sacred Flame Imperial City. Moreover, in most cases, Li Zongjia didn't want to be the emperor. Otherwise, he could have directly entered the palace and easily removed Emperor Xingyan's head. After giving a few instructions, Li Zongjia began to cultivate in his cultivation room. First, he stole most of the energy from the blood pool. Then, he absorbed Wu Tian's energy. Therefore, he needed to refine it properly. This time, Li Zongjia cultivated in seclusion for a total of 20 days. 3rd grade sovereign. I guess I've recovered 20% of my strength from my previous life. Li Zongjia felt his current state. Now that his strength had recovered, Li Zongjia finally felt a sense of security. In this life, his cultivation had recovered a little too quickly. Now he needed to stabilize his strength. Although Li Zongjio desperately wanted to break through to the absolute Saint Realm, he also knew the importance of stabilizing his strength. If he was too anxious to reach the heavens in a single step, he would end up like Wu Tian. He wouldn't be able to control the strength in his body at all. He tried to use the myriad beast blood pool to increase his strength, but even if he forcefully increased his strength, it wouldn't be very powerful. Only by truly controlling one's strength could it be considered his own strength. The blood dragon soul has reached the sovereign realm. As for the other 2 dragon souls, I still need to put in some effort. Li Zongjio naturally had a way to increase the white dragon soul's mental strength by refining pills. However, if he wanted to increase the golden dragon soul's mental strength, he had to find an extreme external environment to give himself pressure to break through. First, I'll reach the sovereign realm within half a year. Then, I'll see how Yenran is doing. If she comes back, I'll be able to go to the Eldritch Land and find more pressure to break through the ancient golden body technique. Li Zongjio already had plans in mind. In the palace, Emperor Xingyan was also very angry about the recent events in the White Deer Mansion. Previously, the White Deer Mansion was still well behaved. Although they killed many influential people in the city, they were all people that Emperor Xingyan wanted to get rid of, who knew that the White Deer Mansion would become more and more excessive. They directly interfered with the fight for the position of Crown Prince. Did they want the future of Emperor Xingyan's empire to become Li Zongjio's wedding dress? Therefore, Emperor Xingyan hurriedly sought out the military advisor. Military advisor, look, I've already said that Li Zongjio will become a disaster. He has already begun to influence the overall situation of our dynasty. In the future, no one in our dynasty will be able to suppress him. Emperor Xingyan was clearly very angry. The military advisor was also in a difficult position. Although Li Zongjio had no intention of competing for the throne, his strength had already affected the stability of his dynasty. There were even some officials who had begun to gradually contact the White Deer Mansion and follow the lead of the White Deer Mansion. I'll look for him again and make a decision on this matter, the military advisor said. Li Zongjio's influence was great. It was said that he had already established a great foundation in the Haika dynasty. The news that came back was enough to make them pay attention. If Li Zongjio really had any special intentions, then they could only fight a decisive battle with Li Zongjio. Even if they had to pay a great price, they had to eliminate Li Zongjio. That shameless brat actually wants to propose marriage to me. After dealing with Li Zongjio, we'll take the opportunity to eliminate Kuan Castle. He has kept Kuan Castle for too long and has forgotten his own worth. He actually dares to reach his hands into the bloodline of the imperial family. Emperor Xingyan said coldly, recently, that damned Kuan Erisha relied on the White Deer Mansion and Kuan Castle as his backing. He actually wanted to propose marriage to Princess Jingan. Even when this matter was spread, many people in the royal city came to watch the show. This was Emperor Xingyan's only daughter. One could imagine how great Kuan Arashi's power and status would be if he married Princess Jingan. Among these princes, no one knew how many would survive in the end. However, because of the special nature of Kuan Castle's identity, Kuan Arashi's actions were quite willful. It might bring disaster to Kuan Castle. Speaking of which, Lon Kuan was also very worried recently, because he had been collecting protection fees all day long. Kuan Erisha had a rich foundation. In addition, his recent cultivation breakthrough was not bad, and he had made some achievements in the area of elixirs. Under the influence of love, he directly wanted to propose marriage to Princess Jingan. She was Shueyu. Who would have thought that after Shueyu had just spoken to her imperial father, she would be directly confined? At the same time, a few experts among the imperial bodyguards came to warn Kuan Erisha. They told Kuan Erisha not to ask for a rebuff. At the same time, they told him to think for his family and not to cause more trouble. Otherwise, he would have to bear the consequences. Although the original words were not like this, the meaning was very accurate. Kuin Erisher, who was depressed, was also a little discouraged. Recently, he had been drinking in the Spring Flower and Autumn Tower and had become an alcoholic. Palace Master Yin Chi saw Kuin Arashi's state and felt a little helpless. It was too easy to attack a man. If you drink here every day, will your woman be able to return to your side? What's the use, even if I work hard? Kuin Erisher was drunk in the wine jar. That day they naturally fought. Kuin Erisher was easily crushed by the other party. No matter how brave he was, it was useless. If he couldn't win, he couldn't win. If he wasn't qualified, he wasn't qualified. What? A mere imperial palace is blocking your way? If that's the case, I'll tear down the walls of this palace tonight. A voice came from the door. When he heard this voice, Kuin Arashi's entire body quivered. Boss,